or having a bite to eat, you have exactly 60 seconds to get comfortable. And if you're sitting on the side, I encourage you to also move in a little bit closer to allow others that are coming in late to fill in the spaces. Thank you. Summit. Brilliant. So welcome to the Jasiri Africa Network Summit 2025. My name is Michelle Watiki and I will be your host for the day. So aside from standing up on stage and talking, I am a founder as well. I'm a full-time founder at a startup called Duck based in Nairobi, and I'm also a returnee from the diaspora and also a very, very loyal Jasiri stan as well. So I've been there since the beginning, and I'm honored to be in the room today, and I can't wait to unpack an amazing agenda filled with powerful speakers, really relatable topics, and of course, getting to know you all. So we are here today because Africa is no longer waiting for permission. We are building, we are exporting talent, and we are investing in ourselves. And Jasiri is one of those few platforms doing the work of connecting diaspora potential to continental growth. And I would also like to thank our sponsors for the day, Mivida Homes, I&M Bank, and Britam for making this happen today. So round of applause to our sponsors. Awesome. So as I said, I would love to get to know who is in the room today. So if you are here from the diaspora and you landed at JKIA in the past few weeks, please raise your hand and give us a wave. Okay, I see. And if you are here having studied abroad or maybe worked abroad, give us a wave. Anyone who's been around a few different countries? Amazing. And if you are local to Kenya, to Nairobi, also give us a wave. Brilliant. So we have a really good mix of people today, which tells me one thing, that we are going to achieve our objective across us all. Now, to officially open the summit, please join me in welcoming Nancy Masila, founder and CEO of the Jasiri Network.
Wow. It's nice to be back in Africa and nice to be back home as well. So, morning everyone. I don't know why everybody likes sitting at the back and we have seats at the front. Martin and Cole, I'm looking at you. Flora, Charity, and even my speaker, my keynote speaker is sitting at the back. Cool. As I finish harassing some of you and hopefully get a lot of the people as well in the room, because I know there's a bit of traffic with graduation happening. But happy to really kick off today. So welcome to the second edition of the Jasiri Network Africa Summit. I want to say a massive thank you for being here this morning at Kofisi Square. Your presence reinforces why this community exists and why it continues to grow. 3 years ago, Jasiri Network started as a small group of Kenyan professionals in London, trying to understand our new place in the world and the kind of ecosystem we wanted to build for ourselves. From cramped rooms, borrowed spaces, and long conversations about identity, opportunity, and ambition, we've grown into a Pan-African diaspora movement with real, rich structure and impact. This summit is a continuation of that evolution. Our first Africa Summit was held here in Nairobi last year. By a show of hands, how many of you were here last year? Amazing, love that. And since then, we've expanded our footprint across the region and globally, hosting a Jasiri Network edition in various cities. Kampala, Uganda in November this year, thanks to our friends from Meraki Africa, and I can see our Uganda delegation in the house. Uganda? Where's you? Yes, amazing. I don't know where the rest of them are. Hopefully not in traffic, but that was amazing. And I got to experience the gorillas as well. Actually, Uganda has the highest gorilla population. If you haven't been, we have some of the owners of gorilla lodges here. Frank is in the house, so make sure you speak to Frank and go and see the gorillas. We've run community events across major UK cities, even convening in the Channel Islands in Ganzi. That's the formation of Ganzi Connect. So it's almost like every time we go to a place, it's not just about us, but also supporting the ecosystem that exists there. Our achievements reflect the momentum this community has created. We've convened over 15 in-person diaspora events, bringing together over 2,000 people, secured $1.5 million in funding for startups across East Africa, and we can see a couple of them, including Michelle's Dark, Dr. Mocha as well. We had quite a couple of startups coming to London. We've also run over 24 virtual events on entrepreneurship, investments, talent, and we have a reach of over 30,000 active users. We've expanded our presence in new cities, including London, Birmingham, Channel Islands, Nairobi, and Kampala. As we look ahead to 2026, our priorities are clear. Diaspora capital mobilization will be central to our work, and we are building long-term structures, deepening partnerships, and collaborating with experienced players who have shaped this space for years. And that's what you'll be seeing throughout the whole day. A lot of our partners, we have Mivida, we have Tara Agility, we have Britam as well. We have some really incredible partners on ground who we are going to be collaborating with to bring this vision to life. We recognize that diaspora remittances already substantial, have grown in strength over the years. For example, Kenya diaspora remittances just recently hit 1 trillion Kenya shillings. That number alone speaks to the power and the potential within our global community. But remittances go to household expenditure, food, education, housing, family support. A very small majority of that just only goes to investment. We want to champion for more structured support, channeling a portion of that capital into ventures, investments, and projects. And a gathering of this scale is only possible because of those who stand with us. To our sponsors, Mivita Homes, who's in the house, one of the top institutional property developers in Kenya, I&M Bank, our trusted banking partners, Britam, an insurance company full of heritage, and care. Thank you for the confidence in Jasiri Network mission. To our strategic partners, we have Kenya Investment Authority, Kenya Airways in the house as well, Still Associates, our finance managers on ground, Zuri Code and Zaiti, our branding and website development partners. We also have Checkups, Dr. Mocha in the house. Thank you for anchoring us with strength, expertise, and credibility needed for this new chapter. To our community partners, Better Worker, Harbour Capital, Cloud Plexo, boldest, and Diaspora House. I want to say a big thank you to everybody that's contributed over the 3 years that we've been running. I know it's a small time, but we've really grown and really grateful to everything that we've done. And to our people joining us online, thank you so much. A lot of you have discovered us online, and we want to become very, maybe digital fast. We'll try in 2026. But thank you very much. And I'll call Michelle on to the next program item.
Thank you for that introduction, Nancy. I always joke that she reminds me of my head teacher when I'm not paying attention. She's always quick to point it out. So we are kicking off this morning with a conversation that sits at the center of why many of you are in the room here today. How do we, as Africans at home and abroad, actually move money, talent, and ideas in a way that shifts Kenya's economic agenda, right? How do we execute? Not hypothetically, not on policy documents, but in real practical terms. And this first fireside chat will unpack how the diaspora networks, people like yourself and myself, can drive investment, partnerships, and transfer that knowledge back into the ecosystem. So please join me in welcoming John Mwendwa, OGW, CEO of the Kenya Investment Authority, in conversation with our moderator, Nancy Masela. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Pius Rotich. I'm the director at the Invest Kenya. I'm here to represent my able boss, John Mwendwa,
Yes.
who has been asked to join the function. And we shall be able to prosecute the topic we have been given. Thank you and welcome.
Yes. I don't know, should we have the chairs here in the middle? Okay, cool. Thank you. Just a minute as we prepare. Thank you. And then the other side. Fantastic. Can our production see us properly? Or do we need to get closer? Perfect, perfect. Yes. As Mr. Pierce Roticha said, unfortunately, John Mwenda wasn't able to make it. He had some other duties, but we are very glad to have you with us today. So in terms of today's discussion, we want to explore how diaspora networks can drive Kenya's economic agenda through investment facilitation, partnership, and knowledge transfer. And maybe for those who haven't heard you properly, maybe you can give us a bit of an introduction of what you do at the authority. Yes.
Yeah, welcome once again. For those who might not have heard about us, but basically I see a lot of us, our partners, they know us, but we are Invest Kenya. We recently rebranded to Invest Kenya, formerly Kenya Investment Authority. We are a state department under State Department for Investment Promotion, a government agency formed by an Act of Parliament 2004. Which actually gives us the mandate of promoting and facilitating investments in Kenya. So whichever investments you see, Can Invest or Invest Kenya has a hand in it, and we focus on both domestic and foreign investments. And in this case, we focus also on our diaspora. Diaspora is great to us. I always call it the 48 county.
I agree. Amazing. And we've seen a lot of work that your, State Department has been doing. Lots of investment roadshows as well. We've seen you in New York, Dubai. I think I also met John in London as well. So that's amazing. And a lot of us people in doing business, we've had, times when we come to the office. So thank you for making sure that, that process is so smooth. Because as they say, Kenya is becoming the gateway for Africa.
Yeah, one of the activities we do in order to attract investments to Kenya is actually taking road shows out of the country, locally and abroad. And I'm glad that John briefed me that you met in London.
We did. I chased him at the airport, actually.
At the airport. In fact, Josephine is here, who also was telling me that you managed to get together.
That was the only time I could meet him.
So
because that's how busy you guys are.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to meet you.
Whatever the president is doing to attract investment in the country, we, of course, always advise him on which areas or which countries is able to attract investment from. You know, the UK is our traditional partner. You know, they are our colonial masters. We have a lot of British investments in Kenya, and therefore being in London was great for us, and that is the reason why we as Invest Kenya deliberately decided to advise the president to go and bring investments to the country. From that deal of attending the roadshow in London, this is actually the result of Investment Kenya being in London. The number two, we signed some deals.
We saw very big numbers.
And of course, one of the biggest achievement was the commitment for reinvestment of Flamingo Farm in Naivasha, and it's gonna be great. It's great for this country. Flowers is actually our focus number one because it gives us foreign exchange, and there would be no romance everywhere. We export love.
February is coming.
We export love as Kenya. We export love to Europe, and there would be no romance in Europe if Kenyan roses were not there.
Okay, amazing. And so we're going to go into a few quick fire round just to get the conversation going. And the first question, and this is very quick answers. One word to describe Kenya's current investment climate.
Resilient.
Resilient.
Just say it's resilient. It can absorb shocks anytime, be it global shocks. Kenya's climate is able to be resilient. The economy is doing well, all the way from Kibaki's time to Uhuru, and then now with the current presidency of Ruto, is actually vibrant at the moment. We've moved from almost number 8 being in Africa as the biggest economy. We are now number 6. We overtook Angola and Ethiopia, and we are going actually to be one of the top in Africa.
Eyes on the prize. Another question. Which sector in Kenya is currently the most underestimated by diaspora investors? So where are people not looking?
We know diaspora are looking at maybe real estate and the rest of the things, tourism and the rest. But the underestimated area is creative economy. Creative economy being that because we have a lot of youth, about almost 19 million in Kenya, which are about below 19 years. And these are the people actually who can do the filming, who can do the gaming, and do all sorts of things. And the creative economy is the place to go.
I agree. And we have a few people. I think we actually have a panel with one of the legal counsels for Sauti Sol. So I think that's great that you brought it up.
And I can see most of us here, these are very young people. If there is anybody who is very old, it's actually me.
Another question. If you had to pick diaspora capital or diaspora expertise, which accelerates Kenya's growth faster?
Capital is great for us. We've seen diaspora actually remitting just about $1 trillion Kenyan shillings.
That's a massive number.
Massive. And if you look at the Kenya's 2025 budget, it's actually $4 trillion.
Yes.
I mean, so 4 trillion and 1 trillion is actually, we almost, diaspora alone can be able actually to fund our budget. Imagine if we deliberately initiate such kind of activities, we attract more capital from diaspora. I can actually say that diaspora can fund our budget.
And
but
that's
anyway,
just that drop in the ocean, I believe, because there's so much more.
Just a drop in the ocean. But however, expertise is the way to go, because once the diasporans are out there, they can actually bring knowledge transfer to the country. They actually can be our ambassadors. They actually can create some kind of joint ventures with international brands. Remember, Kenya is now hosting about 300 multinational companies in Kenya. The biggest concentration of multinationals in Africa is actually headquartered in Nairobi. It shows you that that our diasporans can actually play a big role in terms of being our ambassadors out there. So as much as capital is good, but of course the issue of expertise.
Yeah, I agree. So the money and the people. Fantastic. I think I have one more question. What is the biggest misconception the diaspora has about investing back home? Because we know the diaspora has more money, but not everybody is investing. What's not happening?
I've also been a diaspora myself.
Tell us, where? Which part of the world?
I was based in Germany, and currently I have a lot of interest in Kansas City in the US. So whenever we were out there, they always say Jamhuri is very risky to invest in back home. But I can tell you that Jamhuri is not risky. So they believe that is risky, but for sure it's not a risky place to invest in. We are seeing the inflation is about 3.8%, the lowest in Africa. We're seeing our economic growth about 5.4%. We're seeing a lot of development in the country. Multinationals coming to invest in Kenya. They are taking advantage of what is available in Kenya. But in diaspora, we still think it's very risky to invest in. But if we can deliberately believe in our Jamhuri back home, then this is the place to go. It's not risky, and it's the best place to invest, to do business in Africa.
I couldn't agree more, because we're even seeing other people who are not even Kenyans coming in, and these are African diaspora. I have friends who are buying property heavily.
Yeah.
I have friends who are coming and choosing to make Nairobi their home out of every other country that they could possibly be. We have returnees also getting into business, also buying real estate and various as well industries. So I couldn't agree more. And then there's this one last question that I wanted to ask. But let's see. I know with the agency, you guys are big boys. But if every diaspora investor could start with something small, let's say 100,000 Kenya shillings, or £1,000, or $1,000, where would you direct them? Or is it too small?
No, nothing is small. But I can see. I just want to tell you that about 100,000 Kenya shillings, or about $1,000. We have the most vibrant Nairobi Securities Exchange, isn't it, Brenda?
And they are here.
Yeah,
they are here as well. Yes.
So even myself, actually, I have a lot of interest in the NSC. We see about most companies are actually doing very well at the NSC. $22 billion capitalization. About 65 companies in the stock exchange, the most vibrant in Africa. Of course, there is Johannesburg, but the one which is actually everyone is watching is the Nairobi NSC. So the best place to do it is to buy shares in the NSC. We've got about almost 10 to 12% returns.
Amazing, amazing. And I'm running this program today very tight, and we have Michelle who's tracking our time. So I just want to be mindful if we are on time or cool. Please let me know, as we get closer, because we have another session and, somebody has to be another meeting. I think we'll try and go through a few questions, right? And you've already kind of alluded to this, but I wanted us to go through a couple of things, and especially around the mandate for the Kenya Investment Authority. I think now you've mentioned how it's rebranded into Invest Kenya. And I also wanted us to know how diaspora investors can leverage some of the services that your agency offers and investing into the country. I know you've mentioned a couple of those investment tours that you do, but in terms of the support that they need and how you can kind of help them, take us through that process.
At the Invest Kenya, actually, the most important thing is that if you want to do business in Kenya, your trusted partner is Invest Kenya. Please don't listen to brokers in the street. If you listen to Invest Kenya, you'll be listening to the government or talking to the government. But if you talk to anyone out there, you are talking to street, and you will get what? Street answers. If you talk to us, you'll be talking to government, and you'll get government answers. So we want to encourage our diasporans that make use of a one-stop center. A one-stop center, actually, you can come in, be advised on areas where to invest in, You can actually get the step-by-step regulations on how to invest in the country. The government has deliberately put together registrar of companies in our office, so you don't need to go to the registrar of company in town. Immigration for those people who are working with foreign companies, Kenya Revenue Authority, lands, NEMA, EPZ and Special Economic Zone setup, KPLC, county governments. The government has deliberately set up this one-stop center in order for diasporans to have seamless preparation of their project, whether they want to prepare projects, want to invest, and actually do it successfully. We always tell our diasporans and our investors that please allow us to have sleepless nights as government. You don't get sleepless nights by going through the process of investing in Kenya. The sleepless nights we have to give it to you is actually how to make profits. But in terms of setup, leave it to us. We are there, and we shall be able to make sure that you actually do invest in the country seamlessly. Other areas, we have sector parks to advise you on where to invest in. We're ready with the leather park. We're ready with ICT and PPO, e-mobility, pharmaceuticals, and so on and so forth. The other area where you can actually take advantage of Can Invest services is actually for those looking at large projects. We have got a deal room which makes sure that we fast track the incentives, the multiple approvals by various ministries or agencies. This deal room actually works with us with partners, TBI, Tony Blair Institute, under the support from FCDO, a British institution to support us to fast track some of these projects. So the most important thing we want to let you know is please talk to us. We are there for you. We are home to investments in Kenya.
And how can people reach?
One of the key things, whether you are in the country or out of the country, just Google us, go to Invest Kenya. You will actually be able, there is no human interaction in terms of setting up a business in Kenya. You can actually go to our website, register your company, get in touch with us, emails and so on and so forth, and you will be able actually we are able to process, at the back office, we are able to process whatever you are asking us. For those who are here physically, we are in the Old Mutual Towers in Upper Hill, and you can pay us a visit. It will actually change the environment of investing in the country because we believe in it. I can tell you, I've lived out there. It was difficult in the past to do business in Kenya or to start a business or register, but I can tell you with our Invest Kenya, which is a modern one-stop shop for investors, you will like it since I like it so much.
Amazing, amazing. So you guys are very digital. So everybody and anywhere in the world, you can access Invest Kenya information.
For those who are able to Google immediately, you can actually Google. Josephine can assist you.
Yes.
Google, and then you can see. Once you do an inquiry, you will just get a response within 24 hours. We have also what we call a staff charter. We have to. Our role is investor first.
Amazing.
And in this case, diaspora first, because
Amazing.
we know our diasporans are our good ambassadors out there.
And I love that also the department has people who have that diaspora experience, because you have that lived experience on top of the knowledge and expertise.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. That was amazing. A round of applause.
Yeah.
Amazing, amazing. I know we are tight on time, so I'll give it now to Michelle. Thank you so much for coming. I'm so glad to have Kenya Invest on board with us. And I know if any queries come through, we'll send them over to you. Asante sana.
I thought we were still going on. But just to something which I would like to urge to actually urge the diasporans is that please try us. Go to our website, reach out to us. In our one-stop center, we are actually able to fast-track your investment. It's a challenge to us, but I can tell you that if you challenge us, we shall actually reciprocate, and you will see our services being world-class. Then number two, we have our upcoming Kenya International Investment Conference, which is destined to take place on 25th to 27th of March next year. We're still looking at the venue. We are going live on 19th December on the website, and we want to urge you to register. And for example, if you would like, Jasiri would like to have a side event, you can talk to us so that we can also be able to see how we can curate a diaspora side
Amazing.
event.
I love that. So you're coming with goodies today.
Yeah. Imagine, we haven't had any proposal for the diaspora and the side event, isn't it?
Yes.
So I mean,
You see, that's why we need people who have diaspora experience. You're bringing all these things together.
Yeah. So it's more easier to do business in Kenya than ever before. Our president is #1 investment promoter, and in that case, in our March event, we are actually the event organizer as Invest in Kenya. But the main host is this Excellency the President. We want to sign deals. We are having a COMESA side event on the second day, and we are having another African Green Industrialization Initiative, climate resilient investments on the third day. We have also specifically we want to launch our prospectus for clean cooking, and we expect a lot of dignitaries to be available for the conference. And I can actually tell you that you will laugh all the way to the bank by participating in our international investment conference. So welcome and be blessed, and we look forward to working with you and receiving your proposal. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much. A round of applause. That's it for us, and I'll leave it to Michelle. Michelle, thank you.
Is that all? Thank you. Brother, do you want to add anything? You are our partner. Brenda is one actually of our economic zones where we actually work together to attract investment in traffic. And actually she's actually our partner in the Kenya International Investment Conference. Thank you.
Round of applause for our first fireside conversation. Thank you. Thank you so much, Nancy. And I guess that conversation was an opener to the next topic, which is my favorite topic, money, right? And as investors in the diaspora, we all quietly worry about the same thing, which is, how do I know where to put my money, and how do I know I won't regret it later on? Contra to popular belief, money does not grow on trees in the diaspora, okay? Once you leave Kenya, sometimes it seems like the grass is greener, but we all work hard for our money, right? And it's a conversation that I feel like we should all have in all honesty. So, as I said, I would love to get to know you all better. So here's a question. If you had 500,000 shillings to invest today, gut instinct, no overthinking, no ChatGPTing, where would you put it? Okay, so I'm going to give you a few options. Raise of hands if you would buy some real estate in Kenya, buy some land, develop it, overpriced apartments. Anyone? No, not interested? Interesting. Raise of hands if you would invest it in agriculture. Get a farm. Yeah, we have some farmers here. I love it. I love it. Raise of hands if you would invest it as an angel in a tech startup. Probably not my company right now. I won't start pitching. Yep, a couple of you. Nice, nice. Raise of hands if you would invest it in stocks or treasury bills or in the market. Interesting. So we have a wide spread of investors here. And this segues really well into this next panel, which is how do we build trust when it comes to investing? How do we choose wisely? And how can we invest without feeling like we're taking a blind leap of faith abroad? So I will be your moderator for this panel, and I'd love to invite my panelists Solomon Isa, the immediate former Commissioner, Tech and Digital Economy, Niger State, Nigeria. Round of applause as he comes up on stage. And also Brenda Mbathi, Chief Executive Officer at Terrific Says. Round of applause as she also comes on stage. Yes, feel free to take a seat. Yes, actually, I'll move my seat. Yeah, make it work. Thank you. Very nice and cozy. So good morning to you both. I'm going to hand over the mic where you'll get an opportunity to represent yourself and where it is that you're speaking from.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Brenda Mbathi. I am the CEO for Two Rivers International Finance and Innovation Center. So if you can remember that, congratulations. If not, call it terrific. And we are a special economic zone. We are the only privately owned, bespoke to business services, special economic zone based at Two Rivers ecosystem. If you know where that is, it's just still in the UN Blue Zone. I'm also the Vice Chair for the Kenya Private Sector Alliance. So I do have some knowledge about cross-cutting industry issues. And that allows me to work at the intersection as the private sector, also with government. I mean, it's such a joy to have Piers, although I call him Pius, but Piers sitting here talking about investments, because I can testify about the good work that Ken Invest does. I've experienced it. We've worked with Ken Invest as a partner. Highly encourage you to, in some form or fashion, get involved in their investment conference in March. They're co-creating. They're open for business. They're open to ideas. And as he said, side events. But come, show up and see who's there. And it's interesting that we're here today to talk about the diaspora as a unique set of investors. Because diaspora are diaspora, but ultimately they are Kenyans, they're Africans. They have that link to home, to the African soil. But yet, because of the distance, they are sometimes fed with information that is perhaps not 100% what I'd call trustworthy. So especially when it comes to mobilizing capital, I think the one thing I'll be talking a lot about today is trust. And a lot of people have felt pain because trust has not gone well in some form or fashion. And that's why it's so important to look to institutions that you can trust. And so even if it comes to investing in real estate, trust. And I'll do a shout out to Mavida because they're here and they're sponsoring you. So it's about look for where you can trust, okay? Then Ken Invest has their one-stop shop, so also use them. And as we talk more and more, I'll talk about how we, as a special economic zone, privately owned and developed, we also have our one-stop shop. So we are eliminating that issue of trust. So some people, even though you'll be told you can go to Ken Invest or you can go to the SES authority, they look at you because they're actually, let me tell you, you heard him say where his offices are, right? You guys are diaspora. When you're told Old Mutual Building, you already start to have issues, right? But if you come to us, we actually go there for you. And so we even cut out that. We are the true interface so that, you know, some people we say we will interface between yourselves and government and walk the journey. And that's what we've done. And because we've managed to do that, and I'm sorry for going on and on, but I'll talk to you, there's a reason why. We have managed to fill our first product, the terrific North Tower. And if you read in today's paper, this week we launched our US dollar-backed green IREIT. So another investment instrument that you will be able to invest in through the Nairobi securities, US dollar-backed, guaranteed and underwritten, and then, so there's a lot of trust within that platform. So yes, you might want to go full scale and own real estate, but the one thing that we need to develop also in the market is the market of IREITs, where you can own a portion of a real estate vehicle that is still making money for you. And we're looking to give dividends twice a year in US dollars, because guess what? I collect rent in US dollars. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that powerful opening. Now I'm going to hand it over.
Okay. Good morning. So my name is Suleiman Isa. Suleiman Isa. Yes. Up until September 1st, I was the Commissioner for Communications Technology and Digital Economy in Niger State, Nigeria. Prior to that, I was working for the Federal Inland Revenue Service of Nigeria. That's like the equivalent of KRA. So by the side, I do agriculture, a lot of agriculture. So that's why that's the only sector. 500,000 shillings is small. So the only sector I can actually 2x, 3x that in under 3 months is agriculture. I would rather do agriculture than be a VC. Sorry for the startups. Then on the tech side, I do telecoms also, because one thing Africa is not looking at is the infrastructure. We are trying to grow our technology, but which infrastructure are we riding on? So that is also missing. So I would also stress on trust, but two-way trust when you talk of raising capital. Because the issue now is those in diaspora don't trust where they are sending their money to. Sorry, I believe Africa is a country, not a continent. Because what applies in Nigeria tends to apply almost everywhere I go to in Africa. Black tax. You have relatives calling you from home, we want money. It's everywhere. African time is not Kenyan time or Nigerian time. It's all across the continent. So we have uncles and aunties you send money to, buy me a plot of land, build me a house, and you come and you don't see anything. So that issue of trust is there. Then for we that are on the continent and willing to accept the money to invest in, how do we know your money is not from COVID-19 fraud? That I would now trust you enough, put your money in my business, and when Interpol comes for you, my business goes. So the trust has to be two ways. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much again for that powerful opener. So what's the key word for this session, guys? Thank you. Starts with a T. You got it. Brilliant. So I'm going to start off with a bit of a personal question so that we can all get to know just your inspiration behind what it is that you do. And I'd like to ask you, what first sparked your personal interest in helping diasporans, especially when it comes to investing? So what is that personal story behind the roles that you've had across your amazing careers? I think I'll start off with Brenda.
I'll have to be honest, I never took this role with the intention of helping diaspora investors. Okay. To be fair, when I look at the work we do, it was actually to help create job opportunities and employment for Kenyans to export their amazing talent to the rest of the world. And that's what we do. It's the export of services. Now, in doing that, we have come across a lot of diaspora who've actually come and said, you know, there's opportunity. The work that we do where we are, I have a company, I want to set it up here, I want to hire Kenyans who will be able to do this work and export it to Australia, to Finland, to the US, and we have those firms, those tech firms, etc. We've actually helped to recruit Kenyans to work for different firms. But now when we look at, so that motivation initially was to actually create a vibrant, working, special economic zone to take advantage of the export of services. Because services, by the way, Kenyan services actually is growing at a faster rate than agriculture in terms of how we export. So we know that we export tea, coffee, apparel, etc., etc. What many people don't realize is actually what is growing at the fastest rate is the export of services. Now, I'm not talking about creating the diaspora who will actually leave this country and go and work possibly in the Middle East, in the Gulf states, because that's also growing. And that's a whole category of diaspora that also needs to be addressed because they are sending a lot of remittance back home as well. But it was about creating the opportunity of Kenyans living in Kenya and exporting the services. Now, what we have done is, it was a real estate play. We filled our North Tower with different businesses, including the world's #1 BPO as the anchor tenant, creating thousands of jobs. Now, what we've done is, rather than just sit with that asset, because that's what a lot of people do, don't they? You get an asset, and you just say, this is wonderful. I'm going to sit, I have a house, this is wonderful. We are now putting that out back into the market in the terms of an IREIT, so people can own a bit of that asset where the rentals are paid in dollars, and that's now when we're going to be attracting that diaspora inflows and giving them an instrument that they can trust and invest in. Long-winded, right?
No, that was actually really powerful, because when people think of capital, they think money, right? But actually there's human capital, right? So quick quiz for you. I'm a founder, I run a business. Guess what my biggest costs are? Employment, right? It's people. And it's people who now work in a global world. Therefore, what I'm paying them has to match those standards. Now we have the Googles in the country, we have all these big tech companies. Therefore, as a founder, I need to make that work. And that's why you see founders raising millions and millions of dollars. It's for people, right? And this leads on into my next question, which is for you. And you mentioned something which was really interesting, which was around essentially due diligence as an investor, and how due diligence works both ways. It's not just the investor, but it's also the person that's actually going to be working on that project and executing. So as diasporans who want to invest or even want to execute, how do we go about that due diligence, aka building trust?
Okay. So there is a slight difference between Kenya and Nigeria. For example, your major cost is human capital. For us, our major cost is power. We have the population. So, okay, thank God, Kenya Invest is not here. You can actually move your headquarters to Nigeria and lower the cost of human capital. So, issue of due diligence. From my experience in government, what I realize is the major challenge we have is guarantee. So the guarantee is where the government comes to play. There is a lot of capital if you are able to provide sovereign guarantee. So sovereign guarantee being that Kenya, for example, is the collateral, the country. So no matter what happens to the ruling party, politics, we know how unstable Africa is when it comes to politics. It's only Africa that institutions are built around people. So once you remove that person from power and bring in a different party, 80% of the government goes. A fresh policy comes. So if you don't have that sovereign guarantee, where the country is the bond. So no matter what happens, that's the first aspect of due diligence for the investor. So whatsoever I'm doing has to be tight. So for us in government, what we did in my state, because Nigeria is actually a federated country, so we have 36 states that are autonomous from the central government. So what we did as a state was we provided the sovereign guarantee, took the funds from a Chinese development partner, so it was development financing. Then that fund was open. As an investor, you can put in that money. Then we do the local due diligence. We don't fund ideas. You have to be in the market for you to get funded. Because part of the problem with most African startups is everybody comes with a very beautiful pitch deck and a beautiful idea, go for GITEX in Dubai, get small funding. I don't know, do you guys do Dorime? Okay, so you enter clubs and you start packing champagnes and all that.
We're learning from you.
Oh. So, but what we notice is people that are already in the market usually tend not to do that much, even though they do slightly, but not much. So that's where government, that due diligence must be done by government, not by individuals. That's where the investment authorities come to play. Your identity systems. What, as a startup founder, what do you have as your own guarantee? What happens if, let's say, for example, I'm able to raise $100,000 today and I decide to move to Canada? Who can recoup that fund? It's definitely just the government. Because if you say the banks, I've already moved my cash out, I'll probably go 5-10 years, I have citizenship of another country. Who is going to write to Interpol to have me extradited? It's the government. But if in the first place, the government was not aware of your business or your investment, what guarantee is there? So that due diligence aspect of it must be done and handled by the government. And even the government shouldn't just do it and give you the paper report. That's where the sovereign guarantees come. So if it fails, the government is actually going to refund the investor to what was agreed on. Then the government will know how to recoup their money. Thank you.
Thank you for answering that question. Thank you. So I guess my next question is going to be more around success stories that you've seen, Brenda. And you did mention around owning an asset and owning like a small part of it, which was really interesting because Nancy literally asked if I had $100,000 or if I had $1,000, where can I invest? Because sometimes it seems like the money that we have is still too small to be called an investment, right? So in your experience, what success stories have you seen or examples that you've seen, and what made them succeed?
Thank you. Success comes in different forms, and it depends what you're looking for. So somebody might say, I want to create more employment, then you look at those numbers. If it's a return on investment, then you're looking at those numbers. I think one of the things that you're looking for is proof points. So before somebody wants to invest, they want proof that the person or the place that they're investing in has been successful or is trustworthy. Because it could be the first that, what is the record? And hence the reason that, and Solomon mentioned, government, it's about, do you go to the likes of Ken Invest and ask for any sort of due diligence? So even ourselves, when we look to onboard a client, and by the way, you see many people who come in to tell you that they're eligible and should be operating within a special economic zone. You must be eligible to operate in a zone. You don't just come and say, I can be here. There's a criteria. And we do a very thorough due diligence check. And then in turn with our regulator, we do another one and they do their own. So it's very thorough because you can't afford any surprises. And so that when you're building this asset, and I come and say, here's the asset with 32 clients, even those people who are going to invest in the asset want to check that each of those 32 clients is credible, has a good background, etc., etc., to keep the I-rate vibrant and working. So success comes from extreme due diligence because there will be slips. And once you slip, so the diaspora will tell you, so you have the black syntax, so we all know that there are many disaster stories. There are also some good proof points. Not everybody has rogue relatives. Some have some that actually will build or do what you say. That you will go to different housing estates and or developments, you will know from the history of the developer, is this something credible? Is this something I can trust? Is this something I can put my money in off plan? And you'll also know the ones where you need to be more cautious. So when you say what are the success stories, I would say for the diaspora, a lot of it has been in real estate, okay? Real estate. And if you go around our city today, Nairobi, this city, say, you can see there is still a lot of development taking place. Somebody is buying those units. And I can take a guess, because I'm not saying I know, that a lot are diaspora. Now, which diaspora? I'm not going to say, because we've heard stories, and as you say, there's due diligence both sides. If you come from a certain state starting with M in the US, maybe, you know, mine. That's the beginning of the story. Then you have to, as diaspora, start asking yourselves, when you're looking at these units, how sustainable is this going to be? Because a lot of the times you're not actually staying in it, you'll be renting it out. So that's when, again, you do due diligence. Who are the people managing the building, et cetera, et cetera. Because even that asset can deteriorate very quickly if you don't make the right choices. So when you talk about success, I'd have to say it depends on your threshold. I know we've talked about tech, and we've said tech, you know, people are worried about the ROI. I think that requires more patient capital, as it's stated. That's not a quick turnaround. But there are those who've invested in tech companies who've done extremely well, but they've been patient. So it is a matter of being patient. You know yourselves, your own risk profile. Where am I comfortable spending what I'm comfortable in? Finally, sometimes misery likes company. So, or success likes friends. So if you get together as a group and you trust each other and you collectively go and invest in an instrument, be it an apartment, be it stocks, etc. When it's good, you'll have a party and pop the champagne. When it's bad, you feel the woe, the remorse less, because it was a shared risk. It wasn't all your money went down, it was a bit of your money plus 10 others, and you had a collective responsibility to it. And that sometimes is the way to go, especially when you're starting, because you learn a lot from each other, and it's a shared, distributed risk.
Thank you so much for that insight. Before we wrap up, funny story. So my mum was my first angel investor. She gave me exactly £1,000 when I first started. And I think in her head, investing in a company was like receiving dividends every month. And I remember after 3 months, she was like, "Where's my money?" I said, "Well, you've invested it." She was like, "Yes, but are you not going to give me like £50 every month?" I said, "No, mother, it's going to take about 5 years before I can give you that money back." And she is a traditional, get some money and build flats in Kenya, right? And that's what gives her joy. She goes home, she sees the apartment, and she knows she's invested in something. And that's actually a really important point, which is, what kind of investor are you? Do you want quick returns, which means higher risk, right? Or are you willing to go the route of patient capital, which takes a bit longer? And now I'd like to throw that question back to you, because you're coming from a perspective of a different market, which is West Africa. What have you seen that has worked in your market?
Okay, so the West African market, or let me use Nigerian market, which is like the largest market, there are two sides to it. You have the short term and you have the long term. For short term, what we tend to say is by grace. Yes, I know the number of billionaires that were made because of COVID. In my primary sector, that's telecoms, a lot of us were struggling, deep in debt. Lockdowns happened, and you have an investment with a long-term focus of 10 years, and you're making that 10 years focus in 3 months. Yes, a company that was making barely 150,000 naira, that's like, let's say, 12,000 shillings per day, jumped to 30 million.
Because of lockdown.
Yeah, because of lockdown. Everybody was on the
Online,
internet.
yeah.
Calls and all that. So that's short-term grace. So, but for our market, and when it comes to regulations, I'm a politician. I'm not proud to say this. Our markets are not straightforward. In Kenya, you might get some licenses in 3 days. I know Rwanda, for example, if you use Irembo, 6 hours, you have your licenses. For us, it depends on who you know, not what you know. So it's a very tricky market. You can go in and make your short term very fast, but long term, if you are patient, if you can stretch, and if your capital can actually stretch, because of the population, you are able to make more compared to going elsewhere. Like I always tell Kenyans, if M-Pesa had come to Nigeria, they would have left Kenya. Not to talk of the whole East Africa.
Because there's more people,
yes, the
more
population, the more people,
right?
more people, more transactions, and the fintech space in Nigeria is not yet scratched because we don't have financing plans. If I'm
most
going,
unicorns.
pardon?
But you have the most unicorns.
Yeah, we have the most unicorns, but those unicorns haven't even scratched 5% of the market. Because let's say fintech, for example, now, if you want to get a smartphone, we don't do contracts. You want an iPhone 17?
Buy cash.
Cash. You want a Samsung? Cash. So the common man driving Boda Boda and Co cannot afford those. So you just have about 4% of the population being able to afford high-end phones. So imagine if there is a financing system where even the low and mid-income
could afford it.
Yeah, could afford a financing plan. It's not just about the devices. What now happens to the fintech space? We're still a heavy cash-based economy. I'm sure if you follow financial news, you'd see our central bank was even issuing regulations about the volume of money you can withdraw, and we're still doing that. But here, everybody is just M-Pesa, M-Pesa. So imagine if M-Pesa had gone to a market of 230 million people, that you still have about 35% unbanked. So for the West African market, you can play the long game, and you can also play the short game. The short game is riskier, if that word exists. So because of regulations. When government changes, you're out. I'm sorry
have
for
about
this
4 to 5 years
4 to 5
to
years.
figure it out.
No, you have 2 years.
or even less.
2 years.
Yeah.
Our political cycle is usually 2 years. First year, 4-year tenure. First year, you learn the ropes. Second year, you do your work. Third year, you start campaigns. Fourth year, transition. So it's just the middle two. So that's how you play your short term. Then your long term is you try as much as possible to avoid politics and do long term. For example, a good case study is OPay. OPay today is the biggest fintech in Nigeria, but it's Chinese capital. That's what a lot of people don't know. It's Chinese capital. And like I told you in my own state, we also went for Chinese capital because they are giving us 4.5% per annum, 3 years moratorium, pay over 15 years.
For context, in Kenya, it's around 16%. So there's a...
Yeah, okay. For
There's
us,
a big
commercial is 28% if I was going to a bank. So if I have 4.5%, why won't I go for it? So OPay actually started as a bike hailing service. So that way they were able to get people to install the app. Government regulation happened overnight. So you see where issue of short-term and long-term comes. Lagos state government, like I told you, we're a federated state. So states determine their laws. Just woke up one day and said, in the next 24 hours, no more motorbikes.
Wow.
So you can just go up and read about O-Ride. That's how they started before moving to OPay. So for West African markets, you can play the short and make because of the population, and you can also go long because of the untapped market. Thank you.
Thank you so much for giving us an insight. I would love to stay here and talk about money, guys, as I said, my favorite topic. But I'd like to actually, first of all, round of applause for our panelists, guys. Thank you so much for joining me here this morning. And I'd also like to welcome our next panel, but before that, we'll take some pictures. Yep. Brilliant. So next panel connects perfectly to that conversation. And I remember asking if anyone here would invest in real estate, and no one actually put their hands up, right? Because we've all heard the stories. We've all heard them. I'm sure we all know at least someone that's been burned when it comes to real estate. So I will be welcoming on stage James Kiomiti. A round of applause for James as he comes on stage. And our panelists, Chrisabel Ojuok, co-founder at RentScore, Marjorie Kivuva, partner and head of legal at Tara Agility Africa, and Krupra Chauhan, chief commercial officer at Movida. A round of applause for our panelists as they come on stage.
Come on, you can do better than that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Turn to someone and just say, it's going to get personal. It's going to get personal. Because what we've heard over the last couple of panels is that people are investing. Trust is an issue, and I think this panel is very able to talk about trust. And therefore, it's going to get personal. I think, Brenda, you just said real estate, it's personal, it's tangible, you can see it, you can touch it, you can feel it. And that's exactly what we're going to be talking about this, is it morning or afternoon? This morning. So thank you, ladies, for joining this panel. I will give you all an opportunity to introduce yourself. We'll start on the far end. If you can introduce yourself and just let the audience know what it is that you're representing. And then we'll pass the mic on as we get going.
Thank you for that. So my name is Krupa. I am the CCO of Movida Homes. In terms of a background, Movida Homes is a real estate developer. I'd say we're relatively new in the market compared to a lot of our peers, possibly about 6-7 years old. But I think what we've managed to achieve in the market today is phenomenal. So, we're a company that focuses primarily on building communities within the real estate space. And I suppose we'll talk more about that as we go into this panel. But that's ideally who we are. I think personally, in terms of a background, I used to be an ex-banker before I moved into the real estate space. So it's been an interesting shift where you're saying to people, don't buy real estate because it's shaky. Just invest into, bonds and government securities and fixed deposits. And now we're on the opposite side of the spectrum where we're saying, hold on a second. You can get trustworthy real estate to invest into. And trust seems to be the theme for today.
Indeed.
Yeah,
indeed.
So we will speak a bit more about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cooper. Pass them.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Marjorie Kivuva. Now that trust is a theme, your trusted advisor. I'm a lawyer by profession. I've been practicing for the last about 15 years now. I specialize in real estate and finance, but I'm also a corporate and commercial lawyer. I run a professional services firm called Tara Agility Africa. It's a law firm and an audit firm. I know it's a unique kind of blend where we have legal advisors, tax advisors, and accounting experts. And we believe all investments touch on all those 3 points. So we offer a blended service to our clients to see how best they can protect their investments and grow their bottom line. I'm happy to be here and happy to be on the firing line.
Pleasure
if we get there.
Pleasure to have you, Marjorie.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Christabel Ojuok. I am the co-founder of a prop tech company called Rentsco. And Nesty is a byproduct of Rentsco. So by profession, my background is in real estate. I'm a registered estate agent. And essentially what we do at Rentsco is we have a property and mortgage marketplace that helps people buy homes affordably. So when you go on the platform, you're able to key in your income, you see how much of affordable home loans you're able to access, then you're matched with affordable properties as well. Then in the course of that, we came to realize that banks really love people who are salaried, and there's this whole huge population of people who are self-employed, but then they're locked out of accessing affordable home loans. Yet, again, because the interest rates are relatively low, we discovered that repayments of those affordable home loans would pretty much mirror what people are paying as rent.
So you can help you to find the right property if you're not purchasing, if you're renting, but you also can help them find purchasable properties as well. So let's start with the developer, because for me this is personal. And Marjorie, I'm coming to you too, because your organization has helped me with some few issues that I've had myself. But from a developer's point of view, we're seeing so many, and even if you look out the window, you're seeing skyscrapers coming out, lots of cranes. In fact, I'm actually looking at one just now. What is the interest in developers coming into the Kenyan market at such a rapid pace at this moment in time? What's driving this huge influx in new properties? And as a part two to that question, is this a bubble? Is this something that will blow up on us in 5 years, 3 years, or something? Please talk to us about those two elements.
Sure, thanks, James. So I think an element of obviously developers coming in is purely based on demand, right? The minute you see demand, you automatically see the supply of that product go up in the market. Primarily, and for us as a developer, a large number of our buyers are investors. So 90% plus are investors, most of them local and diaspora. I guess as developers, what we've seen is a need in the market, and we're saying, how do we plug that gap that's there? So annually, I think we have a deficit of almost 2 million homes. So every single player put together, the government affordable housing projects can't plug that gap as it sits today. So really, that's where it's coming from. Do we think it's a bubble? I don't think so. I think there's always going to be a need for homes. I think we're moving towards home ownership, as being a primary goal for a lot of families in Kenya. You see a lot of the government working towards that with their affordable housing, with KMRC and their single-digit mortgages coming in, saying to people, we'll help you buy your first home affordably. So from that point of view, I don't think we're going to see that bubble burst, at least anytime soon.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Great answer. And I think, if we pivot to rent score, because you said a lot of the people that are purchasing these are investors. How about those that don't have the capital to put down for 5 million, 9 million, 20 million? I've seen apartments going for 100 million. I'm so shocked in this country, apartments going for 100 million shillings. How about those that can't invest but they want to rent, which is really a great entry into tasting the Kenyan market, seeing how property works? How can they get into that through your platform and just generally in Kenya?
Okay. So first of all, I have to mention that Mivida is actually one of our partner developers.
Amazing.
Yeah. So essentially, the reality is, in real estate investment is capital intensive, and not everyone has that capital to buy property cash upfront. Hence the reason why KMRC was instituted, so that more people are able to get that opportunity to access home ownership. So what that does is that with that single digit of 9.5%, which is a fixed interest rate on an annual basis, meaning when you start, let's say for example, if your monthly repayments are going to be 50,000, for a prescribed period of time, that's what you'll continue paying. So essentially, if you look at it in a very simplistic point of view, once you come in and you're able to pay that deposit and you get access to the property and this finance, then essentially you're a renter, and slowly by slowly you get to pay that amount over a period of time, and then eventually that equity now grants you home ownership. So for us on our platform, we've made it very simple because we've removed the guesswork. So we want you to come in on the platform. You're able to key in what your monthly income is, your net monthly income. Then you're also able to get an estimate of these affordable home loans. How much can I access? Because there's a cap, which is 10.5 million Kenya shillings. Remember, at this point, you're buying your very first home. So nothing fancy, nothing glamorous, but just something also practical. So then based on that, you're also able to see, okay, this is an approximate amount in terms of what I'll be expected to pay on a monthly basis. Then now we match make you to specific properties within your affordability range. So again, you don't have to go all over. I mean, there's so many properties in the market. You don't have to waste time and go all over searching. Then based on that, now you get to select which property would suit your needs. And then now the process starts from that point of view. Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. And then now, how do we safeguard ourselves? Let's say you've looked at the Kenyan market, you found a nice property, you want to invest, but you want to make sure that you can safeguard yourselves. And I'm looking at our lawyer here, our advocate. How do people safeguard themselves when looking at the properties? What type of contractual loopholes are some scrupulous developers putting into place so that they can, I'm not saying it's deliberate, but it has happened. And I'm sure there's some testimonies in this room in some way, shape, or form. But what type of legal safeguards can people be making when looking to invest in real estate?
I think for a starting point, and Ken Invest was here and talked about how government is trying to help Kenyans or diaspora protect themselves, is a simple basic search online on eCitizen. I think the first point should be due diligence, and even the previous panel has talked about it, the trust and due diligence. Before even we go to contract stage, yeah? I think it's very important that you first focus on doing your due diligence. What is this that I am buying? Does it exist? Is this the proper owner that I'm dealing with? So we now have Athisasa, which you can access on your phone. You can quickly do a title search to check what are the details of the property. Is this property properly registered? Is this the proper owner that I'm dealing with? And that's just a basic starting point. You could go to the next step, which is the most preferred step, is get a lawyer on board to help you do a proper historical search on that title. We have had now 2 Supreme Court cases that are now saying that a title is prima facie evidence of ownership, meaning it's just a face value information that this person who's selling you this property is the owner of the property. You have to go into the root of title and find out who was the first owner, who was the first allottee, who was the first person registered, whether it was in 1964 or before the colonialists left. I mean, I'm sure you're thinking about maybe buying a 5 million bob property, and you're thinking, my God, this is such a long process. But honestly, just save your coins. get a lawyer to look at those documents, because we are able to find the small loopholes where you can tell there's something that is not adding up in this whole story, and it will save you some amount of money before you even look at the booking form. I know developers have this habit of, you have 14 days. They've started running. Be cautious, especially when they're rushing you. I know Mivida are my good friends. I've seen them. I've been in the market for a while, so I was there when it was starting, and I helped draft some of the documents. So they are my good friends, and I love developers. But also just being a lawyer and being partial on the side of diaspora, just be cautious when you're being rushed. You have a right to investigate into that title, into that apartment you want to buy. So please take your time to involve experts. I don't think you're the type of audience that I need to tell you and force you down to hire a lawyer. You're also expertise in your own right. So you need someone to hold your hand and explain to you there was a subdivision in this case. There was not a proper allotment in this case. This is public land. This is not private land. This was public land that was illegally moved into private land. So those nuances, you're able to catch them before you get to the contract stage, which is very important. And now we also have another issue, the county government in Nairobi especially, where we are seeing development approvals becoming a headache for both developers and the people who are buying into that investment.
What type of issues?
So there is a process of obtaining approvals from Nairobi County, for example, for different areas. Like they would say, Kileleshwa, you can only build up to this X amount of floors. And there's a gray area, unfortunately, between what is the right policy document or what is the proper law to use to determine what that floor is. So now the courts have come in to help us determine that. Because the residents associations have become very strong. I'm in Lavington. I've been living in this 1 acre or 1 acre with one house, and then now there's somebody who wants to build, 15 apartments will be looking into my property. I don't want that. I mean, but the population is growing, and even the courts have recognized that. As Krupa said, the housing deficit is quite huge. So the courts have now even come to help the county government and push them to give us a proper document to explain what are the number of floors for this area. So in between that gray area, you need a lawyer to help you figure out, okay, we now have a Raptor Road case that says you can only build up to 16 floors. So if somebody is selling you an 18th floor apartment, you're buying air. So those nuances, because it's not a very predictable market right now, but it's still a growing market. It's just that you need to get to a place where you can have advice and make a choice on your own. Okay, right now you've given me the risks. So all investments have risks. Stocks have global shocks. So all we are saying is there are risks. It could be amber, it could be red flag, like in relationships. It could be green flag. And then it could be at that point where you're making a decision to enter into the contract. When it comes into the contract, you need to understand that this is a developer's market, meaning the contract will be skewed towards the developer in most cases, and especially if you're buying off-plan. That's the reality. The developer wants to take money and to build with your money.
Yes.
So reality check first. That's the starting point. So when you start there, maybe now you'll understand, even if I can help you put in protection mechanisms, they may not be very, they may not be open to changing some of the clauses that you may want. Yeah, maybe if you're a more sophisticated buyer buying a 50 million apartment, they will be open to listening to you. But we can try. We can put in mechanisms to ensure that you've said the development will take 24 months. So let's build protections for the purchaser to see that within 24 months, if you do not deliver your part of the bargain, what are the default mechanisms that are going to protect you as a buyer?
Yes.
And so be prepared that there also might be a court process, because this is also a contract which is enforced by the court system. And the court system also has its own complications.
Yes.
Yeah.
So very, very interesting things to be concerned about from a legal perspective. But I just want to talk about quality of build from the development point of view. I'm seeing so many improvements in the quality of build. I'm seeing so many like mixed use facilities where you have, you know, the swimming pools, kids play areas, etc. Just talk to me about how that development trend has come into the market, and what purpose does it actually serve out there in the marketplace?
So you talk about quality, and I think you know, a large contributor to that today is obviously now the number of players in the market, right? Whereas if you go back 2 decades, how many real estate developers did we really have in the market? Institutional developers at that. And you know, with your point earlier, where you've seen the market being flooded now with developers, there comes a need for innovation. There comes a need for, you know, quality. But still at, you know, pricing that's competitive. So for us as a developer, I think it's great, because what we do is we now we start benchmarking of what other people are doing. You know, it's a beautiful tug of war in our internal team. So between the sales team and the projects, it's like, you know, I want the sun, the moon, and the stars for a price that you have to deliver on, and you know. But what it really does is it makes us very efficient in terms of our processes. But it helps us get to a point where now it's the customers that benefit from that competition, you know. So if you're going out into the market and you're buying ideally a 10 million shilling house or a 15 million shilling house, you're almost sure of the kind of standard that we have to be able to provide for us to be competitive and for us to even be a part of, you know, a consideration when a customer is coming to buy that. So it's fantastic for the, you know, for the customers. For developers, I think it's great because it keeps us on our toes in a market where before it was more of, I'll build and you just have to buy because that's what there is, as opposed to now people have so much choice. It's what makes me competitive, what gives me the edge. In terms of, I'd say, mixed-use development and community spaces, I think that's where Mivida plays a lot of, and I think that's where the market is moving to now. So what we've found in the recent sort of, you know, I'd say decade or so is a lot of mushroom developments all over the place. So you go to Kileleshwa, you go to Kilimani, you have developers building beacon to beacon, to what Marjorie was saying, you know, I've got a beautiful house on a half acre, and then some guys come next door and he's built 20 stories and there's nothing I can do about it. So what we're saying is, you know, move into developments that are well planned in terms of community base and, you know, things like that. And what that does is it sort of gives you an essence of what your surrounding is going to look like within the next 10, 15, 20 years, right? I know for a fact that nobody's going to come and build in front of me and block my views. And what we're seeing a lot of within these developments is, right now, traffic is crazy in Nairobi, right? So people have this thing where I live here, takes me half an hour to commute to the gym, takes me another half an hour to go and pick my kids up from school. But if we can sort of encompass this whole live, work, play within one area, it takes all that away. So I go home, I work out in the same place. You know, my kids go to a local school that's a 5-10 minute walk or 5-10 minute drive from where I am. It makes a lot more sense for why people would want to live in such communities than going forward.
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. And I think, that traffic thing, and also you have to consider water, electricity, the infrastructure around, you know, where you're buying. I want to come to you. There's a kind of old thinking of, you have to buy a house by the time you reach this age, or you have to have some land, you have to have, a property. In your view, what are the cases for buying versus renting? And just maybe talk for 1 minute or two before we wrap up. I'm seeing Michelle over there tapping her clock. So what's the case for buying versus renting in your opinion?
Yeah, I'm smiling because it's a never-ending debate whether to renting versus buying. It all comes down to personal preference. But then if you're to look at the numbers, what I'd say is, so one of the key barriers that may essentially prevent somebody who is renting when it comes to transitioning to becoming a homeowner would be certain elements like now, for example, deposit, because typically in real estate you'd be required to put down a deposit, and you're looking at an approximately about 20%. So that tends to be one of the big barriers. However, in this day and age, again, because we have these affordable home loans in the market, then there are instances whereby you can actually get access to up to 105% financing. Yes. So then what that means is, because you have to think about the full cost of the property, and then you also have to think about things to do with the transaction cost and closing cost as well. So from your stamp duty to your legal fees, etc. So if you're able to get obviously up to 105%, then it significantly reduces that. Then possibly you just need to raise like an additional 4% maybe to cover for other ancillary costs in between. So if you are able to get that 105% financing, then it makes it so much easier. And again, from a numbers perspective, like I mentioned earlier, you're able to now transition, because when you pay rent, I mean, one could argue it's a sunk cost. Somebody could argue that it puts a roof over your head. I mean, it's neither here nor there. But then if you do have that opportunity of actually putting your rent to work, so be it those monthly repayments that you'll be making towards a mortgage, which eventually will lead to ownership, then by all means do so. Yeah.
Fantastic. I'm not going to look at Michelle. I'll give you each of you just 30 seconds. Final comments from your own perspectives. We'll start with you since you have the mic. Let's have a legal perspective and a developer perspective. 1 30-second word of advice to our audience here before we wrap up and move on to the next session.
So for me, it would be, if you're a diaspora and you're looking to buy property, a lot of what I've seen in the market is there's a whole lot of DIY in terms of, you're like, okay, fine, so I'll just go online, I'll check, I'll engage person or property so-and-so, and then you go into it without having market insights, and you tend to make a lot of mistakes. Obviously, there's that whole element that we talked about earlier of trust. There's a lack of trust. So you may not necessarily know, like, who can I rely on to walk this journey with me? So if you can avoid the whole DIY process, and that includes in terms of even relying on your relatives. We've all had the horror stories. So by all means, please engage a professional. And sometimes when you reach out to us as agents, then yes, we will present properties in the market that will maybe suit you. But then what I also recommend is go a step further so that we can represent your interests. And what that may look like is things like, we may have to have an arrangement in terms of what that looks like in terms of fees, because we get paid by the developer, essentially. But then now, if we have an arrangement whereby I'm representing your interest, then you're sort of covered end to end. And we are also able to see certain blind spots that people usually don't think about. For example, when you're buying a property, whoever thinks about, once this place is complete, what's going to be that experience when I drive into a building? Am I going to be trying to maneuver around like very tight columns and things like that? So nobody ever thinks about that. You see a show house, it looks really nice, but you don't think about the experience when you live in that building or when you're renting in that building. So yeah, those would be my closing remarks.
Yeah, as Christine has said, I think, avoid DIY. especially right now with the types of cases we are seeing coming out of court, and what I've explained with the Nairobi County and other counties, even Kiambu County, is affected. Get a trusted advisor who can assist you. The same way you'd get a financial advisor, get a legal advisor to assist you in making that decision to go to the next step into the contract stage. And of course, at the contract stage, your lawyer will be protecting your interests to ensure that you're ring-fenced in case of default by the other party, being the developer. And I'd say also, because I've been in the market for a few years, I can confidently say there are some reputable developers like Mivida who deliver projects. Think about that. Look at what type of developer am I dealing with? Is this a reputable developer? What have they done? What have they delivered? And from there, you can make a considered view, because it's all risk. It's an investment, so there will be risk involved. But what you're trying to do is mitigate the risk. So do that to your best. Thank you.
I think for me, as far as diaspora investment is concerned into real estate, I think the most important thing for us would be to look at the longevity of your investment. So we get a lot of clients come to us and tell us, oh, you're selling a 2-bed for 12 million, somebody else is selling it for 10. And I think the counter that we have there is, what guarantee do you have that your apartment is going to be rentable within the next 2 to 3 to 5 years? Are you guaranteed of what's coming up in and around, where you're buying? Does the infrastructure support what you're doing? So don't look at it as a short-term investment where, I'm paying 1 million shillings less today for something, but how is that going to translate within the next 5 or 10 years? Because real estate is not a short-term investment, it's a long-term play. And just, making sure that really your investment is going to work for you.
Fantastic, fantastic. Michelle, do not kill me. Let's have a round of applause for our panel. You have everything that you need on this panel. You have a developer, you have a lawyer, and you have someone who knows the market at such a fantastic depth of knowledge. So thank you so much. Michelle, you're going to let us know what to do next. Okay, let's take a photo. You all have heels, so you look so much taller than me, but it's okay. Are we good? Fantastic. So thank you, ladies, so much. Let's give them a round of applause as they walk off the stage. And Michelle, please do not kill me. I tried my best.
We'll talk later. Thank you so much for that panel. It was really, really interesting. So funny story, I am a homeowner. So I went through the traumatic process of buying a home a few years ago. So that conversation was just like PTSD. And I bought a home abroad, and when I moved, because I said I am a returnee, when I moved from the UK to Kenya and I saw the house prices, I think 10 million was a little bit out of my budget range, I decided to rent. So I called my friends and I said, hey, I want like an affordable area in Nairobi. How do I know if an area is affordable? So he said to me, go for a drive around, and if you see an art cafe, and if you see a run club, we run Nairobi, stay away from that area because you will be overcharged rent. But no, thank you so much. So we're gonna move into our coffee break, and you'll be taking your coffee on the right-hand side over there. And as you're getting your coffee, I want you all to find one person that you do not know and find out something interesting about them, okay? So when you get back here, I'm going to pick on someone in the crowd to present. Okay, so I'm going to give you a 15-minute break, and then we're going to continue to the next session. Thank you all. the borders that we happen to live in. So please join me in welcoming our moderator, Charity Mwadhi. Round of applause as she comes on stage. Woo! And our panelists, Dr. Moka Lantum, CEO at Checkups Cover. Round of applause for him as he comes up on stage. And also Sandeep Main, tax partner and head of private enterprise, KPMG Africa. Yes, we're going to keep clapping, guys. We're going to keep clapping. Oh, yes.
Conversation we're about to have. I'm happy to be joined here by some two experts, and we're going to be talking about a conversation that is very important, and especially under the theme that we have today here at Jasiri Network Summit. So, cross-border entrepreneurship, building and scaling ventures across Africa, a topic that sits right at the heart of the summit's mission. And I am grateful, as I said, to be here. I'm your moderator. My name is Charity Mwadhi, and I'd like to give our panelists a chance to also introduce themselves and get to let you know a little bit more about what they do. So if we could kindly start with Dr. Moka.
Thank you, Charity. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I'm Dr. Moka Lantum. I'm the CEO of Checkups. I was born in Cameroon, and the one thing that I did, and of all the kids in the family, my parents insisted I go to local university before going abroad, which was a big advantage compared to my siblings, because I got a chance to really, it's in university, in campus, that you really understand how your country works. So, so I had that opportunity, and then I was fortunate to have a scholarship to study in Sweden and the US, and then worked for a Fortune 500 company, and decided in 2011 to come to Kenya to set up a business. So I really want to underscore the fact that I'm looking at the diaspora conversation from somebody who left a career as a director. I became a manager at Eastman Kodak Company at the age of 24, and I was on the diamond track to senior leadership. So I have had the opportunity to sit on the other side of the fence in a big office and the convenience of a routine salary, and I decided to come to the Kenya market. Not Cameroon, and I'm happy to talk about that. And we built Checkups, which is an alternative insurance company. We're doing healthcare financing to enable households and businesses that can't afford outpatient insurance access insurance via WhatsApp. So that's what I do, and I'm certainly happy to be here. But one last thing before I hand over, really just want a big shout out to Nancy and the Jasiri team. We were in London with Nancy, and Nancy pulled no stops to get us access during the London Tech Week. If you've been to London during the London Tech Week, it's crazy. And we were able to get into spaces and places which I would say we would not have been able to do so on our own, and meet some of the giants in AI, thanks to the work of Jasiri Network. So I believe in what the network is doing, and I'm very happy to be here this morning.
Yeah. Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. My name is Sandeep Main. I'm a tax partner with KPMG in East Africa. I also double up as the head of private enterprise for KPMG in Africa. So a bit of an inverse story. I didn't know we were talking about where we were born, but I was born in Kenya, very much Kenyan. But my family had a family business, and I think when I saw how the regulatory and operating environment is, including going to different jurisdictions, that is what pivoted me from being an entrepreneur to being an advisor, and that's what I've been doing at KPMG now for 15 years. But before that, I was in statutory audit, helping businesses adhere to governance, and I think that's a really, really important conversation. So I'm going to keep it short at that, and I'm really happy to be here. So thank you so much, Jasiri, for having us.
Thank you so much. So I'm very glad that you've mentioned your experience in working in more than one African market. I wanted to ask you both to share what has been some of the challenges or insights that you have experienced in your working.
Okay, so I'll go first. So, like I mentioned, I handle private enterprise, and private enterprise, unlike the mainstream KPMG that deals with predominantly multinationals, we deal with a lot of startups. We mentor them. We work through their thinking or their sandboxing when they want to go to different jurisdictions. Help them connect them to funders or investors, and also investors to now these startups. I think for me the biggest challenge I've seen, and I'm not leveraging just on my expertise, which is tax, but a critical area here is really governance and understanding the tax environment of that other jurisdiction, and even locally. A lot of founders, at least 99% of them, are very switched on how they want to do business. They know this is what they need to do to achieve an X10 or X20 times return, but as far as elements of governance and compliance, dealing with revenue authorities is concerned, we are like, you know what, we'll deal with that when we get there, So I think for me, that has been a critical lesson. So it's not always about money. I have seen startups that have raised significant capital, but have still gone bust. Governance structures is what I've seen is really, really critical, or and above the funding. And again, the product that they're selling. So you could be in services or goods, and you want to go cross-jurisdictional. I think for you, it's really important to understand, is that market ready for my product? So Kenya could be ready for your product, but maybe Tanzania is not, maybe Nigeria is not, maybe Uganda is not. So just getting that market research done, and I caught a bit of the previous panel on DIYs. Founders are experts at DIYs, and I think with technology like ChatGPT and Gen AI and all this, it's very easy just to ask it, hey, would this product be relevant in, say, Nigeria? And it'll tell you, this is great. Try asking it. Ask it again, are you sure? And then it'll be, you know what, you're right. Not really great, but maybe. So it's always good to have an advisor on board just to give you that human factor. So I think for me, those are some of the challenges I've seen with working with different businesses and entrepreneurs across border.
Yeah, thank you, Charity. I would like to make it a little personal, if you allow me to. This is my third company. Checkshops is my third company. The first one we started in 2011, and we exited in 2016. The second one we shut down after 18 months, and the third one now we're celebrating our 7th year. 533 jobs created, and we have more than 200 corporate customers that we've been able to build a relationship with. Now, to get to that point, the one lesson I'd like to share with you is that when we look at the African market, the first mistake, or the convenient mistake we make, is to decide to design products or solutions based on need, as opposed to based on solving a problem. And in the space of healthcare, I meet many people, oh, I want to build a hospital. The healthcare shortage in Africa is this. And the question is that, well, those who already are operating on the ground, right, they are not yet profitable. So what makes you think that, by just building another hospital, you have the path to profitability? And that applies to almost any business sector, that you believe that, oh, there is a need, that means there's a business. And so you spend a lot of capital trying to design a solution for the need as opposed to solving a problem. I'm a big believer of the fact that if you're solving an African problem, it's very scalable. If you're solving an African need, it remains local. In the case of healthcare, it took us about 5 years to understand the problem we're really having in our hands. The assumption is that, oh, there are not enough doctors, there are not enough nurses, or the cost of care is too high. Yeah, all those are relative truths, yes. But the real issue, in my opinion now, what the real problem is that because of the way money flows, 7 out of 10 Kenyans cannot afford a prescription because of the way money flows. And I'm saying that with a huge reverence to the fact that if you've been in the diaspora market, you are used to designing systems and businesses and have gone to business schools that have one truth, that every month people get paid a salary. So the velocity of cash in the MBA business model is that your customer is earning a salary monthly. That means a lot of services have been built by the financial systems to guarantee that you'd be paid. So the first thing I usually, oh, you pay me monthly, I send the invoice. It doesn't work in this market like this, right? So the velocity of cash is different. In the African market, it works in two big ways. And I think the previous speaker, our colleague from Nigeria, there are two kinds of, there's big money. That comes in lump sum with the new government, and then it fizzles out. Then there's the small money that goes every day in the market. That's sort of how money flows. And if you start working with different financial partners, microfinance, SACCOs, the art of the game is how do you design and innovate to tap into that market where the cost of payment is 1,000 shillings a day. What does that mean? That means by default, and I'm really trying to dial it down very quickly, by default, your solution has to achieve two things in the African market for the consumer. Your customer is not the guy who pays you, but is equally the guy you have to help make money. So if you come with a solution whereby you say, okay, pay me for medical service, then you're creating liability on that third party. But if you design a system and say, okay, I'm going to create a solution where I make money, but you are also making money, it scales. And we see solutions, that's why Uber is a great example, because literally they are paying Uber, but Uber is helping them pay money. If I say, yeah, if I have to use this as an example. So we're using a digital solution in the healthcare to see if we can pull off the same game, where we're saying, if you have a healthcare bill, can we unlock the credit for you, but also help you save money in real time on your medical bill? And that's what we're doing at the platform Cover, where we're saying we can accelerate the cost of credit in this market in healthcare faster than anyone, whereby if you have a prescription or you have a lab test, we can give you faster access to credit through financial partners faster than anybody else. And when we have tested that in 3 markets now, Kenya, South Sudan, and DRC, 3 very different markets, the theory holds. And it makes our solution scalable cross-border. And so now we are looking at saying, okay, now how do we scale in the different markets? Because the solution is constant. And I believe that that is one of the biggest lessons, in building 3 ventures in the market.
Okay, so let's say you're a business owner. You already have your solution and you want to scale your business. How do you pick and prioritize where to scale? What kind of market analysis do you have to do to pick where to grow to? So maybe I can ask Sandeep to take this one.
I think for me, market analysis is very critical. So as a business owner and you think that you want to move to different markets, like I mentioned, you need to understand there's several things. There's the culture. Cultures vary from country to country. I hope those of you who are cross-border have experienced that. And then there's stability in policies, and we were just having a chat with Doc earlier. You don't understand, certain countries have very aggressive tax or regulatory processes, others are a bit relaxed. How do you then penetrate those in terms of licenses and ability to then work? So that again really matters. And I think finding the right, for me, when you're scaling into different markets, it's not necessary that you must go in and start up afresh. You could think of acquisitions, even if you're a growth scale venture. It's not necessary for you to say, look, must I go and start this afresh, or can I then pick someone that's doing what I'm doing and then just work together? So I think for me, that's what matters in terms of scalability, but knowing whether your product or your service would work, that market research is really, really critical. And then what we do as well is, again, forecasting from a financial perspective. Of course, you don't expect new business to generate income in the first 1 or 2 years, but there are some who have done that, by the way. But the norm is 3 years, you're still slightly loss-making, you improve slowly, and then you should break even at least by the 3rd year. Because in revenue authorities tell you, you're not in the business of making losses. So we do need you to make profits, and then they want to tax you. But I think for a business, that should be the idea. I want to scale up. Must I go alone, or can I invest or take over an existing business or partner with someone? I've seen how manufacturers who are scaling into different jurisdictions actually use contract manufacturing, in the sense that your product is being manufactured, your name, your brand name is there in the other country, but you don't necessarily need to have a legal presence. That wipes out a lot of other complications. So I think those would be my brief comments, Charity.
Thank you. And I now want to touch up on technology and how digital tools can actually fasten your scaling process. So according to you and your experience, how has that been? How have you utilized and leveraged technology to actually fasten your scaling?
Sure, thank you. I'll dial back to the earlier question you had in terms of, first of all, understand what scaling in the African context, in my opinion, kind of feels like. The hardest thing about a business in Africa, regardless of the sector, real estate, agriculture, healthcare, even finance, is who are your customers? How do you acquire that customer? How do you reach that customer, right? Now, just think about Nairobi alone. Where do you meet your customer, right? Our markets are not yet as structured as some of the other markets that we're used to designing solutions. So customer acquisition cost is the highest cost in almost any sector, right? For example, this week we're doing some work with Inuka Africa, and we were training sales agents. These sales agents are persons living in the community who go out and then check and see what products you need. If you need a solar, if you need healthcare, then they enable you to access credit. That sales agent is the person who is now the sales force for the microfinance person. So the question is, how do you identify that sales agent who can go to the customer, that hopefully is a trusted sales agent that can communicate your product? How do you incentivize? How do you compensate? How do you even put your product in the hands of that agent so they can present? That is Africa's biggest challenge to scale. What does that mean? That means when you capture that customer, you now start thinking, hey, I sold them a car. I think I'll try to sell them bread, and I'll try to sell them sugar, and I'll try to sell them even credit. You kind of have to figure out a way to really own the customer journey, in my opinion, because anytime you outsource any step in your customer acquisition process, your customer engagement process, your cost goes up, your liability goes up, and your risk of losing that customer is very high. So the role of technology, in my opinion, is basically leveraging technology to build that ecosystem around the customer. Now, we're seeing that it's not working as easily because all the big enterprises, including Safaricom, KCB, all the big banks, are saying, can we create marketplaces for customers? Because the more we keep them in our ecosystem, the better we have. So Safaricom has the marketplace app, right? All the banks are trying to create marketplace applications. And I'm sure, think about your sectors. I mean, you try and say, okay, how do we create that wraparound? And so the solution, so technology per se is not the driver of scalability from that perspective, but the question is, how can you sustainably engage that customer in a way that makes you profitable? Now, what we are doing is saying, okay, well, when we acquire the customer, we have to make sure they get the service. We have to make sure that we do a lot of customer engagement through the credit partners. For example, looking at with M-Kopa, can we embed the solution in the phone? So when you take your phone credit, you have access to a doctor on the phone. So we are really thinking about innovating along those lines. We have to push the envelope. And then hopefully at that point, you then now start dealing with the mountain of regulatory issues. In this market now, particularly in Kenya, with the Office of Data Protection, right now if you buy an email database, a phone database, you can easily be reported to the Office of Data Protection. So doing what other people are doing in other markets, where you're using AI bots to do calls a day, you're doing it really pushing the envelope in this market. So for example, we bought a database of 250,000 phone numbers. We have an AI agent that can call and communicate, but then the question is, can we do that without a regulator coming on board? Depending on the sector it is, when you're trying to do wraparound service, the more wraparound service, the more regulators you're dealing with. So now we have to deal with the Central Bank of Kenya, we have to deal with the Ministry of Health, we have to deal with the Office of Data Protection, you have to deal with the Revenue Authority, you have to deal with, the Labor Office. So at every stage of your product design, you're introducing a new regulatory partner, right? So it is not easy, and I don't think technology per se is the answer, but the question is, how do you design the technology to create that stickiness So on the one side, you manage your regulatory, you minimize your regulatory exposure. On the other side, you improve the customer, you own the customer cash flow experience so that you can get paid.
Yeah, and I'm so glad you mentioned this. And I think because you're in the healthcare sector, what are some of the toughest regulatory frameworks you've had to maneuver, and how did you navigate that?
In healthcare, we are buried with regulation. Right now, for example, we use AWS. And so when you present to government, they say, where does the data reside? Really, where's AWS server in Kenya? So we can leverage AWS, and if we can leverage AWS, that means we can scale as an African business, right? Now, so when you think about it, healthcare, the question is domicile of data is a big question we always have to navigate. Patient communication, patient rights, you need to get permission, consent from the person before you share their data, right? So there's a cost of getting that permission. So literally, digitization is against us in healthcare because of the privacy constraints, right? So there's opportunity there, right? And now, as an organization that is also integrated with the credit markets, we then also have to meet the huge regulations around financial data. So there's no easy answer to it. I would hate to pretend. You just, in my opinion, take a risk, and then if you get caught, you manage that risk down the road, but you got to keep moving.
What would you say is your one tip on how to navigate it for the business owners here, especially in healthcare?
I'm quite biased by product. So I believe that right now the market has been sold a solution that is foreign. The market has been sold a solution that access to healthcare would come from insurance. And insurance, by definition, is a very, very costly product. The distribution of insurance attracts a 20% margin from the broker side. The cost of claims administration adds 15% to care, and insurance imposes that you must get care at a facility because you need your fingerprint. So if you look at that, the cost of distributing insurance, outpatient insurance in this market is 135% of your premium amount. What has that done in the market? It has forced two things to happen to the customer. One is that the insurance companies are forced to control and limit the care you have, or increase premiums at a rate of 35 to 25% per year, which has nothing to do with the cost of goods. It has nothing to do with what treats you, the pill or the lab reagents. It's about how much overhead. And so as you have the cost of the overhead growing at a rate of 35%, driven by cost of energy, real estate, all the networks, the hospitals, that is overhead that we are paying for with our bills. With that growing cost, the insurance model has failed or is under tremendous constraint, whereby 22 private insurance offerings in the market are failing. So we really have to look for a way to make healthcare affordable that solves two questions. How fast can you get a patient to get credit when they have a medical need, and can you lower the cost for them? And that's what we're hedging our bet on as a company.
All right, thank you so much. I want to come back to Sandeep. And when you were talking about market analysis, you did mention collaboration. And as someone who works as a stakeholder engagement officer, I know how important it is to leverage the partnerships that you have. In fact, I did see a quote that said that partnerships are often more important than capital. I don't know whether or not you agree with that, but could you share a story of a successful collaboration and how partnership is important, especially if you're trying to bridge that gap?
Yeah, thanks for that, Charity. I think before I get to the story, overall remarks for what Doc was talking about, there's a significant trust deficit between government and entrepreneurs, that I can tell you for a fact. A lot of entrepreneurs, not just in Kenya, because I've looked at it from an African perspective, is entrepreneurs or taxpayers are asking, are policies and procedures put in place to squeeze me or is it to enable me? And I think that's what you've just talked about. So there's a significant trust deficit that we do have in and across Africa. And I think the other point around data protection, let me tell you, Doc, it goes both ways, right? While you find it as a major challenge in growing or scaling your business, I've seen it and I've personally used it against Revenue Authority, whereby they wanted certain data of directors and beyond. And we say you're not allowed to do that based on the Data Protection Act. So the Data Protection Act protects you as well, but yes, does it cause a hindrance? Of course it does. And I think for me would be, how do we as entrepreneurs then lobby for changes, certain changes? And AI is a good way. I also get these messages on my phone and they ask me if I want to opt in or not. Then in itself, for me to say yes and I've opted in means that you have access to use my data if you so wish. Coming back to partnerships, I think for me and collaboration, it's a double-edged sword, right? I talked about, if you're trying to move to a different market, don't go alone. I mean, think about, going as a JV or an SPV. A lot of the challenges I've seen, and I'll talk just about two. One is the governance structures. So we get along, we are friends, and we say, you know what, let's do this. You're in Tanzania, I'm in Kenya. Let's go together. And this is a real thing. Huh? I'll not take the name of the business. I didn't quite succeed. But we know each other, all right? Good friends. I have something and you have something. We have synergies. So you say, look, I'm a bigger fish in Kenya. Can I help you with, clients? Customers is key, right? Who are also in Tanzania, but I don't have a presence there and I don't want to get stuck into these tax and regulatory impact. And the other person says, yes, sure, let's go forward. This is a verbal discussion. I have agreed with you as two people. They call it a gentleman's, I don't know why, but I don't know what else to call it, but let's call it a gentleman's agreement, okay? And they go forth, and then a year later, you have issues. Money is a big issue, right? Guys, I don't know, those who have co-founders or know businesses that are two or more than two shareholders, the shareholder dynamics are so significant. So you could have chemistry initially, but when the business does accelerate, and this one did, now it's about, hang on, how much was your shareholding? This business is owned 100% by me in Tanzania. The SPV is not on paper, it is verbal. I have agreed, you send me back 50%, I will share an invoice to you. So I think that for me is the downside of partnerships in terms of, can you get your shareholders agreement in place? Let's have a proper way of exiting. And in most cases, we have helped include mediation clauses. You could be friends today because you're starting up and building a product together. In the future, when you have someone pumping in $100 million into your business, you're like, hey, I want a Lexus. I want to buy my family. My wife is saying, I need a house. This money is ours. Let's extract. And the other guy goes, no, let's not extract because this $100 million is for the growth. Let's scale the business. Let's invest in the databases. Let's invest in technology. Let's invest in new markets. But you say, hey, I worked too hard, too long. I've suffered. I've been eating raw bread and margarine for a whole year. Let me go and buy some good things for myself, So I think once you have that back office and the governance structures in place, that would enable you to scale up. So partnerships do work, but with the right governance structures, the right understanding that, look, let's go in this together, but this is how we're going. And if you want to exit, the first right to buy back should be mine as your co-shareholder or co-founders. And that's how it works. So I think for me, that's an actual story. The business itself then collapsed because the shareholders could not agree. So sad and really unfortunate. But I think business people, entrepreneurs, someone else saw the idea and has now picked it up. It's now alive and kicking again in Tanzania. And even the Kenyan business just dwindled away. That focus really mattered.
Yeah, and I'm glad you've called it a gentleman's conversation. I wanted to ask the ladies in the audience if we have a female version of that, just for gender parity. But thanks for sharing that. I also want to pose the same question to you. If you could share how your experience has been in terms of collaboration, partnerships, and scaling.
Yeah, thank you. My experience, it's a bittersweet. experience. My first company, actually, what forced me to sell was because, of partnership disagreement. So it's sort of expected these days, right? And business is a lifestyle. It's a choice. And in that case, my then partner, business partner, got a major contract with government, right? And took all my developers into her new business, and literally I was left with a shell, right? So it happens. These stories are real, and the more we tell these stories, the better for us. The challenge is that we don't talk about it, right? So we hide thinking that we are the only ones. It happens every day, regardless of the size of the company. It happens. And also, I'm sorry to say, and with all due respect to what Sandeep just said, paper is not good enough. Because you can write those papers. At the end of the day, the question becomes, there are just some truths. Did you put in the effort, right? And so if you have a paper that says you take 50%, I take 50%, if I put in all the work, then there's going to be a conversation to be had, and the conversation is not going to be pleasant. And that's again where the trust comes in, right? And Marjorie's in the room, they can tell, putting that shareholder agreement is a very expensive undertaking. By the time I come to Marjorie and say, hey, give me your bill to put us a house together, we don't even have the money to pay Marjorie. And that's where it starts. So Marjorie say, okay, when you guys are ready, come back to me. And that readiness never happens because we go back and try to run the business. And by the time we're coming back to Marjorie, it's too late, right? So those are just the realities of the partnerships. But they do work. And in my opinion, the question becomes, which partners help you reduce liability versus which partners create liability for you, right? And you have to be square and be clear about that. Having partners right now in this market around access to credit is a critical partner. If you don't know who to call when you have an order, then your business is really, really fragile because the banks can only move so fast. Last week we had a situation, literally, I had to call to say, I need you to kind of sort me out because the banks could not move fast enough, right? So really, who in your network can help you offset that? And that's where I think the diaspora has a huge role to play. If we can quickly tap into the diaspora to move cash, we're going to be in a good place. And now there are platforms, for example, Sidecar. We put a syndicated round on Sidecar to say, okay, can we quickly raise $100,000? That means we're looking for 100 diaspora folks to put in $1,000. And it's a Sidecar, it's a Delaware-based entity. And we couldn't get. Well, there's work we need to do, but I see those kinds of partnerships are the kinds of partnerships that we truly should really think about as entrepreneurs and how we leverage the diaspora. The good thing is that those platforms, where literally you put in but the access to credit market is one that we can control and or improve and deploy capital much faster for us to respond to the needs in the market.
Wow, there seems to be a very big underlying theme here of trust. I think in the previous panel discussions as well, it came up. So I want to ask Sandeep, what are other pitfalls that you've noticed in your experience with, companies trying to bridge the cross borders?
I talked about one of them, which is really that shareholder agreement. And Doc, you're right. Paper is paper, but legally enforceable, and that's where it is. And I do agree that it depends. High-end lawyers might charge more, but I'm sure, the services, legal services are quite a number. And like KPMG, we make an investment, and you have the VCs. Some of them, I see them here in the room. They can attest to that we have made an investment by not charging that premium fee. We have said, look, we want to be part of this ecosystem to help you grow. So that was just the one comment. But documentation, legality, guys, really, really important. Chemistry and how you then work it out later. Mediation is always the first option before you go to court, but a lawyer needs to be involved. You can talk to the lawyer nicely. I'm sure, they're willing to understand. Right, so I think for me, yeah, one of the pitfalls is that whereby the documentation is not good because it's based initially on trust, but then you build and you raise, and then the money is kaching in your bank account, then you're like, okay. And then the other one is obviously, and I think Doc, you alluded to it as well, is about your strategies. So while you could be initially aligned, how then do you grow the business? Because strategy has to be continuously evolving. What worked for you 12 months ago will not work for you, and I think you also mentioned that, into the future. So you need to constantly evolve. The challenge that I have is sometimes I see the founders, two of them, they come together, or three, then they can't align on what needs to happen for the business. One would say, look, Nigeria, great market. I've done a Google search, and ChatGPT has told me this is where we need to be. Guys, this is your more aggressive founder. And then you have the conservative guy who says, we have not even broken even here, guys. Where's the money coming from to go invest in Nigeria? Really? And then you have the third one who's always like, I'm on the fence on this. I want to grow, I want to scale, but this guy is right. We have not even broken even here. Have we really tapped into this market before we start going to, and you know, expanding more or expanding rapidly, and you're not ready for that. So that's also one of the challenges that I've seen, whereby some businesses, they do expand rapidly, but then they fail because they were not ready for that market. So that, Charity, would be my summary of some of the key pitfalls that I've seen.
Thank you so much. So one last for you, Dr. Moka. I wanted to have you at least share with the entrepreneurs here, how can they easily structure themselves, or what strategies can they come up with to access funding from the diaspora?
I think challenge with the diaspora is they are not setting themselves up for us to deal. Let me give an example. If you are in London and you want to send me $10,000 and you send it to my account, right? The question becomes, how does Kari interpret that transaction, right? And I think we had a session, end of year session with Tara Agility. That's a very complex question. So the question becomes, how do we deal with each other? So you should either be able to set up a Kenya entity so that at least the conversation is local and not cross-border, or I set up a London entity. One person has to make the move, right? So far, it is us that the ventures here is setting up Delaware entities, London entities, Mauritius entities to enable those transactions. So it is not as easy as it looks, and I think Marjorie can advise on that. The trigger point is not a very big trigger point. It's $1 million shillings or thereabout. It's not a huge trigger point. So we really have to do that. And then if you give me debt, for example, one of our funders, we're paying interest, and it's an institutional fund. We had to pause even paying of interest because each interest we paid attracted tax liabilities to the tune of 25%. And we realized that after 3 or 5, when we got one of the auditors, so Sandeep, you're right, we have to be careful. So cross-border work is not easily. So the long and story is that one person should commit to be on that side of the fence. Either you jump on my side and you set up some sort of a Kenya structure so that you can move money to me and I can pay you back, which is what we did with one of our partners from the Middle East. They created a Kenya entity. We pay them locally. It was a dividend-based structure where we pay them per transaction, and then they move the money. I don't know how they move the money. I don't need to know how they move the money, but they do move the money. And we've had a beautiful partnership now for 6 years with no friction, right? So I want to say that, yes, we're in the diaspora, but at the end of the day, one person has to be local in the other person's jurisdiction for business to happen. And then you trust us to really now make some of the local decisions. The other thing I really want to encourage those who want to set up their own business is the beauty about the African market is that I believe very strongly you just need to be 1% better than your customer, and you can really, really make a move in the market. That 1% rule applies very, very strongly in this market. Secondly is that invest in the need and forget about scaling for a little bit. And that is what saved me in the third business, because I set a very clear goal. Until we get to 10,000 customers, I'm not taking equity, and I am not talking about scale. And until our unit economics are right, I am not inviting somebody into the business. Why? Because The issue is you take money too early and you owe people. And that is, at that point, you owe the person, pay them back. So resist the temptation of taking somebody's money until your unit economics can back that conversation. And if it's debt, make sure that the assets can give at least 10x return. If it is equity, really be asking yourself, can that $1 give that person $20 in 6 years? If you cannot have that conversation with yourself, please do not mess around with diaspora money, or anybody's money for that matter.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Moka. 1% better, you said. I would really love for us to continue this conversation, but in the interest of time, I wanted to ask you both to share in one sentence, what is the #1 success factor for building a truly cross-border African venture? Maybe we can start with Sandeep.
One sentence? That's not a paragraph, right? Okay, great. I think for me, a successful venture would be based on trust, credibility, and obviously access to finance. So with those three is how you then scale up your business. And I think Doc talked about access to capital, and allow me to share a small story if you don't mind. I'm at a PE, and he was saying when he was investing in a South African business, the South African founder was so keen on the shareholder agreement, the buy-sell agreement, the KPIs, no, this, I can't do this, this maybe, but this timeline doesn't work out for me. But the Kenyan founder is like, where do I sign? Put the money in the bank, So I think that kind of dynamics is also very important. So don't be too quick to take money. And also when you feel like when you are taking investor money, we have European standards. And I think that doesn't work for the African market, diaspora or not. You can't investors cannot expect a return of 10 times. They can't expect to exit within 5 to 7 years. Does not work for the African market. We need patient capital. And that would help us scale. So I'm going to take a pause there. Thank you, Charity.
Thank you so much for chiming in and adding on to what Dr. Moka had mentioned. So if you could also in one sentence tell us what is the one success factor?
Figure out your payment. Payment is difficult in this market. The deal goes through and it just, the transaction goes through and falls at the last minute just to pay for a good or to receive money from someone. Let's not be deceived by the convenience of M-Pesa. It's very convenient for small transactions. Once that you start getting to a certain threshold, moving that money, getting paid. So really, if you're thinking about into another country, really figure out, first of all, if let's say you had $10,000 sitting in an account, how you'd move that money. Once as you understand that, it will really inform your pricing, it would really inform your cost of credit, and if you do not know those two, even your pricing based on cost of goods will be wrong, right? We literally had to redo a whole pricing and a whole banking strategy in South Sudan. Delivering the service, setting up the supply chain was easy. I thought it would be difficult. How do you really create, and you need to figure out which is the right bank where you want to put in the money so you can move it. And so I would say, think about that. If you're in London and you're putting money here, if you're going to redeploy the money here, have a plan. If you want to move the money back to London, think about that.
All right, thank you so much for your insightful conversation. A round of applause for our panelists. Yeah, please do engage with them after and get to connect with them. That's the end of our session. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks, Charity.
Round of applause for our guests and our panelists there. Brilliant. That was a really thought-provoking session. And I say that from the perspective of a founder. So for those of you who might not have, let's say, run a business, I'll do a quick little soundbite, right? Let's say, for example, you are selling bread in a market and you are making, I don't know, 500,000 shillings every month, right? And you're super successful, you have your customers, and you're happy with that 500,000 shillings. And then one day you say to yourself, I want to make 50 million shillings, right? And that's where the conversation of scale comes into place. Do I want to be a big fish in a small market? Do I want to sell bread in my neighborhood to my customers and make my profit, and I'm happy with that? Or do I want to be a smaller fish in a bigger market, where now the market is selling bread across Kenya, not just Kenya, across East Africa, and before you know it, you are manufacturing bread at a global scale. Does that make sense? Yeah, any founders agreeing with me, yeah? Awesome. And that segues really nicely into our next session, where we'll be discussing the tension and opportunity around how we navigate global careers as these businesses scale, right? Because as they scale, they need talent. And sometimes that talent is not at home. Sometimes we need to look outwards. We need to look at global talent. So I will be moderating this session. So please join me in welcoming onto the stage Andrew Kabeke-Mutha, Managing Director at Safaricom Money Transfer Services. Round of applause for Andrew as he comes on stage. And also Kosin Kenta, Principal at Antler Kenya. A round of applause for Kosin. Fantastic. So as we kick off this session, I'm going to give you the mic where you can introduce yourself and what it is that you do. So we'll start with Andrew.
Thank you. Good afternoon, all. When my friend doctor was talking, I thought I should chime in, but I'll chime in during the session. So my name is Andrew Mutha-Kabeke. I'm the CEO for Safaricom Money Transfer Limited. It's different from M-Pesa. So what it does, it deals with international payments, global payments, and remittance in the country and out of the country. And yeah, that's what it does. I'm also an author. I have a book that I've authored called Unsilenced, among many other things. Yes, thank you.
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Kosin Kenta. I'm principal at Antler East Africa. I have not written any books. Yeah.
Getting there.
Just tweets. Yeah, so my background is legal and management consulting, and basically now to speak on Antler and what we do, we are an early stage VC and venture builder. And so where we sit is basically at the earliest, supporting founders at the earliest stages of ideation. So our spectrum of founders is from people who are, you could be a domain expert with a very clear understanding of a problem you'd like to solve. Even if the idea isn't fully formed, we'd be able to support you through our program. Alternatively, you could also be a very early stage startup with perhaps an early stage prototype where we pay in market, some insights, and just needing to tighten up elements of your business. So we find you where you are at this earliest stage, and basically our goal is to be the first ticket. And we're supporting both tech and tech-enabled businesses, and just our goal is just to support the most ambitious, brilliant founders solving problems on the continent.
Thank you for that introduction. So, as we kick off our questions, I'll give you guys a little bit of context, right? So myself and Kosin actually know each other. And we encountered each other when I first decided to move from the UK to Kenya and launch a startup. Because at the time, the Antler program was a really, really good fit. So my question to you is, based on how many returnees that you see, how many people who might not have lived in the diaspora but have worked, across the world, what is it that shapes how they build and how they innovate? And why do you think that they kind of stand out in the market?
I'd say the biggest thing is probably perspective. I think one challenge, and that I'd say is also something that we also need to check ourselves as investors. It's even people building here, it's harder to envision them winning at the global stage. Like a common question probably if you've been trying to talk to investors is, you're building here, it's a global solution, and it's like, why do you think you're going to be able to compete at that level, right? And there are challenges, and we'll probably get deeper into that, but I think what the diaspora could bring is now that, number one, just that ambition, the fact that you're coming from markets maybe where you have seen a lot more success stories, so you can even envision yourself winning at that, to that extent, to that degree. Also a lot more access as well to resources as well, and that could be even in the form of capital. I think raising on the continent here, there's always that, I'd say, local discount, just by virtue of just the difficulty of building and scaling in this market. And so again, founders have to work twice as hard just to move ahead compared to their equivalents in the foreign market. So just having people who are coming in with also that access, that level of networks, access to also global talent, just gives them an edge. But I will that with the fact that a common thing we say at Antler is fall in love with the problem, not the solution. So if you're coming in, the danger maybe diaspora might have, and something you need to check yourself, is that belief that things that work in other markets will obviously work here, and that's coming from a solution mindset that this is a perfect solution. Why wouldn't people would be crazy not to use it? So you need to check yourself whether you actually you're going the right way, which is you're really focusing on the problem first. And the reality is, if you're coming from the diaspora market, there's a good chance there's some local context that you might be lacking that you'd need to bolster. So I think there's some humility that also needs to come from across the board, that there also needs to be that understanding that there are things I don't understand or fully comprehend about the customer segment I'm targeting, and I need to take time to understand it better and maybe also bolster myself with local talent as well. So really big thing we do, even as we do bring or leverage diaspora talent, is can we find them the right complementary pieces so the founding teams are actually able to navigate the markets they're exploring.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that, Kosen. And obviously, as someone who's kind of worked alongside Antler, I think there is a large part of developing how well you know that market when you come from abroad, right? Because you've not been there for a while, and you might not understand the dynamics. As the record stands, they did not invest in me. But got the exposure, guys, got the networks. Brilliant. So I'm going to throw that question back to you, Andrew. So Faracom is a global company. You attract global talent. What is it do you see when you find returnees kind of come back home?
So thanks. In terms of, first let me comment on what you commented on, then comment on that question. So one of the major things that happens is there's a notion and a logic that Africa is way behind. And Africa being way behind, too many things don't work in Africa. There's a story I saw on Facebook, on LinkedIn recently, someone saying that they were pleasantly surprised to come into Kenya and actually find things work, payments work. Cash is one of the payments that is not really used a lot. And then the person then went on to write a long story about how they thought UK was better. They thought that they'll come to Kenya and teach people things, and shocking to them discover that you actually been taught. So I think to his point is to say that the key is, number one, is to understand who are you solving the problem for, right? I think there's that mismatch in terms of you just think because we saw buses, and allow me to use your company, Checkups, because you saw buses that are providing medical services on the road, that it will definitely work in Africa because there's a need. Then sure can't you discover guys in Africa have traditional medicines, they don't really care about your medicine. This is an example. So it's important to understand that. Now, in terms of what we see from returnees, there are two positives to it, and then also negatives. So the positive side of it is the fact that then you come with different experience. Someone who has worked outside the country also has a broader view. Because you remember, you're a stranger. You left this country, you've gone to establish yourself in another country, you become a professional. There's a lot of things you learn. Resilience, you learn a lot how to navigate some in foreign land, people looking at you like you look like, oh, sorry for this word, a black, that other word which I will not use here. And to them they're thinking, you look strange. So a friend of mine in the US was telling me when she went there to work that she was telling them, when they say, you speak strangely, she turns and says, so do you. I mean, then, so when they say, your English sounds weird, he says, unasema nini? I have no idea. Just turn the conversation, and over time, then got to that respect. And so that kind of a person coming to the country, then you find that they also have a bigger perspective of how to handle people, how to work with people, how to look at different things in a different manner. So that's what you see. On the negative side is what you have said. There's need to be humble. And the fact of being humble is the fact that don't think because I worked in the UK, no offense to you or to anyone, that I'm better than the person here locally. Or don't think because I carry an accreditation from Harvard University, the degree here in Nairobi University does not work. So there are those two perspectives to it. So the positive side is you have a lot of experience. Negative side is you have a lot to learn. So that's be the response to that. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that. No offense was taken. But no, the biggest lesson I learned building back home is localization is so important. I came with my toolbox of British ways of solving British problems, and I was humbled very, very quickly. I work in the retail industry, so you can imagine how traditional things are done in that industry. So lesson number one for me was actually taking the time to understand whether the problem I came to solve was actually the problem. And 9 times out of 10, when you're building a business, it isn't, because you have your biases as a founder, but it's your responsibility to figure out what is the actual problem and is it that painful? Is someone willing to pay for it? So now to move on to around kind of building a talent pipeline, right? So you have these returnees that have come home with great ideas, with their accents and not understanding, the market. How do they localize? Like once they get here, what should they be doing? How should they go about figuring out what it is that they're building?
Yeah, I think it was a doctor that talked about the customer journey and not passing it off. And I think that's just the thing. We run a 10-week program, at the end of which we intend to invest in as many viable businesses that come out of it. And the thing is, we try and give as much time that the answers aren't going to be found in secondary research, they're not going to be found in reports. Your answers are going to be found around actually engaging with your customers, right? So it's actually finding ways to actually extract information. And I don't know if anybody I evangelize this book so much, they need to give me shares, but the mom test. I don't know if anybody has come across the mom test. But it's also a matter of asking questions the right way. The risk is always, especially when you've fallen in love with what you want to build, you're going to go to people and say, hey, I have this great thing. Would you pay for a solution that does X, Y, Z? And the reality is you're going to get a lot of false positives, because provided there's no commitment or need for them to give you a single shilling, a single dollar, I guess in this forum I need to say a pound, to give you anything, as long as that's not there, they're not incentivized to tell you the truth. And again, culturally, if people the minute you tell me, this is my solution, would you buy it? You've exposed your ego. I know exactly what answer you want to get. So it's very easy I will tell you, yeah, this sounds great. Yeah, I'd love it. And then when it's time to actually pay, nobody actually comes through. So there's a matter of also asking questions the right way. And it needs to be less around you and your product and why it's amazing, and a lot more around, tell me about your customer journey. So what are you doing now to solve it? How do you feel about the way you're solving it now? Is it actually, in fact, painful? They're less incentivized to lie when you're asking them about them and their experience. The minute you bring yourself into it and you expose your ego, there's a very good chance that people will tell you the wrong thing. So it's about spending a lot of time with your customer, really engaging with them, but then also, again, asking the right questions so that you actually get meaningful insights. The biggest risk is to spend the next 5 to 7 years of your life building something that the market doesn't want or need. I think that's like a huge waste of really talented people. So you really want to pick your shot. Yeah, I think that's what I'd say. Or maybe also being slick, because I know sometimes, I don't know how good your Kiswahili has gotten now since coming back.
It's catching strays.
Yeah, no. You also need to be creative, I guess. And that's why I think maybe getting the right co-founders, getting the right team, getting people to help. Because, for instance, if you're dealing with retailers, dealing with mom and pop shops, the kiosks, in the estates, probably you need to speak to them in their language in ways they understand, even as you ask the right questions. So can you also be really smart about how you engage them, finding the right resources? So everything is just about getting creative as you get very close to your customer.
No, thank you for that. So my Swahili is about a 5 out of 10.
Mine is also bad. To be clear, my Kiswahili is also terrible. I've been informed, so there's no shorts.
No, that was really powerful. I guess the best piece of advice I received as a founder was never walk into a sales pitch pitching a product. You walk in to interview your customer and find out whether your product is actually going to meet their need, right? Because you might be giving them, so the way I view this is, when a problem is that painful, a customer needs a painkiller, not a vitamin, right? And if you come in pitching them a vitamin, they're just going to be like, no, not interested, you're wasting my time, and you'll go around in circles. But if you actually find out what their symptoms are in that sales pitch, you can then be like, maybe my product is not going to meet what it is that they want, but then I can have a second session. So we call them discovery sessions in Dark. So yeah, my little gem for you all. So moving on, so now you've come into the country, you have this business, it's thriving, and now the team is growing, it's scaling, right? How do you attract the best talent? Because when you reach scale, you need the best people. And we sometimes split this up into A players and B players. Working in such a big company where you have a mixture of different types of people, what advice would you give around attracting really good talent in Kenya, across Africa?
Okay, thanks. So before I say that, you say that you're interviewing the customer. I think it's actually the opposite. Anytime you meet a customer, you're the one being interviewed. Literally, think about it. When you go for a job interview, you're being interviewed to be hired. So ideally, when you meet a customer, you want the customer to buy from you. So the customer is interviewing you. So whichever way, remember, you have to do your sales pitch, actually like you want the job. So like just change, slightly just a slight change to what you're saying. In terms of then how do you attract the right talent? The most important thing that you have to think about is, yes, you have set yourself up, is why. The people buy into your why. People buy into your purpose, right? So if you don't have a strong why, if you don't have a strong purpose, you don't get the right people launching to work for you. If anyone has ever met James Mwangi, when Mwangi tells you about the story of African Resilience and Recovery Plan, you'll work for him for free. Literally, because he's so passionate about what he wants to do and how he's going to do it that you just fall in love with it. Turn and meet Peter Ndegwa from Safaricom PLC. When he talks about his purpose of transforming lives, it's so strong that you start seeing yourself with solutions. You start seeing yourself doing things within the organization to get you to transform lives. Now, as they say, you won't bluff your way for too long. So if really you have no content, you'll easily be caught because the why and the mission of the organization is very straight. So that's one of the ways to attract your talent. Be very strong and clear about your why. Then, as you get into the market and as you engage, referrals. The reason why you go eat at cafe, for example, is because a friend told you their food is fantastic. So already by that level, 50% at cafe has won. Now if I ask you about, for example, Kalamata, then you're saying, I'm not sure about their food, I've never been there. It's already lost 50%. So ideally, also trying to get into other players in the field, understanding what other people are doing, understanding where the other, what you call companies you admire, who they hire and who they are recommending also does help in terms of taking the right talent. But for me, getting the why right, getting the purpose right, people will come. You'll get the right people. People fear being held accountable. So if your why is shaky, you'll get shaky people because they can bluff around and bullshit their way into very important. So it doesn't matter where you're coming from. It doesn't matter whether you're local or from external. It doesn't matter because medicine in UK, medicine in Kenya is medicine. The bond remains the same. It doesn't change, right? If it's accounting, principles of accounting remain the same. The point is just what's your attitude for working? How do you think? You know, are you willing to be accountable? Are you responsible enough? And that comes, if you're not, you can't follow someone who's very clear in terms of what they want to do. Yeah.
Definitely agree with that. I guess having a culture that attracts those people, and in turn, your tribe will find you, right? So I want to throw that same question back to Kosin. You have a lot of portfolio companies, early stage into growth and scale stage. What have you seen that has worked when it comes to growing your people?
Yeah, so I think I echo a lot of what's been said. I think it is largely around your vision and people buying into that. I think it's to be a CEO, I think you need to actually inspire that confidence, inspire people to actually want to follow you. This is a very uncertain path. I think it's not the same as being like getting into a big corporate with a lot of stability. It's a very uncertain path. To attract the best talent, I think that's the challenge we get. It's you need somebody with that mindset. So I think to put it into context, when you're trying to get the best people, these are people who they don't need you. Like they don't need the work. Like they're not necessarily, a lot of the times they're not necessarily just floating around and looking for work. It's people that are literally in corner offices in some very big organizations, or just they have the ability to work anywhere. And then the question for them is, why should I take a bet on you? And now you need to be able to actually sell this vision. And again, but it's kind of ways, because you need people also who buy because of course at the beginning you can't match their salary, whatever they're earning wherever they are, you can't give it to them. Maybe it's equity. Equity means nothing unless this thing is successful. So they need to actually believe and have that mindset and be open to actually taking that leap of faith. And a lot of it is on you to inspire that. So you need to also check yourself and also assess yourself in terms of, if this is a ship that I think is, or a rocket ship, let's say rocket ship, I don't want this thing to know that it's ending, like landing in the ocean. So you need to also inspire that confidence that this is somebody I want to tie myself to the hip for the next 5, 7, 10 years, no matter how it goes, that this is somebody I believe could actually get this across the finish line. But on the other side, you also want people that are passionate about the problem that you're trying to solve, that they actually care about it, and that'll actually make, because I think there's nothing I think that's harder than actually trying to just build a startup, and at the scale that, for instance, us as venture capitalists will be thinking, like there's nothing tougher than that. The odds are stacked against you. Power law dictates that a lot of people will fall along the way. So it's not an easy sell. So you need to kind of have that alignment where they can see in you that this is somebody I could work with and get to this crazy vision, and then at the same time, they understand what they're signing up for.
Yeah, that's definitely relatable, and it relates to also something that you mentioned around interviews. And I find that when I'm sat in an interview looking for talent, I find that the person I'm interviewing is also interviewing me, right? Because if they're not a fit for me, it's my business that takes the hit. They can leave my company and find a new job that gives them what they want, but then I would have to spend more money to fill that role. So it's always kind of a two-way conversation there. So as we wrap up this session, I guess my final question to you both is, what unique role can the diaspora play, can we play, in championing these work opportunities back home? How can we bring people back home? And it doesn't have to be permanent, right? You don't have to completely kind of move and stay there forever. It's about finding what works for you. And I guess I'll be speaking from a POV of kind of a startup life and also from enterprise as well.
Thanks for that. So in terms of what the diaspora can be able to do, I know we've spoken about a lot of capital, we've spoken a lot about coming to the country and starting startups, but when you think about it, there's a lot of workforce that does live in Kenya and also in Africa. And like what Dr. said, it's not so for Kenya, so for Africa. So there's a lot of workforce that is there. But then what lacks from that workforce is probably a lot of understanding of things that they can be able to do. People have a lot of potential, they have ideas, but they don't know how to put them together. Now, if you look from the diaspora perspective, then what applies there? There's a lot of experience that you to be able to gain. So other than just money, you can also give capital in a different way. You can give capital in terms of time. You can give capital in terms of training. You can give capital even from a crowdfunding perspective, but then that perspective is not just about money, but also training people. There's also a lot of resources locally. So I think one of the ways that the diaspora then can be able to help is, how do you pass down this particular knowledge so that even if you are to come back to the country as a returnee, then you have something to come back to. So I was in a panel about power at one point, and people were discussing about, when you think about it, is you find in a village where you live, everyone is trying to get electricity. Everyone is carrying a course around getting electricity. Now, if you came together, and interestingly, it was about power and diaspora. If they came together and said that we are going to put an electric plant, power plant, whatever it is, as diaspora contribute, and then we gather every household there to be able to get electricity, and from that village, then we employ the people locally there. So what they have basically done is bringing the know-how, bringing themselves together, putting that plan together to solve a problem for the village and employing the village that is existing. So you're still making revenue and solving a problem for the community. So those kind of projects, initiatives, then would really help to ensure that you are upgrading the place you want to go back home when you get back home. The other thing also is we have second generation, third generation kind of returnees, so to speak, right? They're not returnees per se because they probably never visit the country. I'll give you a story. I was speaking to a lecturer who does psychology in Catholic University, and he says that he's getting 10 students who have been sent from the UK to come to Kenya to understand the culture. But the lecturer who teaches them in the UK is using photos for when he was last in Kenya in 1963 to teach them about Kenya. Now, can you imagine the shock when those students land here? I mean, in their minds, they're probably coming and thinking, you're wearing sisal, right? You don't have shoes. And there's no electricity, no water, then they just come and land. So from a diaspora perspective, telling the story of what has happened in Africa and how it has changed. So that even anyone who's thinking of coming back to Africa is understanding I'm not going to a primitive, so to speak, land. I'm going to a place that also there's a lot of talent, there's a lot of development, and things are moving, and opportunities do exist. I think those are the two ways that the diaspora would really help to bring back. So even those second generation, third generation want to come back and bring their know-how, their knowledge, like I said, capital is not just money, different ways of capital into their country, understanding that there's no big difference between the tarmac here and the tarmac in the UK. It's the same.
Thank you. Kosin?
Yeah, maybe I'll answer just a bit differently because, of course, I'm working on the assumption that the diaspora does have that desire to actually plug back home. And again, there's so many. It could be capital, it could be your expertise, it could be time, as Andrew said. But I think the question, how I feel they, again, maybe the own. It's like the Oscars, they're just winding me down. I guess. And yeah, I think the onus is maybe on ecosystem enablers and the guys who are now creating these forums for people, because you don't know what you don't know. So you're just maybe sitting in the UK and you're thinking, I want to plug back in, I don't know how. And there's so many different initiatives. That's why this is so important, the work people like Jasiri Network and Nancy do in terms of building that bridge where we can now bring all these ecosystem enablers together so that we understand, like, do you know that Safaricom, for instance, has been now venturing into CVC? Do you know Antler is there that you could actually engage with them in terms of now going through a program to actually go to market or really ideate from literally the earliest stages? Do you know you have KPMG also providing a lot of, so I think we will work really closely with them in terms of even the bridging, the legal requirements, the tax implications. There's just a lot of help out there. There are a lot of people who are making efforts and develop the ecosystem. And yeah, the question is, can we find ways to keeping us having this conversation, bringing us all into the same room, and just creating those linkages and networks so that we can just keep the conversation going. And then I think the doors will appear. More conversations you have, the more ways you can see you can plug in with your unique value add into the ecosystem.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. And I think what you touched upon was quite powerful. I think even since the pandemic, Nairobi has completely changed, right? The skyline has changed, the business presence has changed, and as government changes, also the way business is being carried out has also changed. And it's definitely attracting a lot of talent. There's a reason why, I think it was last year, Nairobi, Kenya as a whole, raised the most VC compared to like other hubs. So that's West Africa, South Africa, and so on. And that just tells you how much opportunity is there and people are seeing it. And now it's for us on the ground to attract more capital, right? Because that's how we get put in the map, and that's how we get seen. So thank you. Round of applause for my panelists, everybody. Thank you so much. I think we're going to stand up for a picture before we move on to our next fireside. So much. Round of applause for my guests as they take their seats. Brilliant. So our next fireside, which is our last one before lunch. Okay, I know you all look a bit hungry. So our next session is one that many of us in this room will recognize, especially if you have lived abroad, studied abroad, or spent just some time outside of Kenya, which is the journey from exposure to actually impact, right? So I've gone home, I've gotten all this experience, I've met all these new people. How can I now have an impact back home, right? And it's the story of leaving, learning, returning, and then choosing to build something meaningful at home. So to take us through this conversation, I'd love to welcome our moderator, Lynn Aswani, and our guest, Nadia Ahmed, Director of Africa Communications at Core Africa. Round of applause for them as they come up on stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know you're a bit hungry, but we're going to make this quick, all right, and interesting. Right. So this is Nadia Ahmed. She is the Director of Africa Communications at COPS Africa, but I'll let you introduce yourself. All right.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Can I just first say, like, it's been such a long time I've sat on a panel to talk, so my nerves are all over the place. I still consider this a panel, so.
All right.
Okay. So my name is actually Nadia Ahmed Abdallah, but I love calling myself Nadia Abdallah. I feel like it has more power than the Ahmed. I am the Director for Africa Communications at Co-Africa. So Co-Africa is an international NGO based in DC, and we deal with young people. So it's basically a Peace Corps version, but for Africans. So we work with youth, it's about volunteerism, training, empowerment, and all that stuff. But before that, my journey has been interesting. I worked with IFAD, Somalia, for 1 year as a consultant in Mogadishu. Before that, I was in government for about 11 months, 2 years and 11 months. I was the Chief Administrative Secretary in Uhuru Kenyatta's government, which is the former government. To those who don't understand what that position was, it was basically just deputizing the Cabinet Secretary. So I was in charge of Ministry of ICT, Innovation and Youth Affairs. The reason as to why that is very important for me to say I held that position is because I was 29 when I got appointed. I was the youngest, and you guys can clap for me.
Yeah, sure.
You're all looking at me like, It's a big deal because I originally come from Mombasa, born and raised in Mombasa. So I'm a Swahili girl who's defied the odds and decided to take my own path. Now, before government, I lived in Germany, in Berlin. So I'm also a trained diplomat at an institute called Institute of Cultural Diplomacy in Berlin, which was a twinning program between the American government and the German government. And then before that, I lived in Malaysia for about 6 years. I went to Malaysia to finish my A-levels. Then I did my bachelor's in mass communication and public relations with a minor in journalism. And then I worked in a PR agency because at that time I thought I wanted to be in agency. I left Kenya when I just turned 18. And 8. So yeah.
It's quite interesting. Right. So I'm curious to know, when you first went to Malaysia, what was the feeling once you landed in Malaysia and had the first breath of air in Malaysia as an 18-year-old?
Can I be honest?
Yeah.
I was so happy. My freedom. And let me explain. I'm a Swahili. I'm a Muslim. I come from a minority, and we are very strict. So I was so happy to live by myself. I lived in Kuala Lumpur, so one of the most vibrant cities. So I was happy. I was on that plane, and it wasn't my first time being on the plane, but it was the first time alone. So I felt the freedom, and somehow my parents thought it was okay to give me 2 months of my pocket money at a go. So when I got there, I finished it all. And I was broke after 2 weeks.
What did you tell them after that?
I had to cry to my late mom. I was like, Mommy, I didn't know how to use the money. I'm excited. I'm here. My late mom always backed me up. So she sent, you know how mothers always have like a stash somewhere.
Yeah.
So she sent me some money. God bless her soul.
Interesting. What do you miss the most about Malaysia and Germany?
So this is what I'll say. Malaysia grew me because I moved when I was 18. So it grew me from that young girl who was very protected, always felt like the black sheep of the family, to becoming very responsible, becoming very articulate, and becoming bold. What I miss about Malaysia is how I was so integrated into it. I was exposed to so much, the diaspora, the expatriates, but the school as well, because I went to a school that was a twinning program between the Malaysian government and University of West England.
Okay.
And so we had professors who also came from on that side to come and also train us. So I was exposed to that. And while I was in Malaysia as well, because I was very proactive, I had a chance to go to Amsterdam. And I lived in Amsterdam for 2 months. I was a journalist, type of journalist, just to write. What I miss about Germany is it grew me to be a bold diplomat. Because I was exposed to, so we were trained a lot with the EU, there were some former prime ministers who also trained us. So the way the German, the way it's structured, they're very disciplined, they're very productive, there's no shortcut. So what I miss about it is everyone is on time, everyone is accountable, and people are not scared to say what's on their mind. Yeah, so I miss that as well as compared to, now back home it's different.
It's a bit different.
Yeah.
All right. But when you're there, because I know because I've lived abroad, sometimes there are those things you crave, like while you're away. So what are those things you craved while you were there?
I'm such a free spirit. I did crave my family because I'm so big on family. I don't have a family of my own, but my friends are my family and family. I crave that. I crave the Ubuntu-ness that we have as Africans, because I didn't know my neighbors, especially in Germany. I didn't know my neighbors up until towards the end. But I just also craved this thing, which right now I think about it, it's crazy. I craved to belong and come and change. You know how we always have this thing, when you come home, you'll change, and then you come back, and reality hits you.
All right. So what would you say from your 19-year-olds looking back when you traveled out of the country and seeing the growth that you've had over the years? What would you advise maybe somebody who's young, who's going to pursue global education, or a parent who wants to take their kid abroad? What would you tell them?
I would tell them to be very open-minded, number one.
Yeah.
But number two, to be strategic. Everything that I did, even if I came from a small community, even if I came, it was very controlled, I was very strategic with everything, with my friendships, with my social circle, with everything. So, and what that did, it opened up a lot of doors for me in terms of my jobs, in terms of even my exposure. A funny story, I was on Tinder in Malaysia, and I actually met, let me tell you, guys, I'm going somewhere. On Tinder, I went on clicked, swiped, we were good. And I got to this date, and I actually met, it was a CEO of one of the biggest textile companies in Malaysia. And at that time, I was trying to transition into being a fashion PR journalist. And that date, he wasn't my type, he was short. I'm not saying short people have issues, I'm also short. But what came out of it was, after that, I actually got an attachment. He actually liked my personality, really my personality, and gave me a couple of gigs. So I was intentional. Even when I was dating, I was still intentional. I mean, who knew Tinder could actually give me my job?
Serious girl.
Yeah.
All right. So piggybacking on that, we're seeing that you came from agency to public policy. How was that transition in terms of how it influenced even your leadership approach?
So it influenced me in very many ways. Number one, so I worked for an agency called Fleshman Hillard. It is an American agency, but based in Malaysia.
Okay.
And it's crazy. The vision was to be fashion PR, right? And my job was actually, I was in charge of Volkswagen, Volvo, and British American Systems. So it was completely different from what I was doing. But what an agency does to you, it gives you discipline. You have to be on time. You have to be articulate. I remember my boss, there was once I had already taken the train, and I was almost home. My boss, and her name is Dara, until today I remember her. She told me, please take that train back and come and complete. That time there was a crisis with Volkswagen and emissions. And she said, come back and finish this report properly. There are some things that you left out. And I had to do it. So I cried at that time. But when I went into government and public policy, I realized that I wasn't taking things for granted. I was very articulate, and I had a unique sense of, I had an ick. When I joined government, I was 29, thrown into the big fish. Everyone expected me to fail, and the perception was this young girl, she's 29, she's beautiful, alhamdulillah, beautiful to some extent. And the perception was, this girl has someone who brought her there, But then when I decided to do things according to how I will do them based on my experiences, it changed people's mentality. And they started, I used to hear sometimes people, speaking behind my back, who trained her? Why is she like this? How is she bold? But it was because of that. Agency breaks you. It is not a good thing. It breaks you, but from that being broken, I became this powers that I am today. Yeah.
Okay. I understand that because I've worked in ad tech agency and I come from a diplomacy background, so I know the transition is quite something.
Very hard.
But now we're seeing that a lot of the East African countries are moving towards election season, and we're seeing a lot of young people trying to enter leadership, trying to enter policy tables. So what would you advise these young people as they try to get into these spaces, and how can they make their voices seen and heard?
Don't follow the blueprint that was there. That's what I'll tell them, because I didn't follow it. Also, you know, leaders, politicians right now have this thing of, oh, you know, when I was a youth, you know how I tarmacked from Rift Valley all the way to Diani, you know this, you know that, you know, they bring us through this story, but it's different. Right now, young leaders are more vibrant, are greater storytellers, and they tell stories not from a place of struggle. I think that's my advice. Like, let us break away from that. I do understand and I do acknowledge that everyone has a certain struggle, but we are charting the way forward. We are looking for innovative ways to do things. There is a leadership app, so even AI agents right now are backing up leadership. We have I don't know which country that was, they have a Minister of Foreign Affairs who's an AI.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, so I would tell young leaders to chart their own path, take a bit of that intergenerational experience, you know, and try to see how you can integrate that into yourself. But believe in that story that you have and be bold when you're speaking about it. Don't expect someone to come and give you a ticket or to come and tell you, I'll hold your hand all the way. Sometimes you just have to stand up and be the black sheep and just be okay with people laughing at you, but you know you said something that somebody is going to pick up out there. Yeah.
Okay, that's quite interesting. And now for the older generation, what would you want to tell them so that they can be able to mentor the young people coming on board and hold their hands, open their minds to the ideas and the new structures of doing things?
I would tell them to, man, take it easy. Like, we acknowledge and we see that they had to be a bit of struggle to get to where we're at, but and we are having a huge youth bulge that doesn't need people to constantly look at us in a microscopic lens, but you need to look at us in a way that we are of value. There's some value proposition in every young person. There's something that they can bring that you can't bring then. And then I need to also tell them that it's okay to hold a young person's hand and not feel like you're going to wither in the desert. Like, everyone at some point has to sit down, drink some coffee, and let someone else go. So if we understand that we are not competing, but we are complementing with each other, you find that there will be that sense of trust from young people, and there will be some sense of calmness in the older generation. But the older generation need to really also acknowledge and appreciate, because the narrative is, oh, young people, they just want easy things. We know we've put that for them. So they want this thing of, oh, yeah, thank you. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for that. But it's like, can we have an ecosystem that is enabling and complementing rather than just detrimental and breaking young people and making them feel bad about some of the situations and circumstances they never chose to be in. Yeah.
Okay, great. So as we round up, I'll put you on the spot, because we have a lawyer from the Sauti Sol group here who will be speaking in the afternoon. And Sauti Sol is one of our greatest exports in terms of the creative economy, and we would call them the youth. That's when they started growing in their music, and now they're transitioning a bit to the older generation. So we'll put you on the spot and ask, what is your favorite Sauti Sol song?
Okay. Woo, I'm biased. But I'm very,
we don't judge.
Oh my God, I'm actually blank. Let me tell you, I listen to Kenyan music. Let me not lie. Is it Susanna?
Susanna?
Yes, Susanna.
Are you gonna go swing by with Susanna?
Susanna is. But I have to say this. Like, I love Sauti Sol, but I love Bien. So like you put me on the spot and I'm like, oh my God. Okay. But Susanna is it's a favorite song. And you know, I just want to say this. You know, the creative industry, a lot of people look at, when you look at public policy and governance, people think just, data protection and licensing and, ministries and stuff. But we need to start embracing the creative economy.
I agree.
We need to embrace the creative economy. We need to embrace young diplomats as well.
Yeah.
And then we need to, I hope in the future this is going to happen, but we need to also embrace the entrepreneurial ecosystem. We always put it under like medium, small enterprises. But if you ask me, and I might look fancy and all, but I sell deras, guys. Like you have to do side hustles, huh?
Yeah.
And there's something about the entrepreneurial ecosystem that needs to stand alone together with the creative economy, because those are the biggest drivers of economies in Africa.
True.
And if we don't start absorbing them into our policies, into our systems, we are going to lose a really big generation of young people and young women who are actually the backbone of this continent.
I agree. Yeah. Because a couple of weeks ago, there was an article that spoke about how the creative economy is such a big space, and the African market is not tapping into the gaming part of the creative economy. And it's a multi-billion-dollar business, but you'll find your parents telling you, you're playing too much video games. But that could be a career path which could tie down and create employment in the long run. So it's interesting that you've mentioned that.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, I'm a good example. My parents wanted me to do international business and law. So, I needed that ticket out of the country.
Yes.
So I said, okay, I'll do it. I went into, and the first semester I got E's in everything. I failed. I intentionally failed because I'm like, you guys wanted me to do it, and I've done it. But then after that, I was like, no, I need to do something that is me. And so when when the announcement came from the president, let me tell you, the family was like, oh, we knew that she was going to do this. We knew it. In my head, I'm like, we need to let young people progress, but that also doesn't mean we do not need guidance.
True.
I think, let me just say that. Because like for me, I have a lot of mentors who've held my hand, both directly and indirect mentors. And those are the ones who've actually made me become the person that I am. And within all that, I also had to go for therapy. I think it's important for me to say this because as I was explaining, my life has had a lot of transitions.
Yeah.
And every transition drowns you or confuses you, and especially for women. So at some point I lost my spark, especially after leaving government. You are young, then you get out of government, everyone's like, oh, I just want to see what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And I really went into a dark place. And because I was like, I left Germany. And I only left Germany because my late mom got diagnosed with cervical cancer. So it wasn't a choice, a willing choice for me to come back to Kenya. It was due to circumstances.
Yeah.
And when I moved, that's when now other things open. So sometimes it's never a full circle. Sometimes things happen, and sometimes you find yourself in places because of issues and situations. But my key takeaway would be learn how to swim through it all and allow yourself to just fall and immerse and then come back up stronger.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thank you so much, Nadia. A round of applause for Nadia. Right, so we can stand and take a picture. So I'll hand it over to Michelle.
A round of applause for our guests. I felt like I was in a podcast. Literally. That was really kind of inspirational and also very honest. So thank you. So we have reached that time of the day where I let you all go have some food and recharge, lunchtime. So we'll be reconvening here in about an hour. I don't actually know where lunch is being served. I don't know if anyone can give us direction. No? Okay. If you give me 2 minutes, I will confirm exactly where your food will be and exactly where to go. And during this lunch break, I want you all, again, to meet someone interesting. And I will be picking on someone else to tell me who they have met. So thank you all and have a fantastic lunch. And I will confirm very shortly where to go for lunch. Thank you.
they become our favorite clients. These are guys we speak to without, we converse and we connect until we actually sell them homes, and they buy without seeing the homes, and at sometimes they even get rental income without seeing the homes, and they sit back, relax, and enjoy their retirement benefits or even just investments. And I was so happy about a week ago in such a forum that was done at Capital Club, which I ended up meeting one of my favorite clients. This is somebody who we've been talking to for a very long time. They've bought 2 units with me. They've never seen me, and we behave like we are friends. And that day when I stood on stage, just like today, after that he was like, "Hey, you're Teddy. I'm so-and-so." And I'm like, "Wow, you're here," which was to me, that was so awesome. So makes this forum is really beautiful. And we are so happy to also take you through our developments. I'm sure you heard more about it from the morning session. And as Mivida, we strive to do, be institutional developer. Yeah. Basically, we're building homes, and one thing you can do is you can trust us. We are bringing back the trust in the market that you can actually have developers who complete their developments on time, who deliver. This year alone, we've delivered 474 units. Yeah? So there is credibility, there is trust, and more so, not only do you buy from us, but we also manage your property for you. So wherever you are in the diaspora, you'll always ensure that your property is safe and you're just getting your rental income without. And our units start from as low as 2.9 million. We've really grown as a company. Initially, we were only at Garden City, but right now we are spreading our wings and we are going far and beyond. We have projects, Westlands, Tattoo City, Garden City, Riruta, Ruaka, General Madenge, and more coming up. Yeah, that means there's always an opportunity for each and everyone, depending on your budget as well. Please feel free to pass by our booth. We're on the 10th floor. You'll see Vida. Our advisors are there. They're happy to take you through. They're happy to we'd like to have conversations with almost every one of you here, so that we give you the options of investing with us. Yeah. Otherwise, thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you so much. I'd like to invite next on stage I&M Bank. Round of applause, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shamir Patel. I'm the Director for Retail and SME at I&M Bank. So, for those of you who may not know, I&M is a commercial bank, 51 years in the market. But I'd say in the last few years, we've tried to be different. We've tried to be a challenger bank. And some of the initiatives we've taken is, for those who were here during COVID, would remember that the central bank had stopped banks from charging. As you probably know, a lot of the transactions here take place through M-Pesa, Airtel Money, etc., right? And the central bank had at that time, to encourage digital payments and avoid cash movement, use of cash, that they actually told all banks to stop charging the fees that they charge when you're moving money from your ecosystem to the mobile wallet. And then post-COVID, the central bank allowed banks to introduce it. Every bank introduced it. We took the bold decision, to basically not charge the banks for this. And I think that what we call Nisare Kabisa, and that really resonated with the Kenyan public out there. And we saw a lot of goodwill. We've grown since then substantially. And we've also seen this really support also the diaspora, because when they're on board, when they're making payments out there they're actually able to do it through our app. They're able to onboard themselves in 5 minutes, open an account, operate it, and able to distribute these funds, to the last mile where they like to, and it's free of cost to them. So obviously, it saves them. Yes, someone says, "Oh, but it's only 50 shilling," but it adds up when you do the number of payments over a month, right? And frankly, the way we see it, it's nuisance cost. It's just adding friction to that customer's payment processes. And so we're very keen to continue to offer that free. And it's really helped basically the average Kenyans out there when they're conducting their business. We also expanded it to what we call the sole proprietors. So once we did this, we realized that a lot of the sole proprietors will have a small business out there on the side hustles, etc. They also wanted to take part in it. So we expanded it to that, and we've really seen this really help them grow. And I'll just give you one case. We've got a couple who had a little shop in the center of Nairobi, where both of them could not fit in the shop. So it'd be either the husband goes in there to walk out, and then the wife goes in there. They came because of this. That we find them. We gave them insurance, gave them all the solutions. We advised them, and today it's 3 years, and they have a shop that's actually as big as this room, and they employ 22 staff in that, and that growth really is just one example of our promise to the market, which is really about empowering your prosperity. So we have a lot of financial solutions out there, and we're happy to engage with yourself if you're interested. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And last but not least, I'd like to invite Britam onto stage to speak to us. Round of applause as she makes her way over.
Good afternoon. My name is Flora. I'm a financial advisor with Britam. I want to first thank the organizing committee for this summit. This is such an influential meeting. We interacted with some of you last week on second, and it has been very, very, very interactive. We have done business. So I want to thank you for even considering to do this. This is a good platform. So today, I want to introduce Britam to you. I know to most of us, Britam is a brand we have known, we have interacted with, probably even invested with. Britam is a diverse financial service group listed with the Nairobi Security Exchange. We have presence in 7 countries. That is Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Mozambique, South Sudan, and Malawi. And we offer a variety of financial services like health, medical covers, just to make sure you get access to quality medical care. We have life insurances just to make sure you have secured the future of your families and yourselves from wherever you are. We have things like wealth management, unit trust, money markets, and all those things. We have general insurances, your cars, your biasharas, and everything. We do SME solutions, things like contracting out the NSSF Tier 2. So in short, we have so many financial services that we offer. We have been in existence for the past 60 years. And just for clarity, our presence in these 7 countries brings in a lot of stability and even trust. So my colleagues, we are on the floor. I want to interact with you and answer all the questions that you may be able to be answered on. If you're looking for a platform to invest, if you're looking to insure your biasharas and everything, we are here to answer your questions. Thank you. Sorry, I forgot to mention we are the largest network financially. We have over 2,000 registered agents, and our reachability is very dependable. Our customer care services are 24 hours. We have a website that you can just go and check everything that we offer. We also have apps, a mobile app called My Britam app. So even if you invest from outside country, you can be able to track your investments. You can be able to top up your investments. So that brings in a lot of transparency and visibility to your investments. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all of our sponsors. Round of applause for our sponsors, okay? We would not be here without their support, and you will be able to engage with them during the after party, if that's correct. So, welcome back again to part 2 of the Jasiri Network Summit, and we're going to kick off this afternoon with a keynote address about unlocking Africa's digital future. And it will actually set the tone for the topics that we're going to delve into. I'd love to invite on stage Suleiman Isa. So round of applause for him as he comes back on stage. And also Nancy Masila, who will be moderating a fireside afterwards. Thank you.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you, Michelle. Fun fact about Michelle, we connected in London back in, which year was it? 2024. 3. Yeah, she was one of our volunteers. You know, she was thinking about moving back to Kenya, wasn't too sure, doesn't know where to start. Comes to Jasiri Network, and now she's running the show in Nairobi. Proud of you, so proud of you. Well, Mr. Suleiman Isa, I want to give you a few minutes to give us your thoughts around this whole conversation we've been having during this whole day around tech, innovation on the continent, what's happening with the diaspora capital, expertise, and it's also your first time in Kenya. So we want to hear everything. Just a few words before we dive into the very many questions I have for you.
Okay. Good afternoon, all. It's nice coming back here. So I noticed it's technology, policy, and partnerships. But in Africa...
You see those people who don't do their homework.
In Africa, one thing is missing: culture. So when we talk diaspora, that's part of the major issue most diasporans have. They lose touch with their culture. So whenever you try coming back to do something in tech, it works everywhere, but because of the culture, it won't work in Africa. So that's one major thing that needs to be discussed. Then, like I was saying earlier, another major thing for diasporans in technology, what we're missing is the politics. Policy is set by the political class. So if you are not on that table, you would end up with policies that would not favor you. So I am an accidental politician. I was coerced into politics, and immediately after the elections, because I was doing data analysis for the candidate. So immediately after elections, I said, I'm done. Politics is a dirty game. I went back to my work, and that's when somebody called me and said, okay, at your age and considering your businesses, you can never grow to a certain level without envy. And when people envy your growth, they would use the same politics you ran away from to stifle your growth. So go back. And that's how I ended up back in politics, and I'm happy for that, because I've now seen that most of those policies, there are two issues of policies, why policies don't work in Africa. One is the people. A lot of people Africans are generally comfortable with where they are. We don't like leaving our comfort zones. So when you come up with a policy, for example, let's say taxation. I'm used to somebody coming to my shop with a book, and I just, how much? 100 shillings, take. They tear receipt and give me, and now you're telling me I have to buy a smartphone, download an app, register for my tax ID, then use have a bank account again, upload my statement, file my taxes and all that. And at the end of the day, I'll still pay the same 100 shillings. I would definitely not want to embrace that. Why? Because that culture is missing. So for technology to thrive in Africa, we have to also do that cultural side of tech for Africa. Whatsoever works in the diaspora where you are based would not necessarily work in Africa. Even our democracy, sorry to say, in Africa is not working. We are used to monarchies. As Africans, we are used to monarchies, not democracies. So having to change government every 4 years is not what we are used to. We are used to having a king or an emir that rules for 20, 50 years. So whatever policy, he has time to make mistakes, review his own policies, grow and all that. Then as kids, unfortunately my children, anytime they mess up, I just look at them and I'm like, they are lucky for this your generation. The beating we received made us actually become what we are today. So a lot of those things are like that. Then partnerships. Your president has gotten partnerships, right?
Don't start.
We need to do a lot of cross-border partnerships. Kenya has a bit of sanity, or should I say more sanity. If you look at GDP per capita in Kenya, it's higher. For Nigeria, we have a chaotic economy and we have population of market. Then if your business can thrive in Nigeria, it can thrive anywhere globally. Anywhere globally. That's the beauty of how the Nigerian system is. Let me just digress a bit. If you go Southern Africa and you meet a lady, don't even say hi. Just say, I'm Nigerian. And you get what you want. Why? Because our women have stressed us so much that we actually know how to treat women better than romantic
I know
novels.
you're exporting it everywhere, including taking our women from
Yes.
Kenya.
So,
or is it diplomacy?
okay, we're forming partnerships. You know the beauty of it now is if Kenya says it's tax-free and I marry a Kenyan, so I know my son has 2 tax residences, so he will go for the one with the lowest tax economy. So that's the partnership we're doing. So that's why I said Nigeria is so stressful that whatsoever we're doing, whenever we go elsewhere, people think Nigerians, we like carefree life. So for partnerships, we have to build cross-border partnerships as Africans. For still on Nigeria, we have a lot of free money in Nigeria, but we don't trust each other. So we're looking for where to send the money to. Kenya is a very good place to bring that money, but be mindful of the money you collect, because a lot of it could be proceeds of corruption. So you can now go to, let's say, South Africa. Their financial system might be far better than this. So if we form that cross-border partnership, it works in favor of everybody. Another major thing is we're all shouting, whenever you go for any pitch event, GITEX, London Tech Week, African Tech Fest, everybody is pitching for capital. Everybody is opening Delaware companies. Everybody is floating on New York Stock Exchange. We haven't stayed to look at domestic capital that is in Africa. In Nigeria, I know somebody that does a turnover of about 4 billion naira, so that's like 400 million shillings every week, for example. But he doesn't use a smartphone because he does not believe in technology. He believes the day he gets an ATM card, he's going to lose that money. So you can imagine we have that volume of capital sitting in Africa. Look at the people that own the gold mines in Congo, in Botswana, those with the cobalt mines in Congo. How much money are they sitting on? But all that money is either buried in septic tanks at home or in sacks in overhead tanks. That's capital. But all of us are running to register companies outside the country, London Stock Exchange, because we want to pitch for London investment. So we need to do that intra-African and even intra-Kenyan partnerships. Start the advocacy, the storytelling. If I can now tell the person keeping cash, okay, come in as a VC. If there is guarantee for his money, that money will come out. Real estate, yes, it's easy, sort of, for real estate because it's tangible. But for tech, it's not tangible. How can you convince somebody? Then the level of startups folding in Africa, again, is something that is not encouraging for VCs. You'd see after the first, second round, they'll tell you the startup has folded. While if it's real estate, I have to see my building. So if it's a government problem, I would still see the crumbs after the demolition. So it's easier. So for technology, it's not that easy, but if we can do the partnerships across continents, across sectors, you have media people doing the storytelling, financial people doing the advising and all that. So we need a lot of partnerships to make tech work. Thank you.
Amazing. Round of applause. That's amazing, and I think you're the true champion of partnership as well. So, little story, because we are so connected in this room, and I'm so glad because you really need to be proud of the work that you're putting in. Because as much as I founded Jasiri Network isn't mine, it's ours. And how this came about was we connected at London Tech Week, and I was doing some work with the UK Kenya Tech Hub, and you reached out, you're like, what's this thing that you guys were doing? And that's how the conversation started. I invited you to Kenya, you said yes, without even thinking twice. So that's true partnership. So you're really about your word. And so I want to go a little bit more into knowing who Suleiman is and just your thoughts as well before we go into the more serious questions. First one, since it's your first time in Kenya, what was your first impression when you landed? Honest thoughts.
Okay. They say there is no honest politician, but I have a problem. I always like saying it as is. My first impression of Kenya started from Addis Ababa when I boarded the aircraft, and the number of people that you had to keep. Somebody was on my seat. So let me see your boarding pass. And after I sat down, it was just happening in silos. I was like, is this how Kenyans are? I thought Nigerians were the ones that were like that.
I will say something that's Ethiopian Airlines.
But they were mainly Kenyans. Then when I landed at the airport, at first I was like, okay, it's a big airport. Kenyan Air is like, after Ethiopian Air, Egypt Air, South African Air, then I think Kenyan Air on the continent. Which one?
Yeah, the pride of Africa. And Kenya Airways is in the room.
Don't go there. Ethiopia is number one in Africa, then Egypt, then SAA, then Kenya. Huh? I'm a global traveler, so I know what I'm saying. So
tough crowd.
When I landed, I looked out the window. I was like, okay, good. The next thing, the tube came in. I was like, wow, yeah, it's working. Because, let me be honest, in Nigeria, Lagos, we have 2 terminals. British Airways cannot use the new terminal because the tube is too small for their aircraft. So they use the old terminal and you come down, enter bus. So I was like, okay, this is working. That's for me to come out of the tube. There's an escalator here, then I had to go down the staircase. Then from the staircase, entered bus. I was like, okay, I'm used to this. The bus now took me to another part of the airport. Then we came out, now climbed staircase again, to another tube, then to the terminal. Like, Mogbeo, it's like Nigeria.
Africa is a country. You said that.
Coming to my hotel, 5-star hotel. So coming in tired, 3:30 p.m. Check-in is at 12 noon. And the next thing, I have a seat. Or get your room ready. My room is supposed to have been ready since 12. So that's my honest opinion of Kenya. But hopefully, since I just came in yesterday and I haven't gone anywhere, Maybe by this evening and tomorrow, it might change and I'll extend my stay.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. Cool, 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 cool. Well, a little more serious. What's one thing about Nigerian tech scene you think more Africans need to know?
The tech scene of Nigeria is that more Africans need to know is we are yet to scratch 10% of the tech potentials in Nigeria. As much as we make all the noise, we have all the unicorns. Nigeria is a country of 230, 250 million. So imagine if you can make $1 on 40% of the population per annum. That's very easy. During the first session, I told you we don't have a financing system. Something as easy as smartphone, there is no contract. No network provider provides contract for owning a smartphone. So you can imagine if a fintech breaks into that scene, the volume of money they can make. That's one. Two, like I said again, Nigeria is not a country of what you have or what you know. It's a country of who you know. So going into that space is not as easy as you asking ChatGPT. You ask ChatGPT, I want to start a company in Nigeria. It will tell you it will be done in 48 hours, this, that. I'm not demarketing Nigeria. The thing is, AI models are trained based on data, and we haven't been serious about our data. So a lot of that data that is available on the internet is not what you'd find applicable out there. So you need somebody local, a local lawyer. Don't say you want to DIY. In Nigeria, we don't do DIY. Even if Nancy and myself are going to do a business, I have to call a third party. Either come and facilitate or come and be a witness. So, but our tech space is not scratched. And our regulations, which brings us back to policy again, a lot of it is not yet updated. Because part of what I said about the tech people and the new generation staying away from politics is I became a commissioner at the age of 37 in a state, and I was the youngest commissioner. So I had colleagues that were 70. So you can imagine where a 70-year-old is doing policy that would drive tech. So we have a lot of that happening. So you don't just... But the beauty of that is we tend to look away from some of those policies. So we have our own... It's not something... It's in our DNA. So it's part of why you should be happy we are marrying Kenyan women. Our children would inherit that in their DNA. So doing business in Nigeria is not as simple as ABC. But the beauty of it is, for example, in terms of taxes, we have policies that if you do the right thing, we can give you 5 years tax break. Then your filing and co, it depends on how you relate with your tax office. It's not like here that if you don't file on the 15th of the following month, you have your liabilities. In Nigeria, we can decide to say, okay, 2 years later, come and sit, file, and we'll round up your penalty for you. Then maybe you pay 10% of the penalty, and you're good. So doing business in Nigeria can be very simple, but it can be complex if you don't know the right people.
Amazing, amazing. Now I want to take you to this side of Kenya. I know you early in the morning you were talking about M-Pesa, but I wanted to know if you could replicate one Kenyan tech story or Kenyan success story in Nigeria, what would it be?
Unfortunately, M-Pesa is the only tech, how will I say, a tech innovation I know out of Kenya. I don't know any other one again. So you guys are not telling your stories right.
Interesting, interesting. I think Kenya has a lot to offer. Maybe we're not shouting enough.
Yes, that's why I said you're not telling your stories. You see, for example, Rwanda. I visited Rwanda twice after assuming office just to understudy IREMBO, which is a government application. Because the story has been out there, you can incorporate a business, get your licenses and everything in 6 hours. So for us, moving from 3 months to 5 days, we had to use the Rwandi model. But for Kenya, aside that fintech space, I'm yet to hear. So even when looking for case studies, to be honest, I did not see anything from Kenya. So Kenya needs to do more storytelling.
Absolutely, and we have a couple of people in media here. We have a couple of people in government. Maybe we need to tell our stories more. Traffic. I think Traffic is in the house as well. But we are trying. Cool. In terms of, cross-border, because again, you've really talked about cross-border partnership, but in terms of like cross-border tech collaboration, do you wish sort of existed? I know there are a couple of things you mentioned, but I don't know if there's something you'd like to add on the collaborations.
Yes. So an example of the collaboration I'll give is, for example, let me just ask, if a Nigerian is doing business, a Kenyan is doing the same business, who would you patronize? Even if you are not a Kenyan. In terms of trust, Kenyans have more trust than Nigerians. Everybody feels we are scammers. No, we have to own up. So, in terms of collaboration, capital is more expensive. Human capital is more expensive in Kenya. It's cheaper in Nigeria. Trust is more in Kenya, less in Nigeria. So a situation where you do that partnership, your headquarters is Kenya, but your factory or powerhouse of your human capital is Nigeria. So the Kenya entities, let's say you are doing a BPO, the agreements for the BPO contracts are with the Kenyan entity, but the work is being done in Nigeria.
Interesting.
So those type of yeah.
That's a really great idea, Great. I want to also to sort of pick your brain. You've been really in the tech innovation space, but in terms of any interesting tech innovation in the last year that you think has been like really great, apart from AI, or maybe we might just talk about AI, but is there anything interesting that's come up in your radar?
It's the growth of fintechs for me, because we haven't scratched fintechs. For example, insurance. Okay, doctor has left. A lot of us, in Nigeria, it's mandatory for you to have third-party insurance for your car. But up to today, I haven't seen anybody that has used that insurance. So how the insurance works is, if you're in an accident and it's your fault, the insurance company fixes the other car, but not yours. But we are so used to it that we just have it because of the police. So the insurance company goes with that money. So imagine now if we have a fintech that immediately you're in an accident, you open the app, snap the pictures, enter the other person's details, and you have your claims, or you do a video call with the inspector. You are going to steal 80% of the market because of that convenience. So real estate, I can assure you, everybody that has presented the sponsors about real estate, imagine if you have an Uber for buying Kenyan real estate and you launch it in Nigeria. I can promise you, you sell out in a year. In less than a year, because you'd have a lot. There is so much money in Nigeria that we're looking for how to send it out. No, we're a cash-based economy. If you are buying a house for 100 million, you have to suffer and save your 100 million before you can own the house. space that can be done for those type of things.
Amazing.
Sorry, caveat, if I see any Kenyan company that was here do that and I don't get my 10%, we're going to court.
Great caveat. And moving over to the diaspora, maybe this may be the last question before I give it to the audience for a quick question. How can diaspora talent be positioned as a catalyst for cross-border digital innovations instead of being engaged country by country in isolation? Because what we've seen a lot with the diaspora is you have the Nigerian diaspora, you have the Kenyan diaspora, you have the South African diaspora. But, sometimes when you find yourself out there, you're just African. They sometimes just bundle us as a country.
Yeah, I always say Africa is a country because I don't even bother explaining where I'm from, because once you're outside the continent, everybody, are you from Africa? Yes. So, but coming down as Africans, we shouldn't even take talent on a country-by-country basis. From my own Nigerian standpoint, I take talent on a tribe-by-tribe basis. Nigeria has over 500 tribes. That's why we're always fighting. And that's why you'd see two Nigerians arguing and fighting. It's when you, the Kenyan, tries to intervene that we now remember we're Nigerians. So the major divide we have is you have the north, you have the south. So the north is predominantly Muslim, the south is predominantly Christian. So one thing we've realized in terms of tech talent is when it comes to coding and co, the north is better because of the memorization that children do of the Quran. They start memorization early. So when it comes to coding, they learn coding faster because they memorize. So when it now comes business development, ideation, product management, the Southerners are freer. They are more of the people. So those type of talent works better for them. But you see, if you are now taking it on a per country basis, you might now judge based on only one person or a few people from a certain part that you've met. So I'm sure if you now look at Kenya, a Maasai might have something he's stronger at. Then Kiswahili, right? Yeah. Might have something different. So for talent identification, I prefer as Africans, we do it by tribe and culture, upbringing.
So several factors to consider as well.
Yes, a lot to consider, not just the so we can't do a one-size-fits-all for the continent.
Absolutely, absolutely. Almost 1 billion people. How do you do it? So maybe a quick question from the audience. One.
No questions.
Awesome. Then, in terms of, since you don't have a question from the audience, or maybe they're just scared to go against you. Anyway, in terms of looking forward, what is exciting for you? Looking forward in terms of the future for Africa, in terms of future for African diaspora as well.
Okay. For African diasporans, or should I say for Africa in general, is, for me, what I'm looking forward to is a situation where we stop exporting physical talent. So you don't have to jagba. You should rather jagbada. You can still, okay, so in Nigeria, when we say you jagba, that's you've gone. Then when you jagbada, is you've gone and come back. So a situation now, thanks to technology and globalization, no matter the field you are, not just in tech, you can work remotely. So the major thing is keeping the capital within the continent. Unfortunately, we, the political class, are still looking at sending the money out of the continent. For me, I don't have a problem with, if you steal the money, keep it. Because the money, one way or the other, it will still be stolen. We are going into financial agreements with some certain countries that, okay, we are giving you X amount of loan, but we don't see the money. Rather, they will bring in whatsoever we want at the amount they want, while we will now suffer to work and pay for that. So diaspora talent and diaspora people that have left are the ones probably working for these companies over there. So why won't we come back and develop our own? Turn Africa to the headquarters, and we can do our remote offices or branch offices outside the continent, but we have to take ownership.
Amazing, amazing. It's been amazing having you in Kenya and, at the Jasiri Network Africa Summit. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, and I think we'll take a picture before we move on to the next panel.
Round of applause for our guests. That was amazing. So I went to a conference once, and we were a room of female founders from all over Africa. And they had like a pitching section where you could volunteer to pitch your company. And I remember the host asking everyone, like, who would like to pitch their company first? And there was a lady that stood up. Could you guess which country she was from? Nigeria. We should all be more Nigerian in life, guys, right? We should be loud and proud and sell our country, right? No, that was amazing. So it is after lunch, and I can imagine some of us are kind of falling asleep a little bit, okay? So I'm going to take 5 minutes of your time and play a really cool game, okay? So the game is called Cops, Robbers, and Neighbors. So everyone from this side of the room until this side of the room, you will be cops. So when I say cops, I expect you to clap, okay? Practice. Cops. Cops. Amazing. Now the middle section of the room, you will be neighbors up until the gentleman in the blue here. So when I say neighbors, you will clap. Neighbors. Neighbors. Cops. Neighbors. Amazing. Now the end of the room, you will be robbers. Okay, because you're looking a bit, okay. Robbers, clap for me. Cops, neighbors, cops, robbers. Amazing. So I'm going to tell you a little story. And if you hear your name, I want you to clap, okay? So one peaceful Saturday morning, the neighbors woke up to chaos. Someone had broken into the house of the loudest neighbors. You know, the ones who borrow sugar but never return their containers. Naturally, they panicked and called the cops. But the cops were taking their time because, Saturdays. Little did the neighbors know that the robbers who broke in were actually living 2 doors down the street, pretending to be very friendly neighbors. Plot twist. So the friendly neighbors overheard the real neighbors talking about calling the cops. Now the robbers started panicking. If the cops come, they'll find out that we're not neighbors, but actually robbers. So the robbers quickly ran to see the other neighbors and tell them that the cops were on their way. Not out of kindness, but because one of the neighbors was secretly working with the robbers. A collaboration. By the time the cops arrived, all the neighbors were acting suspiciously calm, which confused the cops even more. Then the robbers pretended to be shocked. But one of the neighbors clapped and shouted, "Wait, aren't the robbers, the same robbers, robbed us last time?" Suddenly, everybody was pointing fingers. The neighbors were blaming the robbers were blaming the neighbors, and the cops were blaming all of them. It got so confusing that in the end, the cops didn't know who to arrest. The robbers didn't know who to run from, and the neighbors didn't know who to trust. So let's see if you can keep up better than the actual neighbors and the robbers and the always late cops. Thank you. Thank you. So we've spoken about money from an investment perspective. And now we're going to talk about the systems that make all of this work. And now that you're all awake, okay, we're going to talk about financial institutions. So this next session is all about financially inclusive systems for the diaspora. So please help me in welcoming our moderator, James Kiramiti, and our panelists. Shamir Patel, Director of Retail and Business Banking at I&M Bank, round of applause. Lauren Saswani, who leads finance and risk strategy, and Jackson Kiminje, business development leader at Nairobi Securities Exchange. Round of applause for him.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. We're going to be talking about financial systems and how we can make them more inclusive. We had a wonderful discussion this morning around real estate, around investing in Kenya. And now we're going to talk about the enabler, okay? We have a very strong panel. I'll give you all a second just to introduce yourselves very quickly so we can have enough time to jump into the conversation. So I'll start on this side since you're having the microphone.
Thank you. So, hi everyone. My name is Nancy Nasibu. I'm from the Nairobi Securities Exchange, or Nairobi Stock Exchange, but Nairobi Securities Exchange as it is. So I work under the LLP, the advisory arm. So I'm excited to be here. Yeah.
Hi everyone. My name is Lawrence Aswani. I'm expert I've been in banking for quite some time, but I thrive in finance, looking at risk management, and at the same time forward-looking of any organization, but fundamentally changing the status quo.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think I introduced myself earlier, but my name is Shamir Patel. I'm the Director for Retail and SME at I&M Bank. I&M Bank is a commercial bank, Tier 1, operating in 5 countries, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Tanzania, and we have a JV in Mauritius. Thank you.
Brilliant. And since you have the microphone, we'll start with you. Banking is a big challenge. Not only, from where the majority of the people who are sitting in this room are, whether it's the UK, the United States, etc., but even more so in what they call the third world, which I really hate. So talk to me about how I&M Bank is breaking some of those silos and misconceptions, if you will, and providing services that many of us in this room are accustomed to.
Thank you. So, yeah, I hate the word third world as well. And when you look around and see some of the tech the problems we've solved through tech in this part of the world, I think we should be calling them the third world, to be honest.
Absolutely.
Fourth, yeah. But coming back, we're very keen to build. We're a digital-first bank, and really, it's to understand, what are the pain points for the consumer, and try and build and design products and services that really speak to that. So, for instance, one of the pain points we know is on onboarding and the KYC, etc. Especially if I look at it, Kenya, in physical forms. We were just talking earlier about with Nancy, and she was saying that some bank asked her to fill in physical forms and then courier them across, into Kenya, etc. And it's very painful and it's very clunky as it is. So one of the initiatives we've took on board was how do we onboard digitally a customer within 5 minutes, tie up with the governments to try and integrate into the digital KYC so that we can integrate that. How do we work to also deal with the pain points like, many diaspora don't necessarily have a local number, and that becomes another barrier. So what other channels can we use towards dealing with the communication, and today, in this day and age, there are platforms, in different markets for that. Besides that, it's really about also seeing how transparent we are in terms of the tech because again, most of the diaspora are distance creates that distrust. And how do we deal with that? So it's bringing that transparency, whether it's investment solutions, it's in the remittance space, it's making payments, and there's a whole long list of these kind of initiatives that we're working on to make it very seamless for the diaspora to basically bring them closer to home through their hands, through their mobile. That's really the idea.
Absolutely. And there's one other question I'll come to around interest rates and enabling them. So yeah, keep your mind sharp for that. So in terms of strategy, you're a financial strategist, an expert. How can the diaspora take advantage of some of these offers that banks have, SACCOs have? The Nairobi Stock Exchange has some wonderful investable products that are available to all of us. Give them in a nutshell how they can, create and carve.
Seamless in flowing our money from offshore through to the investment opportunities that are within Africa. First, what we need to look at ourselves is we are one Africa, and then try and consolidate the flows that come from outside and do certain targeted ventures. For instance, pooling resources so that you can be able to do a particular undertaking within African domain. Because most of the time you find one wants to run something, but you want to run it alone, and at the end of the day, because of the capital requirement, you end up not doing it because you cannot meet the target. So pooling resources, that will be able to help us to build on what is required within the African domain.
The power of collaboration and partnership, as was discussed earlier in the past panel. So I'll turn to you as well, give you an opportunity to speak. We heard earlier, diaspora remittances have reached over 1 trillion shillings. That's a huge vehicle, and has just been said, if we can pool those resources together and invest as a block, that's definitely something that will add value to the economy. But how about SACCOs in comparison to banks? How about the Nairobi Stock Exchange? Maybe touch on that in terms of SACCOs. How can people take advantage of this, and what do they even do? What vehicles can they enable?
SACCOs within?
Yeah, within Kenya.
Okay, so let me give a background. So the Nairobi Securities Exchange, as it is, we have a new strategy. So with our new strategy, it's we have these big, hairy, audacious goals. So with those goals, we formed this new department, the retail department. So like everyone knows here, when you hear about a stock exchange, you're just thinking about shares and bonds. But now, under the NSE, it's a unique exchange because we're an exchange that is listed within its own exchange. So that comes with the opportunity for us to offer advisory services. So when we came to the SACCOs, there's one thing that any Kenyan knows: corporate governance. So with our advisory services, especially, I like the fact that he's talked about with the diaspora, especially when it comes to investing, it's the level of mistrust that they have. Whenever, if I send in money, am I going to get back, What are some of the investable products that are there through SACCOs that I'm actually participating in? So at the moment, our strategy is to first clean up the corporate governance structures It is not an easy journey, but it is very doable because as a regulator in the market, these are necessary steps that we need to take to advance these remittances as it is. Outside that, we have a lot of partnerships with organizations that assist us to have the actual leads of the diaspora. Like we did a market research with Visa 3 months ago. And the biggest concern that the diaspora has is Kenya ready to receive the innovation that we want tech-wise, yeah? So that is something that we are incorporating at the moment, but definitely it has to be faced and the culture has to change. And I liked what he said earlier on. For us, it's not that we don't even have capital, it's not that we don't have infrastructure, it's the culture of doing business. So as the NSE, the stock exchange, that is one way we're thinking about advisory. Yeah, sorry.
And how can the diaspora take advantage of that? In terms of financial inclusion, is it easy for someone out of the country to set up an account with the NSE, buy stocks in, let's say, Safaricom or even Britam if they're listed? What is that process? Is it easy? Is it straightforward? You said you have big, audacious goals. Yeah. Is that something that is readily available?
Yeah, so it is readily available. So with our stock market, there's something that we need to appreciate, the structure and how it was founded from the get-go. So with our new strategy, we are able to now address the needs. We do have investment banks that are currently doing that. We have Starling, FIDA, all of them. If you go to our NSE website, just search on our trading participants, you can definitely reach out to one of them. If you have any issue, be ready to tell us the feedback, because that's what we need to move the products ahead and even the interconnectivity. So yes, you can definitely open a trading account and to be able to invest. The only hurdle we have is the mistrust from the diaspora. So we need to have more engagements with this, like this, for us to hear the exact hurdles that you're facing on this other side.
Absolutely. Yeah. And let me turn to our bank and talk about interest rates and talk about, you know, let's say you've seen an apartment by MyVida. You have an ambition to purchase this. You look at the interest rates and you're looking at 16%, 24%. I've seen so many different huge percentage rates. Meanwhile, outside of the country, let's say in the UK, some people locked in 2% mortgages, and at worst, at the moment, I think 4.5%, 5%. Meanwhile, the central bank has actually reduced certain rates. So talk to us just about how this interest rate thing comes about and how banks actually evaluate someone who may look for a loan to invest in a property.
Thank you. So interest rates is let's just say it's an interesting conversation which has different connotations depending which side you look at it. But the point is, for banks generally, a lower interest regime is much better, and I'll explain why. One, it spurs activity, it spurs demand. It also it's safer when a bank is lending, because obviously, from a cash flows perspective to the borrower, it's a lot easier for them to manage the installments, etc. So actually, there is that view that we prefer a lower regime, and you might have seen some articles recently about banks pushing for that. The challenge is really on how deep is the market in terms of source of funding. That's where the challenge comes about. And really, Kenya specifically, if I look, obviously the market is deeper than some of our neighbors, but still has a long way to go in terms of the alternate products for funding that could help support, the 2% that you're referring to in those markets. But the journey is there. With the help of KMRC, for instance, we've been able to come up with, even fixed rates loans, at basically at around 9.5, which was unheard of, obviously, in the past. It's a journey, and how did that happen? It's basically with the ability of us being such funding to support this. The biggest challenge here is the central bank, yes, also is pushing for the CBR, but the transmission, the time it takes to transmit that rate into the market takes long, and that's what they're trying to fix. The challenge is that the T-bills, which is actually what is linked with the savings linked rate, is not linked to the CBR. And that's where the transition doesn't take place, and that's what causes those kind of interest rates, because it's not really the CBR that's driving the rates, it's the T-bills. And until there's that harmony, you will have the disconnect. But the good thing is, I think the central bank understands this and is working to put in place their policies to try and drive that harmony, which will then drive that lower interest regime, and where funding can be equally competitive, so that you can, price these products at the right level.
Amazing. I'd love to see the day of a 2% a 2% mortgage. Let me come back to you. You talked about the power of collaboration and people coming together. Do you have any good examples of where perhaps a block of people have come together to do a successful investment, or part of a chama, for example, which are quite popular in Kenya? Any examples of how this has worked?
Yes, there have been quite a number of people I've worked with out there, whereby, for instance, you find that we've got a need around where somebody has an idea, but the funding, then they don't have funding. So they invest into that particular, let me give you an example, SME, for instance. So you find one has an idea, another one has some percentage of capital that they can put in monetary value. So the idea is invested in, then people bring in money from offshore, and in the process they consolidate that and make it to be an SME. And from there, then I know of some techie organizations where people brought in money and the ideas were put together, and then in terms of the returns, then they go sharing based on whatever they have invested in. So in the opportunities that are within Africa, the diaspora team can take advantage of that, look at whatever market needs that are available and bring in the resources. Again, the trust issue needs to be worked on, and more so given an opportunity, maybe sovereign guarantee from the government can be able to help in building that trust. So in the process, then flow comes out of Africa, and it can be able to spur economy that is there. Because the worst thing that is happening currently is that we have money coming in, but a large chunk of that money goes to be consumed. It doesn't go to savings, it doesn't go to investment. And that's what we need to work on to balance, so that we shift it from consumables into investment and into savings. So that is the area that we need to work on.
Okay, fantastic. Coming back to you, and one of the final questions here. Earlier on today, I heard that there were around 60 companies listed on the Nairobi Stock Exchange.
Can
or
I
is there
correct
more?
you?
Please, somebody mentioned this earlier. Just correct us,
so
please.
we're at 67.
67.
Yes.
So it's still an evolving and growing marketplace, yes. Right?
Yes.
What's the percentage of Kenyans who are actually investing on the stock exchange, typical returns, that type of thing?
Yeah, so actually, this is a plea. So according to our strategy, we want to reach 9 million active retail investors by 2029.
9 million?
Yes. And we have gotten critics that we're actually not as ambitious, but I think for us it's a great start. So I just wanted to ask, how many of us have a trading account? Don't be shy, it's okay.
Wow.
You're encouraging others. So we are on a bull run right now. So what that means is the market is up by 56%. So companies like KPLC that were trading at 1 shilling are up right now at 14 Kenya shillings. Kengen was at 2 shillings, you know. And all those good things that are happening. We've seen some of the margins coming up and some of this other information that maybe is too much for this forum. But what I'd say is the equities market is an interesting segment that you'd really want to participate in. If we start talking numbers, it will really excite you, but there's no need to excite you and you've not even opened a trading account. So before you leave here, I'm part of an exchange, so we do not do account opening as such, but you can definitely approach a trading participant, which is an investment bank, and start your journey, because we are on a bull run, and we're expecting the next 6 months to be a very good season for us. So good returns as well. So at the moment, if you invested, let's say for the last 11 months, you'd be up 500%. Yeah, so it's quite a bit, yeah. The second thing I'd say is for the retail investor, when it comes to investing in the capital markets, always choose securities that are long-term. Long-term, that's where your money is at. I know this is not the forum for us today, but yeah, I think that's just the tip of the iceberg, I guess.
Okay, that's good. 500%, huh?
Yeah.
So if I put in $1 million,
I know some of you have had the
There'll
talk on
be-
Ndindi Nyoro.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Yes.
if you do not know, there's this politician called Ndindi Nyoro. We are not in any way affiliated with politics as I have to put it out there.
he needs to be in your marketing department, for
and
sure.
NSC is not government related, just for you to get the picture of this. You can actually go and listen to his investment strategies, what he did, and how much he's plowed back in the last 3 months, and even just how the market is performing from a very, we're usually told we have a lot of jargon, so from a very simplistic way, it's a great start. Yeah.
Awesome, awesome. I'll open up to the audience. Any burning questions to the bank, to the strategist, to the person who controls the market? I see a hand back here. I'll come with the microphone to you. And please be tough on them because, 9% interest rates. Huh?
Hi, my name is Brett Calhoun, and I'm COO of ShipShap, which is an e-commerce startup. My question goes back a bit more tactically. I think all on the panel have talked about, and in general for this conference, wanting the diaspora to invest, making that more accessible. And I think this question probably open to everyone, but more directed to Mr. Patel. I want to understand, can someone in the diaspora who hasn't moved back actually open an account and actually invest in the stock market? And I say that because I know you talked about figuring out how to do digital KYC, but it seems to me that that would still be a fairly big challenge of how do I actually just open this account and get started without having to maybe fly back here, get a local number, make sure my local ID is updated. And that's not something that's necessarily easy if you want to access that market. People can't come for months at a time to try and get that done.
Thank you. So yes, you can. In short, that's the answer. But basically, we're working with different ways to get people onboarded. Obviously, depending on where we've got tie-ups, you can do it digitally, online, and get your start operating from there. We also offer the ability for you to invest actually in the stock exchange. We're actually offer that service within it. And one thing that I'd say it's coming, but it's something that the use case we did it was family banking, but actually it has several use cases, and one of them is to bring transparency even when you're investing. So what I mean is, even sending money, sometimes money is sent and they're not sure it's reached its destination, or sometimes you're sending money to the elderly and you're worried that the realities of this market there. Well, globally, there are a lot of people scamming, etc. And we're part of this proposition that we're about to introduce is for your ability, even if you're sitting in the US or wherever you're sitting, you're not only able to monitor, but you can set limits of what they can do, and you can approve what they do while sitting wherever you are. So you have control of where the final funds go to. But to your point, in terms of investment opportunities, whether it's putting money in the bonds, the corporate bonds, it's the government bonds, into the stock exchange, we have that offering, and it can be done all through the app. Even pooling for money market funds, it is possible to do it, and it's something part of the offering that we offer. And there's quite a bit. We're very strong, to your point, in partnerships. So there are a couple of partnerships that were in different stages. We want to be banking and stick to that. We don't want to be we're very clear that we'd rather work with partners and plug them into our apps, etc., so that you're able to basically distribute various services within there, but obviously bring that transparency that's needed at the end of the day.
Thank you. Okay. Another question from this side.
Yeah, I have a question for INM and NSE. So first for INM, in terms of a small business owner, sometimes you find it's the little transaction costs that really eat into your margin. So I'm just trying to wonder how INM and maybe the whole banking infrastructure is setting itself up so that it can provide favorable terms to small businesses. The other question is, at the moment, if anyone is running a business right now, the cash is contracting. So you're finding that an LPO that should be serviced within 30 days is taking 90 days, and that is affecting cash flows. So the current lending rate that banks are extending for you to cover your cash flows, it's quite expensive. So I think maybe you can touch on that, on how maybe we can make those two make sense for favorable terms for small businesses. NSE, I think especially if you are investing in bonds, I think at the moment we are looking at Kenya and we are seeing it's under debt distress, and more infrastructure boards are being released. And we mentioned the issue of trust. So what happens when the government is going to default? Because it will.
Interesting. I think you can go first from the NSE, and then we'll cover INM after.
Thank you for that. So can I give you the other side of that? So whenever we talk about bonds, you should appreciate that every bond is usually ranked, or the quality of the bond that is out there, right? So whenever we talk about an economy, mostly you want to see the uptake of the bond. So you see the government releasing a bond and it being oversubscribed. I guess you're listening to the wrong people, because where is the money for it to be oversubscribed, right? So as in the Kenyan economy, I'll tell you, if you're in finances or investments, get information from credible sources. And when you're investing in a bond, there are various types of bonds. There are various assets for you to diversify in. You're not coerced to one way. Look for a bond that is according to your return. Know the type of bond that you are investing in. Have a financial advisor to assist you to evaluate your returns, right? The longer the bond, you know how the saying goes, go to a financial investor and they'll assist you with the other side of that saying. But all I'm trying to tell you is, with investments, kindly, don't go just by saying, I know what I want, I will do what I want to know. You want to build a perspective, and you want to build wealth. And wealth is built by you having the knowledge for you to walk the journey. So as an exchange, these are some of the things and some of the information that we want to push out here. Look for the right financial investors. Have a valuation of what you want, because the type of bond you should go for is very different from the other person. If you're having switch bonds, for example, the ones that we're seeing, tap sales, these are kind of jargons to some of us. But they're very easy words, to be sincere, but you just need someone to help you understand them. Because the Kenyan market is very vibrant. It's just that there's a lot of misinformation, and there's no guidance for us to make the right decisions when it comes to financial planning. Yeah.
Good.
5 minutes as long as you have your pin. All right, thank you.
Thank you, thank you. And yeah, a round of applause for the panel. I think some very good questions and answers, and they will be around for you to ask them more about bonds and interest rates and strategies that you can deploy to make your money work for you. So thank you very much. I'll call upon Michelle to let us know where we're going next, and we'll take a very quick picture as a panel just to wrap up. So thank you.
Round of applause for our panelists as they come off stage. Brilliant. So I don't know if you're all recognizing a theme for today. Every time we talk about money, financial capital, what do we talk about next? People, right? Human capital. So we're now moving into a conversation about collaboration between the diaspora and local talent and ecosystem, because it's one thing talking about collaborating, but it's another when it comes to execution, right? Across countries, across industries and communities. So please join me in welcoming our moderator, Lynn Aswani, and our panelists, Enos Wezwa, Country Director, UK Kenya Tech Hub, round of applause, Farida Abbas, CEO of the British Chamber of Commerce, Kenya, and Lord Malcolm, founder and CEO of Better Work. Round of applause for our speakers as they come onto stage.
Right, thank you, Michelle. So now we're talking about human capital, right? And I'll put you on the spot, Lord Malcolm. I know you're working with people almost every day, recruiting for different organizations across the world. So do you feel like Africa has the right talent? Are they competitive in the world?
Yeah, I'll say with the advent of, well, not the advent, but with the onslaught of AI and the requests of fielding AI-enabled talents, Africa is definitely on the map. I think there was a lot of kind of bypassing or kind of sleeping on Africa for a while as a last resort. But with the noise that the Safaricom's have made, the Flutter Waves of the world, the Paystacks of the world, they have cultivated, grown, and developed homegrown talents that is now highly sought after by the FANGs of the world. So the Facebooks, the Amazons, the Googles are reaching out and requesting those caliber of talents. So yeah, Africa's on the map and we're here to stay.
All right, so with that, I'd like you to introduce yourself to our audience.
Hey guys, I'm Lord Malcolm, founder of Better Worker. Better Worker is an HR tech startup focused on global recruitment, cross-border payroll, employee of record services, and really all things HR. We provide those services to startups, scale-ups, and global enterprises. Thanks for having me.
All right, thank you, Lord Malcolm. I'll pass it on to Enos. I'd like you to introduce yourself and tell us what you do.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Enos Wezwa. I'm the country director at the UK Kenya Tech Hub at the British High Commission. I know most of you have heard about FCDO, so it's one and the same organization. So at the UK Kenya Tech Hub, we sort of design programs, work with implementing partners to implement that programs, but the programs are in support of the startup ecosystem and also what we call the local business. For the startup ecosystem, we have 3 areas, area of markets, and access to finance, as well as access to talent. and it's always good to see familiar faces in the room. I know we've done projects with Jasiri Network, so at least I have a bit of context moving forward. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Ernest. And I will move to Farida just for a brief introduction.
Thanks. So my name is Farida Abbas. I am the CEO of the British Chamber of Commerce. The British Chamber of Commerce is actually a private organization that is recognized by government. We are a part of 156 chambers, British Chambers of Commerce worldwide. About 76 are global network, and the rest are in the UK. So what do? We look after British companies in Kenya. British companies in Kenya are one of the largest employers, one of the largest taxpayers. We know the link between UK and Kenya goes way back. I also am a Kenyan. I'm not a British, and I've been working for the Chamber for 10 years. We work very closely with the High Commission, with Ernest and his team, and the Department for Business and Trade. The trade between UK and Kenya has grown significantly in the last 12 months. And we all know that the business environment hasn't been as conducive as we would have liked it to be. But the trade has grown from 1.4 billion to 2.1 billion pounds, which is amazing. In July this year, the President was in the UK and the Prime Minister signed a new strategic partnership agreement wanting to double this trade. Now, we as the Chamber of Commerce on the ground here, we are looking to see, okay, how can we support more organizations coming in from the UK into Kenya? Of course, the SMEs, the small organizations, there's so much happening in the European side of the world with Brexit and everything else. But we also want to, one of our objectives is also seeing how can we create more jobs here. And I think this conversation about the diaspora is very important to us. So how do we have so many people going to the UK and coming back, or the diaspora coming back, or the diaspora leaving Kenya, going to the UK or anywhere in the world? How can we work with them to create more capacity and jobs?
Okay, Farida, so a quick one. What do you think is Kenyan businesses or the Kenyan talent adding value in the UK, and how are the diaspora people also adding value to Kenya? What do you think that relationship looks like from your perspective?
So if I look at many organizations, we have a recent example of an organization who has opened up in the UK, and we're so proud of them. I think I can announce them officially, Spring Valley Coffee. Okay. And they have moved to the UK very recently. They're members of the Chamber, and they've opened up the coffee shop. And I don't know if you've had their coffee. I think it's one of the best coffee in town. So why they've chosen to go to the UK only they know, which is great, but they want to franchise from the UK into the European market. Mm-hmm. So what talent do they take there? I think one of the things that we all Kenyans have, we are very tech savvy. Mm-hmm. And I know this has been discussed here during the day. Mm-hmm. Digitization, tech savvy, all of us know how to operate so well when it comes to technology and tech. Mm-hmm. So systems, putting systems in place, working with the digital world and all. And then we talked about AI as well. I think AI is really taking up a lot of space. And as Kenyans, I think we are very, very forefront, or in Africa, we are on the forefront of learning all those things. So we take those expertise into those countries. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you've had a chance to travel from Qatar airport recently. How many have done that? When I traveled a couple of months ago, honestly, I was shocked because I could see everyone that I was going through was speaking Swahili. I could literally get my bag passed if I only knew Swahili. Well, I do, of course. So I think the talent out there that people are looking for is hard work, mm-hmm. technology, digitization, and of course, the integrity that we go into those countries.
All right. Enos, you've talked about the programs that you've worked with when it comes to founders and entrepreneurs. And earlier this year, there was the Startup 360 program at the London Tech Week. So for people who want to move to such program, what are the entry points for them to come in? And then how do they connect with the diaspora or like the investors in such spaces like the London Tech Week?
Yeah, and this is a program that is in two folds: access to market, mm-hmm. as well as access to funding. Mm-hmm. And it came about when we went for the first London Tech Week, and we were there trying to understand how best can we sort of craft a value proposition. The Kenyan startups, actually the 9 we took, some of them are here, they were actually self-funded. Mm-hmm. And what we just enabled was that linkage that would sort of support them either access funding or access the market. I know NSE are here, but also there's a route to AIMS program, which is being listed at the London Stock Exchange as a startup. So those three layers contributed quite a bit. In terms of how we approach it, at least we learned from this year's event. We to do a pilot and learn quickly and see what best way, how best can we structure it. So we have a template where basically we've been having this engagement one-on-one with startups because this year we did a call for application. We had about 50, and then we narrowed down to 20, and then 9 were able to fund themselves. So we've just managed to roll out the second phase of that program, which again, it would be mostly on one-on-one basis and understanding at what level are you at, and what are some of the partnerships we can already start forming. Is it VC matchmaking? We are still building up on VCs who are Africa focused to see how best that goes. But we have some very good success. We actually did about 50%, more than 50% success rate. We just are going to have collaboration with Prompt BI, which were also in that category. Talking about AI, this is creating scenarios of talent that are needed and sort of validating that you have the capabilities and then doing sort of a job listing. But that other route is to support now the startups. How do we sort of create the next layer of founders that would probably even get funding in the UK? So happy to have conversation with startups that I think could benefit. The value was immense. Other than the 3 layers, there were all underlying values which were different from each startup. Others got through FCF sandbox and managed to incorporate. So gaining global positioning was such a thing, especially if you're a scale-up.
Okay, that's amazing. And to Lord Malcolm, I know in a lot of cross-border hiring, but there are, of course, some barriers like policy. From your perspective, what strategies should be put in place to ensure that cross-border hiring is much better, which can facilitate a better relationship between global markets and local markets, or the diaspora and the local talent that we have?
I don't think that's true. I'll push back a little bit from the standpoint of, if anything, since COVID, I think COVID showed the world what Africa was capable of. And there was COVID was bad, but COVID was good for us. We had just an onslaught of remote work requests. And these clients were global, saying, hey, we don't care where they're located, they can work remote, we're willing to pay X, Y, Z. And that changed a lot of people's lives. About a head of engineering I placed for a client in France, and the gentleman was based here in Nairobi, and the salary was 11,000 euros a month. Imagine living in Nairobi, not leaving your house, cold in your boxers, and making 11K a month euros. Please, I want that job back. Not COVID, but please, those requests are welcome. So if anything, I think that it opened the floodgates of what the possibilities were. And people are now keyed into what exists here, and they're open to hiring cross-border. What I will say is visibility matters. I'm guilty of it. If I don't get reminded to post on LinkedIn, my LinkedIn, I go through ebbs and flows where I'm active, 4 posts a day, and then it might be a month. And then my PA is like, dude, you have to, visible post. So we are, each and every one of us is now on our own best and brand promoter or influencer, for lack of a because I've become more visible on LinkedIn. So that visibility is key and will kind of trump any cross-border challenges.
Okay, that's great. All right, so to you, Farida, we're seeing, you mentioned that in Qatar you met a lot of Kenyans working at the airport. So there's this notion or trend where Africa is being seen as a service exporter. And what do you think about that? Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing?
Interesting. I think that's a good thing because one of the biggest things, if you look at Africa and you look at Kenya as well, we have a lot of young people. If you look at the rest of the world, we don't have so many young people. I mean, this is the time for Africa to shine. And I completely agree with my colleague on the panel to say we need more visibility in the countries that we are and in the host country as well. We need to create these jobs, we need to export talent out there, and we need to retain that talent, let them get the best practices out there, and then bring them back. And I've seen what that does. It just transforms a person, transforms the experience that they have of working either in the first world or in the second world, or in a different type of an environment, but bringing those expertise back to Kenya and working with that. You really move fast in your career trajectory. So I think that's a really good thing. How we do that is a whole big thing. I think there's, I don't know if that's a question you're going to ask me later. If you are, then I'll leave it for that. So how we do that, I think, is a big thing. More visibility. We need to work with the host countries. Like I know we're working with Jersey, and there's an organization that has taken over 2,000 people from Kenya. Wow. From Utali College into the hospitality space in Jersey. And if you go to Jersey as well, there's a whole opportunity for Kenyan diasporas. And that opens up more opportunities there because now there's opportunities for insurance, there's opportunities for extracurricular activities and many other things that Kenyan companies can go there to open for Kenyans who are in debt. We work with the Kenyan High Commission to work with the diasporas. We work with Jasiri. I mean, we would like to work with Jasiri more to see how do we create more opportunities for Kenyans in the UK. So more visibility, more collaboration, but it's definitely a good thing that we are exporting good talent out there. I mean, our education system is up to the first world education system. When Kenyans go out there, we speak such good language, we know how to do what they ask us to do. One other challenge that I see that we need to work on is the skills and certification approval in Kenya. So that's a really big thing. So you can have a lot of Kenyan students going to the UK studying, but when they come back with those qualifications, there's a bridge. They now have to work with the Kenyan systems to be certified and recognized. And we as the Chamber of Commerce, I think it's an important thing for us to see how can we simplify that so that you don't have to spend another 12 months and more money to get recognition because you've already gone to the UK to get certified.
Okay. That's a very interesting point. And I would throw it back to you, Enos, when we talk about a lot of remittance, because we've talked about remittance coming in to Africa, coming into Kenya, but it's mostly going into consumables. So because you work with startups who are innovating, who are ideating, then where does the diaspora come in terms of putting funding from abroad to fund these ideas, to find these innovations that actually bring local solutions, than have outsiders bringing that in?
Thanks, and just also a quick reaction to what has been said.
Yeah.
I think I agree when he mentioned about the Flutterwaves, the pay stacks.
Yeah.
These are individuals who were really exposed in the US. And I think we tend to have better builders, especially given that I usually say your technical skills doesn't amount to you running a company. It amounts to you creating a toy and playing with it without necessarily commercializing that value. But when you look at real founders, they tend to have this sort of perspective that is quite acquired in those places. Now, when you look at, again, a lot of them, they have come back to invest in startups because they understand how basically startups work. And also they understand the environment because it's a more hard environment. Now, for an environment to be hard, it means also the markets are hard. And the markets also, in terms of affordability, is also hard. So it needs more patient capital with someone who's also understood a bit of how to scale in Africa. So these things are tied together, money and markets. So we have experimented quite a bit, and we love experimenting. The Tech Hub is there to experiment models that could be scaled. So one of the things, of course, we did was to try an angel investing program and see if we can capture the diaspora as well. But what we've managed to capture, at least for the third phase, we would capture the diaspora. But a bit interesting success, we got Moniva to invest. It's called Moniva Syndicate, to invest in one of the startups, because one of the things we do is that we handhold you to actually making your first investment and so that's part of the training of the syndicate. And they have just signed a deal with, again, another startup that went through a program called RISA. And so these are some of experiments that shows that indeed they can sort of be capacity built to actually know what a startup would deliver in terms of their investment, return on investment, and sort of with a very practical runway, practical time for the same. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. So I'd like to throw it to the room. If anyone has a question for the panelists, kindly feel free, all right?
Can I just, before we dive into questions, to kind of co-sign on what Anna's just shared, I think it's important to note that scarcity creates clarity. You have developers in Lagos, self-thoughts, who are coding with no electricity. And when those guys partner with an Enos, they become freaking rock stars. So a lot of it is opportunity. A lot of it is access to opportunity. But it is heartwarming to see what you're doing, what the likes of the iHubs of the world are doing, to really encourage people who are just trying to figure it out against the odds. Some of the best talent we've ever placed are people that literally started on YouTube. And then they run into a Malcolm, they run into an Enos, they run into somebody who believes in them. Meet this guy, meet this guy, meet this guy. Fast forward 5 years later, boom, they're head of product somewhere. And so the opportunities are there, but it just continue to invent for the environment. That's what I'd say.
Thank you. Okay, we have a question here.
Hey, thanks to everyone on the panel. I just want to ask two questions. One is, how do you vet talent? Is there like a systematic way that you do it? I guess this is specifically for Lord, but there's a systematic way that you vet talent. And when you're trying to sell your service to companies that are in the West or wherever you're placing them, do you put an emphasis on the fact that the talent is from Africa, or do you downplay it? And like, what's your mechanism for selling that they're getting value?
Okay, so the short answer is it depends. We go through a screening, vetting, testing, employment verification process, which is really like 4-tiered before there's even an initial shortlist. And that initial shortlist only happens after the candidates either have a call with myself or my head of recruitment. And so by the time a client is receiving candidates for review and profiles and interview notes, we know everything from how much you make a year to where you interned. And that's important because we're not only screening, testing, and vetting for employment, but we're also doing it for integrity. When we get to the offer phase, if we say to somebody, oh, how much are you making right now? And they say, oh, I'm making $100K US a month, and in reality it's 45. We've dropped people at that phase just because we don't want the blowback down the road. So that's the answer to your first question. The second is, we don't necessarily hone in on the fact that it is African-based talent. The determining factor for us is what is the salary range? Because we're global, we can go to Latin America and find folks, same way we can come to Nairobi or Kigali to do the same. And so it's really bordering on the client's preferences, work hours, language choices, culture, things of that nature that we go through during the client intake process. Sometimes, so the clients out of California in Silicon Valley, they're like, Malcolm, I don't care where they're from. Just find me the best. I don't care. Someone literally said, I want somebody, I need X Facebook, X Meta. And I said, X Facebook, X Meta, we're talking about $700K a year. I don't care. All right, let's go. On the flip side, they'll come back and say, hey, Malk, I can only afford $60,000 a year. If we're looking at $60K a year for a senior hire, we're coming to Africa. We're coming to Kenya, we're coming to Nigeria, we're coming to Rwanda. And so it really kind of depends on the preferences as well as budget. But most people, most clients who are financially savvy know that they can get premium experience out of Africa and not have to pay premium salaries, which is the draw for now.
Thanks, guys. Super interesting conversation. My name is Moses. Have a question. I think you've touched on it a little bit. I'm looking at talent at the industry level. So there's a conversation happening now in the startup space on the continent about exits and how to get our startups to exit level and the experience that is required by founders. So my question is on talent, mentoring talent, or let's say pairing founders with, maybe through a chambers of commerce with CEOs. There's this emerging trend of fractional roles. So just comment on what you're seeing happening in that space and the opportunity that the diaspora offers as well.
Well, just a quick answer to that. We have been working around something called industry, for now is university collaboration because we really target the university as well. But potentially it's morphing into something that, and I think that there is where prompt BI are coming in, to actually create scenarios based on data that could potentially give you, classify you as a founder who can sort of do exit, but that conversation has gone beyond that, and we are working with a number of corporates. There's something we activated called corporate venturing. So there's the corporate venturing that is capital, that's CVC, but also there's the corporate venturing in terms of corporate clienting and the other corporate venturing opportunities, which basically, if they are involved earlier, you build better exit strategy from the word go. So they basically could potentially, like for instance, Google, they would say, if you're building payments in this area, it would really be great because they probably are not interested in tackling that, but they would eventually use it. So quite a bit of those exit strategy, we are framing it with what we call the industry startup collaboration as well.
I think in terms of the chamber, you've raised a really good point. So one of the things that we are thinking, and it just depends on the resource and funding availability in the coming year, is how do we have some of these corporates mentor some of these startups, you know, the CEOs and the founders and all that, because it's a long journey and it's a hard journey at the top. And we have quite a few of these corporates, like, you know, we have EABL, we have the big fours, we have the big banks and all that. But how do we get some of their time to mentor some of these people? So mentorship, coaching, capacity building, we are looking at a program in the coming year. And once it's there, I'm sure it's going to complement NOC's program and other programs in the country as well. So yeah, that's a big thing for me, especially mentoring women-led organizations.
Good question. There's a major push for startups, scale-ups, and enterprises to develop employee curriculums. That's something that we have gotten our hands into this year, and there's already a big demand for it next year. A lot of folks are ready now to start developing that internal pipeline. And yes, we could call it an internship, we can call it a mentorship. The goal is really to have a fleshed out program from onboarding over 12 to 24 month period where these folks are immersed in the daily workings of the enterprise. From a day-to-day standpoint, they're with Enos for 2 months. By the time they're done with him, he's an Enos clone. They go over to work with Farida. They're there for 6 months. Farida is fighting. Farida doesn't want to let them go at the end because they're so amazing. So it's really to just soak in and imbibe the daily workings from that organizational behavior standpoint at the ground level. And MasterCard Foundation kind of spearheaded it, but I'm seeing, with us, but I'm seeing just a demand across the board. You mentioned EABL and some of those other guys, and so this is catching on really quickly as well.
All right, thank you so much. It was a great conversation. Let's give a round of applause for the panelists. Okay, we're going to take a picture.
Thank you so much. Round of applause for our speakers for today. Awesome. So even though we were talking about people, there was a lot of mention around capital, money, right? And I think Enos mentioned something about a syndicate, if that's correct. Hands up if you know what a syndicate is. Startup jargon one. I will not ask Nancy. Anyone else? Hands up if you know what a syndicate is. Yeah, we have one person. I'm going to give you the mic, and you're going to tell us what a syndicate is.
It's basically when you get various companies coming together maybe to fund a bigger project where one company cannot be able to carry that weight. So you have a bigger project, various companies come together to fund that bigger project.
Round of applause for our volunteer. Very, very nice. That is correct. And we have another term for it. It's a chama, isn't it? In simple terms, right? It's people coming together, pooling money, and then giving it to one person. So this next panel is actually going to explore how do we move from obligation-based giving, paying black tax, being part of a chama, let's say, for social reasons, into impact-driven giving, right? When we're in a group pooling money together, how do we decide where that money goes, and how can we pool that money together for impact? Taking us into this discussion, I'd love to welcome our moderator, Charity Mwathi, and our guest, Jermaine Craig, CEO of Kwanda. Round of applause as they come up onto stage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, you remember the game that Michelle played, the one for the robbers, the neighbors, and the cops? Okay, I'll just say it in one sentence. Cops, neighbors, robbers. Okay, we're there. So, yeah, thank you all so much for joining us today at the summit, and especially for this discussion. We are about to go into a conversation on redefining giving, the power of diaspora-led philanthropy. So this conversation is essentially about charity, and that's my name as well, so no pun intended. Yeah, but I wanted to start off with some statistics. So Africa remains the largest recipient of net bilateral official development assistance from OECD, receiving around $39.7 billion in 2022. However, Africa's share of global official development assistance has declined over the past decade. And I'm sure you've all heard about the budget cuts, USAID, other European countries are also, retracting some of the budget that they were, sending across to Africa. So it reduced from around 37.6 in 2013 to about 26.7 in 2023. And across the world, Africans in the diaspora are sending home over $100 billion every year, more than foreign aid, and often more impactful. So we're now at a moment where we're asking ourselves, how can we make this giving more sustainable, more intentional, and more empowering? So without further ado, I would like to have our panelist introduce himself and talk a bit more about what he does.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Jermaine Craig. I am the founder of Kwanda, which is a community of diasporans all around the globe. There are almost 1,900 of us so far who put together small amounts of money, anywhere between $5 to $20 a month, and then we decide collectively how we want to invest that money in social impact and social projects across the continent.
All right, thank you for that. So what's one misconception that people have about modern philanthropy, and especially Western philanthropy, that you would want to discuss?
So I think, first of all, it's important to frame philanthropy again. Philanthropy gets a bad name because when we mention the word philanthropy, we think massive NGOs soaking up capital, we think charity, we think aid, and then effectively we say, oh, no. We've seen that for decades and decades. It doesn't work. I don't want any more of that. And what we actually need to remember is philanthropy is broader than giving food on a short term to a community. So there are many things that we benefit from in our day-to-day lives that are only available to us because of philanthropy. I can start with one of arguably the most transformational technologies in the world today, OpenAI, ChatGPT. That's only possible because of donations that seeded that innovation. Things like Wikipedia, which we use to get a lot of our information today, is only possible because of continuous donations. Linux, open source, crypto, all of these things rely on people having a philanthropic nature and not initially seeking capital only. So I think it's important to reframe philanthropy, remind everyone of how broad it can be. And then common misconceptions about modern philanthropy are that it's not sustainable, it doesn't lead to anything truly innovative, or it doesn't lead to job creation. But in all of those examples that I mentioned, they actually power hundreds of thousands of businesses and commerce that actually then go on to provide jobs to people. So it's kind of like the hidden secret behind a lot of the innovations we enjoy today.
All right, so how would you describe Kwanda's business model? How does it work for you? How do you vet partners? How do you choose initiatives to support with the philanthropic aid you receive?
Okay, so to describe more what we're doing at Kwanda, we're effectively saying, hey, are you a member of the diaspora, or are you living on the continent? Do you want to do some philanthropic work in your time on this earth? And if you're anything like me, the answer is yes, I want to do philanthropic work, but when I launch my startup, sell it, make my billions, and then I'll give back. But as we see with, I think it's Chama in Kenya. I'm Nigerian.
Chama, right?
Yeah.
How many of you are in a Chama? Okay, I'm seeing more ladies put their hands up. Yes, please go
Yeah,
on.
I mean, 80% of the people that are in Kwanda are women, so the men need to step up. But effectively, what we've been forced to do throughout history because we don't have access to such large amounts of individual wealth, is come together collectively to basically produce results for ourselves, for our communities, etc. And so what Kwanda is saying is, why can't we do the same with philanthropy? If we individually want to build schools and hospitals, you can look to your left and right and you're going to find someone who wants to do the same thing. So rather than wait till you make your millions, all you need is $5, $10, $20 combined with 10,000 other people. And now you can create schools, you create hospitals, you can fund science, and you can do it in a way that resonates with you, is locally led, and respects the dignity of the people that will benefit from it, but also see those innovations. What was the question after that?
How do you vet the partners, the initiatives that you'll be working with?
Okay, so we're quite opinionated in the type of work we fund. So there are a few things that are very important to us. One is locally led, so that all the projects we fund are contextually relevant, locally led, and are seeded and driven by people who are closest to the problem. And then another thing is innovation. We want to do away with the dependency-based aid, charity, capital, and say, actually, can we fund things that are a click beyond what's typical? And so an example I can give you is a project we fund in Kenya right now, and it's in a place called Wambunyu, so it's quite rural. And effectively, the challenge we're solving there is period poverty, and period poverty keeping girls primarily out of school. And the typical approach would be, oh my God, I'm noticing girls are losing X amount of days in a year because they don't have access to sustainable period products. And so I live in London, I live in Atlanta, whatever it might be. And then I say, oh, I'm going to buy a bunch of pads from this company in Atlanta. I'm going to ship it over, and then I've solved that problem. But the challenge with that is you create this dependency. Again, your capital is going to a foreign company, and the girls become dependent on this stuff, and there's no way for them to access it timely when they need it. And so this community in Kenya, what they did is a group of local mums came together. They learned how to sew reusable period kits that can be used for up to 2 years. And then they basically created a small economy. They create these kits and then they give them to the girls. And we found that and said, okay, this is something that's local, it's contextually relevant. The supply chain or the supply line is close by. And we funded that. We had, the way our platform works is we find something like that. I'd write a proposal to our members, we'd vote on it, and then we say, yes, we'd love to invest £10,000 in this particular thing. And that project now has delivered these pads to over 1,000 girls. And we calculate it's kept them in school for an additional 30,000 days. And so when you think about education and people provide a solution coming from outside, the answer typically is, okay, we need to create this AI education app because this will get girls in school, blah, blah, blah. But when you're local, you realize that actually the reason this particular girl didn't go to school was because she didn't have reliable access to these products, and therefore she lost an extra 25 days in a year. And that's the type of thing that you can't really suss out unless you're on the ground.
Yeah, and it's very unfortunate, that this is still happening, especially in this year. But I want to ask you, if I am, for example, in London, how will I know that it's actually getting to the girls in need? How do you ensure that there's trust and transparency when it comes to that?
Yeah, so we have an interesting model and platform. What we actually do is, and I think we might be the only people who do this, but we have what we call our ledger. And this means every single transaction that comes in and out of the organization is available for public view. You can go on the website right now, you can see salaries, you can see how much we spend on cloud hosting, how much we spend on travel, parties, etc. And the reason we did this is really to adjust the trust deficit when it comes to diasporans investing their capital philanthropically. The question you always get is, I don't know where my money's going to go, how it's going to be spent. And so before we actually created this platform, it was important to solve that trust issue and say, we're going to be completely transparent. I'm the CEO, everyone in the community is in a WhatsApp. They can get in contact with me and say, hey, I noticed 50% of the capital we invest is going into salaries. Why is that? And then I'm held accountable. So we're basically 100% transparent. And that's how we essentially earn the trust of the people that contribute to this giant pot we're building.
All right, thank you for that. Is it possible to be a bit more personal with the person that you want to help? Do you have that kind of model? So if maybe I have bonded with a certain girl and I want to actually assist her all through secondary school, or it just goes to that project as a whole?
Yeah, so we actually directly deal with entrepreneurs. So what we're looking for is an entrepreneur that's grown up in the community and has said, here is a problem I've seen, here's the solution I want to provide. And so we don't actually directly deal with beneficiaries. We're kind of like a philanthropic angel fund, if you will. We're dealing with the entrepreneurs and we basically follow their lead. And if they want to send us information around like success stories, around beneficiaries, etc., we'll receive those. But yeah, we don't actually connect directly with the beneficiaries.
Okay, that's good to know. So what has been your boldest experiment so far?
I mean, there's something that's in the works right now. Well, one, if I'm being honest, I'd say the boldest experiment has been this push to actually do this in the first place. The transparency, like being held accountable at that level. And of course, it has to scale. It's like, okay, we have projects in 11 countries right now. What about when we have projects in 54 countries? And we need to be able to show the paper trail with all those projects. But I'd say one of the bolder things we're doing right now is we're going into African universities, very early students, and we're saying we're willing to fund very early prototypes for whatever you might be doing. And then that might be to create data, to create new scientific knowledge that typically we have to pull from the West. And so you'll find that a lot of funding is not going into like very early prototype science in African universities. And a lot of people in the diaspora are very interested in that sort of stuff. So we're going into universities and saying, hey, we're willing to take a risk on you. And the reason we're able to do that is our model is such that because everyone's bringing in such small amounts of money, they're willing to lose that $5 that month on a risk on a particular prototype, experiment, or innovation. And so that's something that we're doing right now that's pretty bold because it requires a lot of due diligence, and there's also a bit of safeguarding around research and all of these things.
Yeah, I would like to know what you've learned and what diaspora community has surprised you, especially when it comes to generosity and creativity.
So one thing that people always wonder, because I'm Nigerian, and I'd say 70% of the people in our community are Nigerian as well. And what people would imagine is most of our projects are based in Nigeria. And so one thing that's actually surprised me is the collective mindset across countries, simply because for, I'd say, half of the time we existed, the majority of our donors were Nigerians, but most of our work was done in East Africa, Tanzania, Kenya. So people have an appetite to help across borders if the platform they're doing that through is trustworthy and they can see a vision that spreads across communities across Africa. And we're also in the Caribbean now, etc. So that's something that's surprised me, that solidarity across borders.
Okay, but so how do you manage the demand across the different countries?
So the answer is we're managing it. It's very tough. Because of our level of transparency, we get a lot of goodwill from people. So I'm very honest about the fact that this is something that's never been done before. We're trying to work across all countries and represent the entire diaspora, but we're going to take it step by step, country by country. So we're now in about 15 different countries, and honestly, it's a thing we learn month by month, like how do we scale? Like we might get to year 2 and figure out that, okay, once you're in 30 countries, we suddenly aren't able to communicate the impacts we're having at the same level. So we might need to change the model. We might need to invest more amounts of money in less projects. So yeah, it's a learning process. There's no existing playbook for what we're doing. So we're just taking it month by month, really.
All right, and which country did you first begin with? Was it Nigeria?
So we actually initially started with a focus, weirdly enough, in the UK. And so this was African communities in the UK. So we were doing anything from putting capital together and then paying for free therapy for women and men. And then when COVID hit, there was kind of like a sense that governments aren't necessarily doing as much as they could be doing for rural communities across Africa. So our members effectively said, hey, we need to turn off this stuff we're doing in the UK and go into rural communities across Africa that are being left behind. And what happened is we did that, and we just noticed that the impact far outsized anything we could do in the UK. There was almost a sense of entitlement in the UK. I remember we did this thing where we were paying for therapy for people. And I think it cost us about £5,000 to do 10 sessions, 10 people. And people just didn't turn up because it felt like, it's a good to have, but I don't necessarily need it. And then you take that same £5,000 and you're able to build or drill clean water wells that deliver, free clean water to thousands of people. And so at that point, we thought we're going to do the thing that's most expedient, and we're going to go where the impact is. And that's what moved us over to Africa as a continent. And our first country would have been Ghana. Yeah.
Okay, so speaking of entitlement, I have a very short story. So when I lived in the UK during the winter month, I remember I used to see a homeless guy right outside where I lived. And, it crossed my mind. I'm like, I have a jacket. I can help this guy with this jacket. And so I did that the next morning. I helped him with the jacket, and guess what he said to me? Anyone with a guess? No, he didn't say I need money. Not what took you so long. Any other guess? Can you buy me food? Okay, good guess, but no. He asked me, why are you giving me a pink jacket? I would have preferred a blue one. And that's when it hit me that I should keep this jacket and take it back to Kenya. So I get you totally. And if you could kindly share with us why you think foreign aid is declining, especially in Africa, and what strategies or structures you would like to bring about to sort of strengthen that moving forward.
Yeah, I think there's a sense that it's not working. There's a sense that it's not working. I'll wrap up. There's a sense that it's not working, and it doesn't resonate with communities on the ground and even Africans just across the globe. When you meet someone, let's say I'm in Belgium, I meet someone and I say I'm from Nigeria. They might say to me, oh, it's tough out there, right? And, when you trace it back and think, oh, why do you have this view of me? And then you look back to NGOs, charity, philanthropy in the past. And so it's difficult as a Nigerian to then contribute to that, because it's kind of contributing to this narrative that I am someone that's left wanting, even though the place I'm coming from is a giving place. So I think, people are just fed up with that. And then you have Donald Trump, so.
Yeah, well, I feel like it's an opportunity to create more reliance on our own selves, and not rely from the aid that we're receiving from the Western countries.
Precisely.
So we have to wrap up this conversation. Unfortunately, any questions from the audience? Yes, please.
So great work, Jermaine. I've been thinking about this problem for a very long time, so I have a lot of questions. I'll ask only two of them. First is that if you think about scalability of the project, how do you think about scalability? Because there are a lot of numbers thrown around, remittance numbers, etc. In my mind, I think that it would be interesting if you have a model where for every X amount of money people are sending back, there's X put into a coffers. But I think people are going to potentially buy into the idea if there's a matching fund. Have you thought about similar models of matching potential small amounts of money? And also, you talked about localization. I know you think that people would invest everywhere, but most people are tied to some type of network where they're from, schools, etc., and they're most likely to invest in that. And how are you thinking about using those kind of indigenous networks to kind of scale? And my maybe last question is that, you talk about how philanthropy is problematic, etc., but philanthropy works in systems-oriented projects, and that needs multi-layered funding across many different networks. And I think the problem is that African billionaires, African rich people, have not been able to build local philanthropic models. And what are you thinking about that to also use indigenous African capital to expand in philanthropy at scale?
Yeah, I'll start from the end and work my way backwards. So I agree that philanthropy, we need better systems. I call it a train. We're building a train. At the beginning is philanthropy that catalyzes innovation, and then you get these innovations and pass them on into capital markets and further on the train, and that loop continues. We haven't really thought too much about what we can do with large African philanthropy, just because I don't have access to those sorts of people. I wish I did. What I know is the diaspora, people like me that have £10, £5, etc. So it's something we'd love to move into at some point in the future where we have a bigger brand and we're more reputable and people kind of respect the work we've done historically. And then I think initially you mentioned, when you said matching funds, did you mean into capital markets? Yeah. Again, a lot of what we've been focusing on in these earlier stages is building that trust. And we feel like when we get to a tipping point, all of these things that you just discussed are immediately available to us. The way we think about it is what happens when you have 10,000 people in the diaspora that are committing a small amount, but have effectively said something like, I'm here not for myself, but for someone else. And then when you have those 10,000 people moving around, sort of like an army, what can you do? And I think all of these things that you mentioned suddenly become possible when we have that number. So that's our first goal, and then we're gonna move on.
This conversation right after, if that's okay. There's a question here. Maybe one last question, and then we'd have to, unfortunately, wrap it up.
Thanks, Jermaine. Just a follow-up on the scaling bit. I don't know what scaling looks like to you. Is it increasing the numbers, or is it getting a similar you and getting them to do what you do? Because I think one of the biggest challenges we've seen is getting similar people with the same mindset as you, because you can hold the group together and do a lot of work behind the scenes to get the investment done and getting, so I don't know what that looks to you and if there are strategies to actually do the scaling. I like the part that you're going to university to fund innovations or prototyping. I think we can have a conversation there much maybe later. Plus, what is mentioned about if you think of sort of matching funding and what is the cost of doing all this in your fund that could sort of be cushioned by any other matching fund if there's actually that window?
Yeah, so on the second question, and also I might be asking you to repeat it first because my memory's terrible. On the second question, yeah, we have a few ideas and strategies for the matching funds. The cost of what we do is listed on our website. Currently, it's about $10,000 a month. That is our infrastructure costs. And we're really just in a place where we're like, okay, let's get a couple rounds. Let's understand exactly what we do, get the machine running, be able to say to any, whether it's organization, whether it's company, that this is what we've been doing for 5, 10 years. This is how it works. It's a guarantee. And then at that point, we really want to switch on partnerships and see if we can bring other people into the fold. But what we want to do primarily is establish this community of people that understand that, hey, this is the thing we built. It's a tight-knit family, and then open it up beyond then. So we're really trying to think about when do we hit the limit on our early adopters, and when do we hit that scaling limit, and then beyond that, where do we go? And coming to scaling, so my vision is to open source our technology so people can start smaller versions. I've always believed in smaller modules coming together. I mean, so that's something we're going to do. We're going to open up local versions of what we do using our technology and open sourcing it. And then effectively saying, if someone's in a Christian community in Ghana and they want to do that thing, they can do it. And if someone's in Somalia and they want to do that thing, they can do it. And then beyond that, we hope to just be the largest version of that modular system. So there's an ambition to open source it, so there's smaller quandas effectively around, and then there's an ambition for us to be the largest source of that sort of funding.
Hi, my name is Joanne, and great work that you're doing. So my question was more on the other side. So diaspora, the people who are investing, how are you them informed or more on the ground? And just to not be a replication of Western philanthropy that just comes into the market, assumes they know like the solution. We had that discussion in the morning. So how are you making sure that it's not just like representation politics and actually they are also informed?
Yeah, so on the side of making sure we're not replicating the models that we've seen in the West, we engage it directly with the entrepreneurs. So effectively, we're acting as scouts, and we're saying, hey, we found this entrepreneur in Gambia that's doing this amazing work. Is this something you would like to support? And we take complete lead from the entrepreneurs we work with. So we've never
Businesses that have built a small ecosystem.
Okay, thank you, Moriasi. I'd like to put you on the spot, like one of our guests earlier. So since you work with the boys, one of Kenya's greatest exports, Sauti Sol, would like to know what's one of your favorite songs from the boys?
It's like asking me to choose a favorite child.
Yeah.
Yeah. My favorite song is Unreleased.
Mhm.
I've been fighting for its release for a while, but of the current catalog,
Mhm.
it's Kiss Me Now.
Kiss Me Now.
Yeah.
Amazing, good choice. All right. So just to piggyback on that, we're talking about the creative industry. You've been working in the creative industry. And where do you feel like there's a role that the diaspora can play, and how exactly can they play a role in the creative economy?
So the first thing, the most important thing, just to not go into a lot of winding conversation. The most important thing is the minds of Kenyans or Africans in the diaspora coming back home and helping the creative economy structure, right? So you can see what that has done for the creative economy in Nigeria, the creative economy in South Africa, right? So when the minds come back home and invest their minds and their time in that economy, it'll grow. So you then see what happened to, and we can give very many examples from Nigeria and South Africa, and how that has helped them grow, not just from a strategy perspective, but also from revenue streams, creating revenue streams, right? And then secondly is how does our diaspora help support the sound and the creativity that comes out of our own market, so the East African market. Unfortunately, we, as East Africans, we are segregating ourselves as Kenyans, Tanzanians, Rwandese, and Ugandans, when we should be looking at ourselves as a bloc. We all speak Swahili. We all the bedrock of our music is live, and the bedrock of all our music, as the music that really unites us, is rumba, right? So rumba, benga, all these forms of music are the same. So how does the East African diaspora get then to support the creativity that comes out of East Africa per se? Yeah, so those two are super key.
All right. And to you, Brett, you could just get the microphone. You've worked with a lot of international organizations and businesses, and we're seeing a lot of African businesses trying to scale beyond the continent. So what are some of those gaps that you've seen that you would point out to these businesses so that they can compete competitively in the international markets?
I think the first thing that businesses really need to look at is, are they scaling within their home country, right? So have you figured out how to scale within your home country? Today, how much business gets done without your personal manual interference if you're a founder, right? Are you in WhatsApp groups? Are you having to make calls? Or have you managed to introduce automation, systems, processes where your business can essentially run and grow within Kenya, if here's where you are, without your interference? Once you have that, then I would say that's like the prerequisite to being ready to scale, whether it's regionally or to another country.
All right, interesting. So from your perspective, what do you think, where does the blend come in when it comes to the local market and the international market? Because you've said the businesses need to first scale locally before they think about expanding. So when can a business actually say that, okay, this is the system we have in place, this is the revenue that we have, and now it's time for us to expand?
I mean, I think it goes back to what I said about your business having that scale here and being able to run without your manual intervention. I think then the next step is capital. And I think where the mistake that both people in the diaspora and locally make is thinking that the first step is capital. So capital, it seems like the hardest part because, of course, without capital, it's like I can't even start, right? I have this idea, I can't even start, I need the capital first. Or if you're coming back, hey, I'm coming with capital, and it seems like, oh, I see these gaps in the market, and if I have the capital, we'll just be able to plug them. And the truth is, capital is out there. So if there's a gap in the market that hasn't already been filled, that low-hanging fruit is, I would pretty much say, is done. It's not because people haven't figured out, oh, there's this easy problem I can solve in the market, and they just haven't bothered to go solve it because they didn't have the capital. There is money in Africa already. If it's not solved, it's because it's more complex than that. And so I would say it's kind of making sure you have the solution, you have the experience, you have a track record, and then adding the capital. So hopefully to something that's already growing. So that's when they should go to raise capital, and that's what capital is looking for.
All right. So we're seeing this conversation where the diaspora, or like the Western countries or the Eastern countries around the globe, are romanticizing Africa in terms of a marketplace. And we're seeing also the people in Africa are really romanticizing the capital coming in from the West, from the East, from the diaspora. So what truths or what strengths and weaknesses would you point out in both parties that are involving themselves in the business sector?
All right, so it's going to be a little bit of a generalization, but I will say, having worked in West Africa, Southern Africa, and East Africa for 15 years, what I see with diasporans coming back is that romanticization that, hey, I'm coming back with dollars, or I'm coming back with pounds, with euros, and I see this problem, and I can come back and just solve it. So I think that assumption that you have some kind of special knowledge, there are skills you might have developed, but that it's immediately relevant without taking the time to get to know the local market. And even if you're from a place, especially if you left for university, you've now left essentially as a child and you're coming back as an adult. That experience, there's going to be a huge gap. My husband is originally from Ghana. When he came back, a bunch of his friends, they're all coming back at the same time, and they actually had to form their own network called a diaspora, because they realized we don't know anybody, right? Like, they knew people, but almost everyone in their cohort had left for either US, UK, Canada, so you're all coming back and you all don't know anybody. You know each other. And so at least they had each other. So I think actually making the effort, taking the time to get to know, and again, I'll point to that thing where the people that you quote unquote left and you're coming back to, they're also learning and growing and gaining skills, and nobody is foolish, right? So you're back when you think, what is the original idea of like, oh, why don't we process juice here, or cocoa, or whatever it is? We should have more local processing. You're not the first one with this idea, right? This is not, and so I think that's a common mistake of people returning, thinking they're the first. There's a reason that it hasn't been done. So make sure you're getting involved to understand those reasons. And then on the other side of that, I think it's also kind of the mentality of people who've been here, been working into it, saying, well, being able to be open to new ideas. It's beyond the it's beyond the capital to solve. Because again, the capital has been floating around. There are people who are willing and able and have tried investing in Africa and have failed. So if you truly believe that the only gap, the only thing preventing this problem from being solved is capital, then I could also guarantee that that's actually probably not the answer. There's something else that's being missed. And so figuring out how to bridge that gap and partner, I think, is where the opportunity is.
Okay, thank you so much, Brett. And to you, Moriasi, what are your thoughts around that, and how we can blend like the funding coming in from the West, the East, and with the local businesses that are trying to tap into those markets? How can we create a relationship that actually sees businesses grow and scale without that bias?
I think the first thing is for those coming to invest on this side is make your money, let your capital grind slow and fine. Don't try and have a quick fire solution for a problem that you think can be solved simply because it has been solved in the West, right, or the East. And I'm speaking from the creator economy perspective, and I'll give very simple examples. Hollywood is over 100 years old, right? If you go to Korea, K-pop has had a very defined structure since the 90s. And they were very defined in how they were doing things. And they started slow and built it up slow, and built it up over a long period of time. Nollywood is a very old institution that took time to develop. So when your capital is coming in, I think the misconception sometimes is that you can act fast with a big amount of capital and then succeed, when the reality is it needs to grind fine. Grind slow and grind fine, which then means you'll have a sustainable business. And on this other side, how do we as African creatives, or Africans within, or those of us within the creator economy, make sure that we're developing solutions for ourselves which can absorb global capital, right? So it's an African solution for an African problem, but can be disseminated globally. So I'll just give one example is Hustle Sasa, one of the businesses that's locally here that is an e-commerce platform for creators, right? So it solves the African problem of removing the middleman from the creator to the fan, right? So within that system, one of the biggest challenges that, let's say, like a Shopify had, or a Spotify, or such other platforms, say with artist merchandise, was that you need a card to pay for merch, right? Whereas here, it solved that solution, solved that problem. So in Kenya, it's M-Pesa. In Uganda, it's Momo Pay. In Tanzania, it's, I guess, also Momo Pay. In Ghana, it's also Momo Pay. So they've solved the problem. I can now put my wares up, simply and advertise, and I get my payment, and I withdraw my money when I need to, right? So you don't need your PayPal, pay stacks, all that. So we need to understand that. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
And just back to you, Moriasi, again. So since you're talking about the creative economy, and we're seeing that it has a big potential from the statistics that are put out there in terms of how much revenue can come in from the entertainment business. But we're seeing it still being treated as a risky business in Africa, in East Africa, in Kenya. So how then can this creative or entertainment businesses pivot themselves to investors in a way that can show there's value and beyond like the dollar figure, what more into culture and stuff like that?
Structure builds value. That's something we've learned over the 15-year period that we've been doing business. That every time we build our structures in such a way that there's accountability, there's transparency, and there's a form of intake of revenue, no matter how small, then you can become investable, right? So the first thing that even when we meet young creative business owners who want to be part of, who want to grow their businesses, the first thing we tell them is, do you have, can you create a legal structure? Do you know where all your money is coming from? Do you know where all your money is going? Can you account for your money? And third, have you built any form of structure around you? Then we help them build that structure. So under like what we're doing, like So Legal, we create files for them, standard form agreements, and then we introduce them to SOPs, standard ways of operating and such. So for the African creative, once you have some form of structure, you become investable. I think the best example of that is Maven Records. Right? It did take a bit of time. They built structure over a period of time, and you can see where the level of investability went to, right? And the simple fact that they could account for every single shilling, dollar, naira that went into their accounts from their royalties meant that when they opened up their books to Universal, it wasn't a conversation of trying to lowball them. It was a conversation of trying to bring the price down, right? So I'm sure it did, that 250, 230 wasn't really the value. I'm sure it was much higher. So once a creator has a form of structure, or you're building that structure, then you can be investable.
Right, thank you, Moriasi. So Brett, you've had a lot of experience, and right now we're seeing that some businesses are pivoting towards AI, towards e-commerce. Do you think those are actually solutions that are solving the problems on ground when it comes to maybe the Kenyan market or the African market, especially where countries or places whereby there's not much internet penetration?
So e-commerce and AI, I will start with e-commerce.
All right.
I do think e-commerce does solve actual problems. And I think in countries with low internet penetration, their first step is solving that. And I do think it's critical from even just a development point of view, from a country point of view, from a political point of view, right? So the internet connects you to different sources of education. The internet connects you to different sources for industry, right? You can't have, referring back to one of the earlier panels, you can't have a remote work industry where your people have the option to gain that experience without leaving your country if they don't have basic internet connectivity.
Exactly.
I would say in the West, it's gone to the point where internet connectivity is considered on par with like basic infrastructure, right? I will always, of course, think that water and electricity are more important because that actually keeps you alive, but very close following that is internet connectivity. So once you have that as the base, then e-commerce itself is a huge driver of industry, even for industries you traditionally would think are not, you don't necessarily think of the internet. And I'll go and say, you know, the way that Kenya exports tea, coffee, flowers is accelerated by e-commerce. And it also allows small business to access much wider markets, including the market of the whole country. So I think the case for e-commerce, very well established.
Yeah.
AI, we're still figuring it out. There has been a lot of money dumped into AI. And to the point where I think in some areas it's more of a solution in search of a problem. But there are very strong cases for when AI makes sense. And that is especially, AI essentially right now is really language learning models.
Yeah.
I won't bore people and go all into, I can spend time going to the nerdy technical stuff, but essentially what it's really skilled at is pattern recognition and aggregating information, right? It is not the AI of movies where it's really generating new knowledge. But there's great cases of pattern recognition that can speed up what a person can do, whether, especially in the medical field, some very interesting innovation, and in marketing, or market and market analysis. But I would say that the case for exactly how it will help development, I think is less clear. I think people very much lean into AI powered is like the buzzword, so people are throwing it onto a lot of things. Whereas the actual case for business value and like return on investment has not been made for most industries. So what I would say is it's a good opportunity for Africa and African countries and people here to experiment and be on the forefront, right? If you are in a country that has, internet and power, that kind of access, there's no reason not to experiment and find the unique solution it works for here, rather than like waiting for, this innovation and then trying to apply it and fit it into what might fit here. We can actually develop specifically for here and then export that to the world.
Okay, it's really good point, because then it solves what the issue is on the ground and not just being a solution that's working globally, thinking that it would actually fit in,
Exactly.
All right, perfect. So on to our final questions. So we're seeing a lot of storytelling coming up as an angle that businesses are using to grow, tap into their customer markets, tap into investors. What value do you think that presents for businesses that are maybe young, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years in the game?
Sure, I think my answer will be short. I feel like storytelling is the creative field. Storytelling on the less creative side, it's more about when you're talking to, say, investors. And I think you need to have your initial story of what the future of your company could look like. Like, we're starting here, and here's what it could be. But I also think it's important to be thoughtful, because there's some stories that have been heard before and have not succeeded, right? So what I would say is, 10 years ago or 5 years ago, if you're coming up in a startup, the common thing to say would be, we're going to be the Uber of X industry for Africa, right? Where, you pitch, this is relevant to 50 of the 54 countries in sub-Saharan Africa, and, or the entire East trade bloc, and then clearly things in trade blocs were not as fluid and flexible, or the other story, this trade bloc is just like the European Union. And that's why my company will scale across all 5 countries or all 7 countries in the next 2 years. And so I think it's just being thoughtful that some of these stories have been heard before and people kind of know that that's not how it works. So telling a realistic but compelling story, and it's fine to focus on what country you're in first as the most compelling story and how you're going to use that as the blueprint eventually for this specific problem that I'm solving.
All right. Moriasi, what are your thoughts around that?
In a world full of content, and in spaces where investors are reading a lot of numbers, numbers tell one story, if you're doing well or not, or if you have some form of potential or not. However, we're moving into a space, from when we're having conversations with people who are investing in the creator economy, where they're looking for what's your purpose, what will be your investment impact, right? So for us, storytelling helps us highlight what those impacts could be, and also when the impact happens, however little or big, how that impact has impacted human beings, because our work is to service the stories of mankind, humans, right? And if we're not servicing those stories, then you're just in the business of making money, and eventually you become a broken record, right? And where we are right now on the continent, there are a lot of stories to be serviced, so we must tell them. And for potential investors, how will they understand how we're trying to create this from really working from scratch, right? So the stories help us tell them that it might be 10 shillings in profit, but that 10 shillings in profit, by the time we've run down all our numbers, that 10 shillings means maybe it's impacted 3,000 people, but the profit is just 10 shillings. But what does that impact look like?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So as we close up, I'd like to know, for just anybody who's running a business, what are some of those non-negotiables that they should look at when they're looking at expanding or scaling their businesses, just as an umbrella? Yeah.
I do think you need to know your numbers cold.
Mhm.
And I think in the heat of running a business, and there's different fires every day, and a new challenge comes up, and then it can be hard to, at the end of the month or the quarter, be able to say, this is actually the money that I've made. This is my revenue. These are all my expenses. This is my profit. These are the growth trends. But you should know where every shilling went and where it all came from. So that's one of the non-negotiables. The second, before you're scaling and inviting kind of investors especially, would be you should have a similar idea, but record keeping. You have to have that level of transparency and kind of start building that culture into whatever organization you have. So I'll say that I think it's very common in a lot of countries culturally that if things start going not great, people get very quiet. All of a sudden there's no more reports going out, there's no more communication. The habit is to be silent, even probably with maybe the vendors or the people that you're dealing with, where you're following up on something, everything's good, and then all of a sudden if something's going wrong, you can't get them on the phone. You can't find them. And that is really toxic to scaling and to managing investors, because that's how you lose trust. So even if things aren't great, having, here's what's happening, here's what I'm doing to fix it, here's when you'll get your next update, so you don't feel like you have to update all the time. I think the third and last thing are just systems and processes to actually scale. So it's what I started with. If you as the founder have to be in every WhatsApp group and making calls and everything every day to actually have your business run, if you are not actually able to take a break, or if a person has to stand for you for your business to run, it's not ready to scale.
All right, Mariasi?
All right, for businesses in the creator economy, number one, if you're looking for diaspora investment, especially, and I'll say this from Africans in the diaspora, and you said it well, a lot of Africans in the diaspora go to the diaspora for university, and they end up working there, so they value structure, right? They've understood it, they value it, so the non-negotiable for, I would say, businesses in the creator economy is some form of structure, and show that you're striving towards finding that structure. You'll find that people are more interested in helping you build structure, and you become a bit more investable. Secondly, you have to tap into culture. We're living in a world where our identities are coming back to us as Africans, and you can see that there's certain cultures and certain Africans who have picked up their identities very strongly. And I'll say again, SA and Nigeria have done a really good job with it. If you look at Amapiano, as much as people can say that it's flooding the market, it might die, people started saying that in 2017, it's not going anywhere. Why? It has tapped into culture. SA, if it's Zulu, Xhosa, whatever it is, the sounds, the rhythms, the languages, dance is all African. If you look at Nigeria, Fuji music, Abala, all this, they've tapped into culture, and culture brings our people from the diaspora back home, it brings them together. I'll just give one example. Sauti Sol has always believed in 70-30 balance of Swahili. So when it came to selling out shows, like in the US and Europe, you'd find all East Africans come into the space. So culture is very, very important. Third is the simple understanding that you are the solution to your problem. or you're the solution to your growth. That solution to your growth is educate yourself. So the one thing we like to tell people who come to us for mentoring or any form of conversation is we're very fortunate to have the internet, and we have great access to the internet right now in Kenya. You can scroll, you can doom scroll a lot of comedy stuff on TikTok or whatever, but just take your time and research what other people have done to get themselves where they are, and then apply their models to the situations where you're in. We've done that, and you know, just to give a small example, if you look at the business that is, the person that is Clarence Avon. They called it the Black Godfather of music, right? So when I discovered him, I realized there's a life for a black entertainment lawyer in the music industry, right? There was no one else. And I did deep dives on him, right? And for our business, we looked at other businesses that are black owned in the US and saw, okay, this thing can work. Motown Records and Epic and all these record companies that can work. And education, educate yourself. Because when you stop learning, you start dying. So those are the three non-negotiables.
Okay, thank you so much, Brett and Mariasi. A round of applause for our panelists. Are there any questions? Great.
Thank you very much. So for Salty Soul, I was wondering, what does your, and if you are willing to share, what does your revenue structure look like? What are the different portions of where revenue is coming from? I'm asking this because we know traditionally RPM in Africa is very low. So I know we are framing this contest within the diaspora, but I'm kind of curious if you think there is a need to build structures, advertising, publishing, et cetera, in Africa that will allow for revenue locally to grow for creativity, musicians, et cetera, or for now it's more reasonable to look at diaspora markets where, you know, there's more scalability and ability to earn more revenue. And then, you know, because the conversation now has been like, people are going to do these big shows, make money, et cetera, get publishing records, contracts, et cetera, and then sort of come back home and say, well, we're going to do free shows. For example, Wizkid did that. Well, the free show never came, but yeah, I'm just curious about what you think around that.
So our structure is very traditional within the music business, so our music business. So we have live from touring, and so there's touring, which is through touring agencies and booking agents, but there's also touring that is self-funded, right? So through creating partnerships with the Earth agencies and Live Nations and such. Then we have, in Africa, we control the touring. So it's 100% now us, we're not really splitting money. And then it's about starting the festival that is Soulfest. So that's another revenue, so on a business revenue of its own. And publishing, we've self-administered our publishing for 14 years. So we actually managed to get the lion's share of that, right? On the other side, of course, there's brand endorsements and brand deals and such. So that's how we focus on that. Then there's the small investments that we do, so like in your hustles and such, so the yearly dividends and such. So there's that. Yes, there is a possibility to increase, but it needs the artists to be the ones to create the partnerships to invest, right? So there'd be no Rock Nation if there was no conversation between Universal and Jay-Z. There would be no NFL Rock Nation if. So it's about when you're the artist and you come back home, can you add value to what you're doing? So like what Maporisa is doing with piano music. So he's cutting the deals with Sony and making sure that the genre is growing. So that's, it's extremely important that the people who, if you suffer to get to where you're going, right, and you get there, can you come back and invest? And can you come back and create the structures? I think our biggest example is Don Jazzy. Without a doubt, on the continent, he has dedicated his life to making sure that that genre works, and there's a structure behind the genre. When they said Afrobeat is all over the place, he brought it back home. And you can see, it's unfortunately, he's the one to carry the torch because it doesn't stop. He's doing the TikToks. He's on the stories. He's with the comedians. He's with the musicians. He's actively on the ground. So it also requires that when you have made it and you feel that, yes, it's finally time for me to go back home and reinvest in what I'm doing, and you get your feet dirty.
Good evening. My name is Jacqueline. So my question is, let me just start with a story. So I saw a content creator trying to carry this, first we call it Sophia in London, in Uganda, and then most people are calling it Ghana must go, that bag. And they were like, is it Louis Vuitton? They were selling it at, I think, $1,000. And for us, it's like, I don't know, stacked up somewhere, you dust it off, and then you carry it like on a regular. As Africans, how can we, not shy away from really monetizing our own products, our own cultural identity, maybe fashion? Because like you said, Nigerians are really big on pushing what they have. Their Nigerian Fashion Week is like, it looks so good, obviously on social media. And yeah, so how can, especially East Africans, because I know how the Nigerian wedding goes, how they dress and everything, but I do not know how Kenyans dress. I know how we dress in Uganda, but how can we, sort of like not sell our culture, but kind of like push our culture further so that we can at least match up to, maybe West Africa or South Africa. Thank you.
Allow me to be a little controversial, right? How many of us here have kids, children, sons, daughters? How many of your children can speak their native language? I've put my hand down. That's the reason, right? I grew up in another country. I grew up in Namibia, then South Africa. I could hear Kiswahili. I couldn't speak it. I couldn't speak Kisi, right? So when we came back home, I started learning my culture. As East Africans, and this is a controversial part, and I don't think it's Ugandans, because I see a lot of young Ugandans can speak their language no matter where they are in the world. As East Africans, sometimes we forget our culture when we go out there. It's sad, and I see it. I see it with my friends' children, even now, right? I see my friends' children come back, they have no idea what their culture is, and that's it. West Africans don't drop culture. And it's something I saw it with my friends who neighbors and such, and when we travel, you can see there's an appreciation of who we are, where we've come from and such. That's how we don't lose it, right? So that's how we don't lose, that's why Kenya lost the Kyondo, right, to Japan, right? We lost the Kyondo to Japan. So for us, how do we take what we have and be extremely proud of it out there? And that's something that we should always advocate for, and it's something that our team has said that moving forward. And if you listen to Bien's new song, "All My Enemies Are Suffering," that's a very African line, but the music itself is very Luya, and that song has managed to get him into a space with Toby Migwi. And I can't name the other people who are going to remix, but they're big names. It's the most expensive tea out there. We don't eat our meat. Zebo testing poor. It's the most expensive meat out there. In Namibia, when we used to live there, there was meat from KMC. We'd be so happy to get it. It was the most expensive meat in the supermarkets. So, once we take our pride as being Kenyans, you'll see things change. As being Ugandan, as being Tanzanian, as being Rwandese, as being Burundian, this East African market will really change. And we need to integrate our Ethiopian and Somali brothers into us, because then we become one big community. We become over 300 million, and that's simply it. Yeah.
Right. Round of applause for Moriasi and Brett. Right, so we'll just take a picture.
Round of applause for our speakers, everybody. Awesome. That was a really powerful finish, and it reminds me of a funny story of something that I went through. But before I share this story, is this a safe space? Yeah, no judgment, yeah? So remember how I said that my Swahili was a 5 out of 10? So my Kikuyu is like a -5 out of 10. And the reason is because growing up, my parents, so I grew up in the UK, and my parents used to speak Kikuyu to talk about us whilst we were in the room. So as kids, we never got to learn the language. So they would speak it to each other, and then they would shout at us in this language. So it was a language of violence. So I didn't respond very well to learning it. So when I turned 25, I decided to enroll in Kikuyu classes. Yes. There are businesses that actually host these classes. Thank you. See, someone's clapping for me. You see, I was going out of my way to learn more about my culture. So lesson 1 was great. I was learning my A, E, A, O, U, like the vowels, right? And then lesson 2, we were learning, how to pronounce table and chair. Don't ask me how to. I didn't get there. And then lesson 3, long story short, I was actually kicked out of class. I failed the semester. And the reason why I failed the semester was we were asked to read like a story in the language. And the teacher was just like this the whole time. She's like, well, Michelle, I'm gonna have to do a lot of work. But what we can do is I can put you in the beginner class, the one for kids. But I decided not to join that class because of embarrassment. But one day, guys, I will learn this language. So thank you for not judging me. Awesome. So as we've come to the end of the summit, we have one final fireside chat where we would be talking about institutional capital and how that affects the diaspora. I'd love to invite on stage Zipporah Musheke from KPMG. Round of applause as she comes on stage. And also Hope Mutua, our moderator. Keep clapping as she comes on stage. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. How are we feeling? How are we feeling? Okay, one word to describe today. I'm gonna pick on people. That side, one word. Trust in people, one word here. Insightful, one word here. Money. Well, that's good because our conversation is gonna touch on a bit of money. So today we've been hearing a lot about what it takes to build both locally and internationally. And we've had everything from the financial perspective to the talent perspective and even the creative perspective. And so as we wrap up right now, we're going to talk about what it means to scale, to build institutions that last beyond our time here. And with me, I have the wonderful Zipporah. Would you please take a minute to introduce yourself?
All right, thank you so much, everyone, for holding it to the end of the session, the end of the day. I'm Zipporah Musheke. I do work in KPMG as an advisor, supporting private enterprises, not just in East Africa, but across Africa. Yeah.
So I promise we'll keep it short. So Zippy, from everything you've heard today, what signals tell you the diaspora is ready to be in a more passive English is not my portion. A passive participant in Africa's economic growth?
I think the very itself forum and convening of this particular space is in itself a signal. And congratulations, Nancy, for such a great job, not just here, but in your host countries. I think itself is signaling that active participation, that active interest for us to move beyond sort of remittances-driven relationships into, let's talk about partnerships, let's talk about investments, let's talk about, the previous panel spoke about, the pride in you thinking of homegrown solutions, homegrown products, and just the pride of that diaspora advantage, you bringing in a whole expertise and you sort of translating that into your local conversations, into your local opportunities. I think that's exciting. But from a policy perspective, I just realized the other day that our CS has launched also the new 2025-2030 strategy, diaspora investment strategy, which is now speaking into also the government playing an active role. It could be a small step towards what the government is doing especially, but it shows an active participation not just by the diaspora community itself, the private sector, but also the government actively embedding itself into the communities, yeah?
Thank you. I like that you mentioned, that policy has been created, because I think one of the things that you mentioned is he arrived in Kenya and the hotel wasn't ready, and there are a lot of barriers for entrepreneurs who come into Africa, Kenya, institutional barriers, institutional gaps. And so what are some of these gaps that you think are limiting the scaling of enterprises, and where can diaspora networks realistically intervene?
I think not just diaspora ventures, but any venture would go through a similar cycle of, there are gaps, there are sort of roadblocks from compliance to an unbiased based on where I work. So there could be compliance conversations that are coming into play. There could be different dynamics, like market mismatch in terms of how these ventures are coming into play. But looking from a diaspora perspective, I think there's an active interest in terms of how they should sort of build these businesses and scale these businesses, like an active intention to either have a strong governance in place is one of the key things you need to consider. I mean, you are either a resident of a host country and you are a citizen of another country, which is somewhere in Africa. What are some of the tax implications and triggers you should think about alongside that? So I think those are some of the conversations that we are seeing, bringing an added layer of complexity. We look at diaspora ventures and how they scale, how they build, and how they're sustainably going through that investment cycle. Alongside that, I think there's an exciting bit that diaspora is bringing into the market. There's the global skill transfer to this. There's also that global practice that they're bringing into play. There's the global markets, the global networks that they're coming with, the unique blend of capital and understanding that they're bringing into the local context. So it's not all lost in terms of the barriers. I think there are more opportunities than we see. But then again, we're seeing how we actively playing into these roles to ensure that these roadblocks are uniquely unlocked. There are conversations around, and we're speaking this earlier on even the structures, the investment structures that should come into play. If you're investing here and you're based in the US, are you thinking of a Delaware, incorporation there? And if not, because there's also that pride of you bringing money back into Africa and capitalizing on catalyzing local capital. So how are we also enabling that transaction to happen and come into play? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'm hearing a lot of both from the entrepreneur point of view, but also the institutions that we have here. What systems are they setting up to ensure that it's a successful environment? So as we wrap up, we've got a couple of entrepreneurs here. How should diaspora entrepreneurs think about structuring themselves early to be investable, bankable, and partnership ready?
Similar to local entrepreneurs, and we have people in the room like Enos who have worked with entrepreneurs. Same conversations that we do say, having proper, books in place, the foundational aspects of you setting up a business. So the proper structures, agreements in place, as guys have been speaking about. If it's partnerships, are you having, documented partnerships in place? I think those are some of the underlying and baseline foundations of starting these businesses. But then again, as we're saying, the diaspora advantage is coming into play. So how are we capitalizing on that? I think there's one unique thing that could be, it could be a unique advantage for us, and that's the pride that the diaspora brings in. For example, they talked about coffee. From our perspective, would be like, oh, that's just normal coffee. But someone who has gone there and come back, they tell you that's not normal coffee. Kenyan coffee is one of the best coffees. But if you think of this person either as an angel investor or an entrepreneur who's thinking of either setting up a coffee, business, I think they would do it differently. I think they would set up with a sense of pride, a sense of grit, either to support local-owned businesses or to actually elevate either homegrown products into the global platforms. So we're seeing that unique aspect of the diaspora, not just coming into back home and saying, hey, we don't want just to do remittances. We don't want to bring in a couple of investments into place. We want to act as entrepreneurs, active entrepreneurs in this ecosystem. So how do we do this? And with a sense of pride, a sense of skill transfer, the global cultural sort of immersion and unique place that comes into play, as well as the global standards. I think that's a unique set that probably we might overlook in this conversation and see diaspora as a separate community that we want to unpack, but I think they do bring a very unique sense and a unique sort of value to unlock the entrepreneurial ecosystem in Africa.
Thank you. Right, so any questions before we close off?
Okay, so my question is, whenever we hear any of the big four, KPMG, PwC, and co., we think affordability. So for SMEs and private equity, is there like a pro bono package, or how is your pricing compared to others? Thank you.
I was hoping there'd be no question. But yeah. Well, I think that's a very much expected question. What role is private sector? And this is one of the conversations that probably we were to speak on. What role is the private sector, not just KPMG, playing in the diaspora community? And I think we're saying we want sort of mutual partnership, mutual trust, collaboration. You want a community where you see value from both angles. So it's not just give and give and give, but it also take and take and take. It could also be one-sided, but I think to bring it back home, KPMG is playing a very important role in terms of how we are supporting the ecosystem through the various partners we're working with, through our own time investments and impact that we are making. We do have specialized packages, not just for the partners that we do work with, but also the direct founders that we work with. So I think this is a rightful conversation for us to say, if you need sort of to speak to any of the KPMG networks across Africa and globally, where you are, you could have a private enterprise advice around you. But just to move away from that aspect, I think there's the global mobility aspect that probably we haven't touched on. If private sector is playing a key role in the diaspora space, we probably are the major players. Because you're either working for an international company here and you move to the other company there, so they were you enabling that diaspora community. So again, as you're saying, are we capitalizing on that? Are there incentives that are coming into place, rewards, equity that could be if you either invest back home, then you're unlocking more than just the global mobility that's global companies like ourselves are offering, but also, and the value that we're bringing through founders, entrepreneurs, and the entire ecosystem, but also a long-term relationship where we are supporting the ecosystem. I think just to shout out, Nancy is also an alumni of KPMG, so you see the actual value that we're bringing to the ecosystem, and this convening itself is a testament that we are coming to the table and saying, hey, how can we partner, how can we work together? Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, so if that's it, maybe any last words from you as you think about diaspora ventures coming into Africa, coming into Kenya. What's one mindset shift the diaspora must make if we're serious about building long-term economic power?
I think it's an exciting time. It's an exciting time for us to have these conversations. And I think it's sort of eye-opening, as most of the people have mentioned in the room, that it's moving away from, oh, I came here and I left to a different country, into, okay, actually, how am I creating long-term value, long-term partnerships, unlocking the various interests that I do have in. Probably you may not want to be an entrepreneur, but you bring in a unique set of skills. Can you be an outsourced either resource for another venture, and you're bringing that global expertise? Can you yourself invest as an angel investor into this ecosystem? So I think it's an exciting conversation for us to unpack these discussions more than just, I sent money home. We are building, we're building a home property into, let's actually think through homegrown solutions, patient capital for Africa, us investing back home just beyond your own business, but also other businesses that are there to change and accelerate Africa, yeah?
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much for closing us out. Round of applause, everyone, for our panelists. Fantastic. So we have reached the end of the Jasiri Summit 2025, everybody. I just want to thank you all for rocking with me today, for engaging with me, listening to my side stories. And now this is the point of the day where we're going to start clapping for everyone, okay? So I recommend you just keep clapping, okay? I just want to thank all the speakers that came out today, all of the insights that they brought, and also for taking the time. So round of applause for all of our speakers. I'd also like to thank the space, Kofisi, for giving us this space today. So round of applause for our hosts. Thank you. And also a huge round of applause for our sponsors, INM, Britam, and Movida. Keep on clapping. Yeah, we're going to get there. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. Awesome. And I'd love to bring Nancy Masila back on stage to give us a few final closing sentences. My name is Michelle, and thank you all for having me.
That's amazing, Michelle. Thank you so much. You did such a fantastic job. And I mean, that's part of the Jasiri Network community. They're just awesome people, Britannies, doing amazing things. And I couldn't have asked for a better host today. So thank you. I don't want to take up too much of your time because I think everybody's tired. I'm tired. But I want to say a big, big thank you to our speakers. A couple of you flew in from all parts of the world. Some of you took your time off today. It means the world to me. It means the world to the community that we're creating, to the partnerships that we're enabling, and to what we're trying to make possible. And I think just a few remarks in terms of Jasiri Network future, looking into 2026. I know we have quite a number of our partners here who've been pushing us, and us, I'm looking at you. But I think for the last 3 years, it's been fantastic being able to bring people together. And in the words of famous Enos, it was always, what's next? So what? For why? For, and I'm just like, Enos, chill, man, But you know what? Every time I think ideas come at the right moment. And I feel like as of now, 3 years in, we have a lot of presence across, diaspora across Africa. And I think at this point, we've also really done a lot of work in terms of building partnerships and people we trust. And I can see Abba Capital here. And as we look into 2026, we're really looking at capital mobilization from the diaspora, right? Looking at investment, looking at being able to support our community, wherever you may be, into investing in Africa, no matter what you're looking at, be it real estate, I know that the startups are here, and different vehicles. And yeah, really, really excited for what's to come. Really excited to have so many trusted brands in the house. Vida Homes being our real estate partners. We have bankers. We have the direct line. Diaspora, we have the direct line to I&M, and we need to take advantage of that. We also have Britam as well, having fantastic investment opportunities. And I'm excited for 2026. And that's it. That's it from me. So have a great holiday. Enjoy your December and January. I'm really excited. In case of anything, you can just go to Jasiri Network. You can find us on all social platforms. And and there's a mixer. So we have a mixer on the 10th floor. And looking forward to having the conversations continue. We have our photographer on set, so we'll be taking lots of pictures. We'll be doing a couple of sponsor videos and a couple of speaker videos as well. So yeah, all good vibes. Thank you so much.